Sanctum, where the Pope has claimed all lands of the earth, and that's why we pay taxes, and it has never been challenged. So, yeah, no, we're not getting anything. They
No,
own
unless
everything.
everyone chipped in an actual currency and bought an island, did it the legal way.
They might makes right. You know what I mean?
And what is your definition of might that makes right?
The guy with the most guns, the biggest guns.
That's right.
They make the law, the rules,
Well,
right?
why do you think there's all this propaganda? Why do you think that we all worry about?
Michael, the only peace when you buy a land and you live your life alone, far away from the global, the politics, is that it's only the only peace you will get is to live alone.
Yeah, solitude. Yeah.
But a little bit of time, and they will come follow you. Just you can't hide from them. But you have got to believe one day they will vanish.
But and so what kind of people and what do they aim for there to be an uprising against the negativity of what controls the world and rules this world? What kind of power of good and just that is just and righteous can grow and be as strong enough to go against that, and where will that come from? Hey, can that be tangible?
Can you reverse your question? I didn't hear anything.
Yes, Michael, yes, of course. Answer.
Not even the people who are in power, the elites, can do anything to stop what's coming, what's happening. There's nothing anyone can do. Only God, controls everything and knows everything. Like, things are going to happen the way they're going to happen.
Do you think that the what is in control is against God and turns and
I think everything is going the way God wills it.
They are trying to challenge God, but eventually they will fail of the to make their wishes.
Because it's not like people want truth. It's not like people want God's truth. They want their own truth, their own way. They want God to. So they don't want what God is offering. So whatever's coming to them,
Currently, yes. Currently, yes. People they want to make their own reality.
Yeah.
So
like even what's obvious and natural, they reject it. They reject nature. They reject the way things are. So
that proves the point that humans have free will and God.
The man is in a rebellious state against his creator. The nature of man is rebellion against his creator.
So that shows that's what humanity is doing, not what God is doing.
Well, that's why we can't do anything about it. Right? We can't do anything about it, but God can.
God does not interfere with earthly things anymore.
Actually, God interfere with everything.
None, zero. Other than what He's already created. He made the covenant. Look at the covenant after Noah's flood.
I'm pretty sure an uprising, an uprising is always going to end in violence, and I'm pretty sure that's not, going to solve the problem.
No, God is hoping that humanity can solve the problem for themselves. That he does not have to regret his creation like Lucifer told him. Lucifer tried to
We,
make God
yeah,
regret
yeah,
his own
you
creation.
have to, Michael. You have to know that God. Do you see all the evil what's happening in this world? God know about it, and but he's testing us, testing our belief, so that will you follow at the end of the road? You will follow him or you follow the devil. It's all
Yeah.
tests.
It's all down to the human's choice, the free will.
Yeah, you have a choice. So what is your choice? Follow what? Follow God or follow the
Yeah.
devil?
I do not agree with many, but it's not my place to describe it.
Well,
I choose to. I would like to live exactly how God wants us to live.
yeah. That's like, but
I would
those are
like
the
to please
choices.
God.
Yeah, those are the choices are like the behavior, like how we treat each other, right?
Yeah, like
That
look after, honor
those
your
are the
mother and
things we can
father.
control. Yeah, those are the things we can do, right? Is
Yeah, but
behave.
but the way the world works, it takes them damn choices away and makes them almost impossible to succeed in.
Well, it
And
does.
we forsake ourselves by
No
the
one can.
social construct that we've made.
If you
No
have the
one
right
can take
belief,
away your
you will not
choices.
care about what's happening in the world.
Yeah,
If you have the right
no one,
belief.
the choices. Okay, like no one can take away the choices that God has given you. Like,
Yes, they can. Yes, you can. You can lose the ability the current. You can lose your wealth, your ability to look after your own mother, the ability to look after your own self, the ability to stop your own family
nah,
from
nah,
being
nah, nah.
hurt.
That's not.
It's ruled. It's
That's
ruled.
not. That's not. That's nothing. Okay, like all these things are false. That's nothing to worry about. Like, look,
No, but it happens. It happens.
Jesus was
Why do you think
homeless,
people
so
end up homeless?
like, well, the ability to look after your parents, like, what is that
Yeah.
about? Like, you stay
Like,
together as a family.
yeah, but it doesn't always work out like the
All
people
that
they
all
love.
depends on the
The people they
family.
love most, they're unable to help them because of the situation they life to, because of the lack of being on the right path has led them to a stuck in a way of life where they are unable to do to correct things and make things right by what God would want them to do is no longer possible because of the way humanity treats each other and the way basically because of money and the way money works. I'm not a socialist or or a Marxist, but it's what it does. And the British man who spoke wants to go to Jamaica and live on his own, he could probably agree with me with that as well, because people get like my father. My father lost his home. I lost my family home. I've been homeless since I was 16. I'm 32. It's caused me nothing but trauma, and I've had to rely on and have my hands.
Are you homeless?
Yeah, I'm not on the street, but I haven't had my own home.
A lot of people are in that situation, so I mean, it's
Yeah,
always been like
but
that.
it's
But it's
something
not
that
like
could change.
it's gonna get worse. It can only get better if you just keep going.
Yeah, I
If
know,
you
but
have,
like,
it will get better if
but
you
that's
have
the
the
thing,
right
innit, bro?
belief.
We keep
Only
going, we hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. But if anything, society, there should be basic human rights: shelter,
This is
health,
Michael.
food, water, and
You,
freedom to be
wherever
safe.
you are,
yeah,
wherever you are in the world.
Britain.
Okay, this is life. This is it. This is our lives. Yeah, this is the life I'm living. This is the one you're living. This is it. Of course, we're living it, right?
Yeah, and
Let's
there's
live
lots of failure.
whatever it is.
to prepare for the worst, you have to have the mentality, the right mentality, not the right material, money,
No,
or
you're saying, my
their
friend.
family.
This
No,
is
it's not all of that. You have the mentality. You have the right belief. This what you need to survive, not the material.
The right
yeah.
perspective.
It's a strong saying is to prepare for the worst, but it means that you're always prepared for the so that they do not happen, and then you hope that things can be better because you prepared for what could be worse. Do you get what I mean?
Well, you prepare for the worst, so if the worst does happen, you are prepared for it.
Yeah.
And if the worst doesn't happen, then that's
You were
best.
then you were prepared, so you
Anything
noticed the next thing that could go wrong.
anything better than the worst while you're prepared for it is going to be easy. So yeah.
Yeah, that is a strong way to think and look and to move.
Yeah.
Like
Suffering.
I want a mobile home and I want to go for years. Like in despair that my country left the EU. So I'd have to use all that I to get visas, electronic visas, and apply for just to travel across the EU. Because before Nigel Farage came along with racism, we was able to claim all the benefits and health benefits that we had in this country in the EU by being a member of the EU. That we gave that up because of migration, immigration. I mean, any British people understand where I'm coming from there? It was
Yeah,
fake.
I understand, but to be honest, it's benefited me loads. As someone who works technically a non-skilled job, it's been a huge benefit for me.
Right, you've had more access to work, like.
Well, just because when we was in the EU, like my job and other people in my industry, they just paid everyone bottom of the barrel wages, and now they can't recruit from Eastern Europe and things like that. It's like they're struggling to get staff, and it's just pay rise after pay rise after pay rise, like every 6 months now.
Yeah, but what 20 pence?
So they said it's this cost of living crisis, but I'm getting paid more than ever. I think the cost of living crisis applies to people.
Yeah, look how much food costs and stuff, though, bro. I mean, how much money you left over at the end to save for what? For your like what, £100?
No, way more than that. It's like I mean, I'm not going to say the exact figure here, but I'm way better off now than I was 5 years ago doing the same job, or even 10 years ago. Way better off.
So you've been working for over 10 years?
Yeah.
Don't you think that, like, say that, like, your city became corrupt and your been abused?
What?
Say that your city became corrupt, the authorities, like the council, the police, that you was in danger and you were being abused or by something, or that just any reason to seek refuge, that you no longer have access to the entire of Europe.
But I do have access. I've just got to apply for a visa, right?
Which means you have to be a professional.
I mean, I don't know how it works, but you can go there. You can go other places as well. Like, why does it have to be Europe?
Well, it's just a large landmass. I mean, you have every place has their own rules, but like Europe is like one main. It's just the closest, biggest continent that's important to us.
I mean, if it's a local government, can't you just go to the next town, next city? You go to Scotland, Wales. It'd have to be like on some sort of national scale, like.
Yeah, it's just like I'm just saying, like we undermined the strengths and positive things that we had of being able to claim medical help, claim our benefits and our pension, and live in Europe without having to sign any forms or ask anybody for anything. other than the right that we were given by being a member of the EU, and that was forsaken for what? Because why?
If you're able to take control of your accounts, your strawmans, you should be able to manage those accounts and take care of that yourself. I mean,
No,
you
the country will stop you and stop. Well, they will stop your benefits and stop and make you come back to your own country.
not really, because the country can
You can only stay-
the
can only
country
stay
can't
in
do
the-
anything. It's gonna be men that's gonna do that, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to hide then. You'd have to become an illegal immigrant then.
You have to hide?
If you stay for longer than 9 months in a year, yeah.
In where? Your own country?
From leaving your own country.
No, just make go to your embassy and get an international passport or something.
Exactly.
I mean, but to be fair,
That's the
why
problem-
should
that's the
why
problem
should you get
people have.
benefits? If you're getting benefits,
maybe you got generations of your
wait, and you're living
maybe
in Spain.
disabled.
Yeah, but you're living in Spain. Why should we pay for you to live in Spain? Or
Because we
France?
remember the
You're
EU.
not
and
working.
because we remember the EU and we paid towards that for vice versa. For Spain, Spanish.
You living in Spain?
No, I'm in Britain. He's making a hypothetical.
You know what I mean? But
When we remember the EU, anyone in the EU could come and stay in Britain, claim their benefits, and use their family's money and their own, and have health insurance, and live as if they were in their own country anywhere in the European Union. Now, how is that not a massive benefit to everyone and anyone in the
it's only
EU?
good for people on benefits, though. It's like I work, right?
Anyone on benefits?
Right. Say as a worker, right? And we're in the EU. I wanted to go get a job in Spain. First of all, they're going to say, "Can you speak Spanish?" Can't even get a job at McDonald's in Spain, Germany, France, Italy. Whereas all these European countries, they all speak English. Pretty much, it's the international language. So anyone with basic English could just come to the
Just
UK,
name
get a job.
4 European countries, though.
You couldn't just go to a European country and get a job at, say, McDonald's, unless you spoke that specific language. Whereas everybody speaks English, a basic English.
Everybody speaks English where?
Around the world. It's the most common language in the world, isn't it?
Right, so we can't get a job in EU because they speak English.
No, I'm saying unless you speak German, you couldn't go to Germany and get a job at McDonald's.
How do you know that?
Because you don't speak German. Whereas all these countries have a basic
Any
understanding.
older people here understand the benefit of being a member of the E EU.
I do. It's really difficult. If I wanted to go to any of these countries and get a really basic job, you couldn't do it unless you learned that specific language. Whereas they all seem to have a basic understanding of English. It's really easy to come here and get a job.
Do we delay migrants or refugees based on where we get a language?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about us turning away migrants or refugees. I'm saying it's difficult.
I'm talking
for us
about allowing, accepting them, not turning them away, accepting them.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from a two-way perspective. Like, if I wanted to go to Europe and get a job, I couldn't.
No, not if you was a basic worker and you weren't professional.
Let me ask around to see if this is flat earth related. Who thinks this is flat earth related? Hands up.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Stop.
Yeah, bro, it's dead air. It's quiet time. It means like we.
Hello, mate. How are you? My name's Jedi. I'm a gold member on this server. We try to keep everything on topic regarding the flat earth. If you do want to have a conversation about something
All right,
else,
take
you can
over.
go.
Right, all right, talk about flat Earth. Go on, go ahead.
Thank
Talk
you.
about flat Earth,
So-
then go on.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to go and have a conversation, you can use a live, another chat room. And mate, obviously things go off topic from time to time. This is why people like me jump in and try to get you back on topic. This is like
Alright.
time you had a bit of that too. Don't make it serious.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is there anyone got any quite? I've been a flat earther for 9 years. Question.
No, Jedi is right. I was about to, try to like bring it back to flat Earth, but
Yeah, even though he's contributed nothing for the last hour.
Say that again, Sunshine.
Hadn't the sunshine more? Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about that, Jeff. It happened to me last time I interrupted the conversation. I got told to fuck off. I just
Because we was off topic. All he wants to hear is flat Earth. Okay, I said, does anybody want to ask a question? Because Mr. Jedi is in charge, but he is right. He'd only be talking about
I was
Earth.
gonna. I just finished what you were talking about.
It seems, my friend, that me and you see wrong. It seems, my friend, that me and you have got off on the wrong foot. I don't necessarily care now. I would have made friends with you. I did shoot like I did 15 minutes ago when I helped you with your conversation and your fucking point. But yeah,
About when? About when? Oh, about going to Jamaica. You're the same person.
yeah, well done, Sunshine.
All right. You just did Tony a voice change. All right, I a bit irritated. Jumping in and saying let's stop talking. I'm not used to it because no one there's no Globers here and we're not. It's just we live on YouTube.
I was gonna say that a lot of these problems, a lot of people have come because they think they live on a ball. It's kind of like it's literal, like literally affects the body. Yeah.
Yeah, man, you're living in like a lucid dream with it's like that film with Brad Pitt.
Well, you believe everything you believe everything you're taught. You believe everything you read, you see on TV. It's just constant fear and anxiety, worry.
Yeah,
all
but it's
kinds of
also
shit, you're eating wrong. You're eating the wrong food. You're thinking the wrong thoughts. You're doing the wrong things.
No, you're not.
Worried about
No, you're not. No, you're
you
not.
know what I mean? All that is
No.
because people think the earth, because people believe what they're told, that the earth is a ball.
No.
And I think that's
No.
it's very liberating when you really.
Excuse me, can I not be a vegan because I don't believe the earth's flat? Can I not eat healthy and go to the gym because the earth's not flat? Can you stop talking so fucking shit?
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
So stop saying, because it's a heavy burden to be a flat earther. It's worse than being a globe earther. It hurts, and it messes your mind up. It messes your relationships up with your family, and it changes your whole mind. Haven't you heard the saying, ignorance is bliss?
How long have you been a flat earther?
9 years.
How long have you?
If ignorance is bliss, why isn't everybody fucking happy then?
Exactly, because I'm not happy. But a lot of Globers are happy, and they're fucking rich and all.
How long have you been a flat earther? Have you known about this flat earth?
Since YouTube since YouTubers started making content, and I don't know what year it was. It was a very long years ago.
Oh,
I was very serious about it. All day, every day on YouTube boxes and on Google Hangouts, talking to people.
It's not your problem. It sounds like it's something else because, I'm good. I'm happy.
But why are you saying that everybody who doesn't believe the Earth's flat is just thinking about the flat Earth doesn't make you a better person. It gives you something extra to ponder and fun.
Well, it doesn't make you a better person, but it also doesn't make you a worse person.
Exactly. So there's the end, the squashing your idea of people who don't know that.
If it's a burden, then let go of the burden. You don't have to carry. It doesn't have to be a burden.
Yeah, but it is. It is a bit of a burden. Does anyone else agree that since learning about flat Earth
You sound like Cypher. Like you're regretting your decision to take the red pill.
No bullshit. It's just Blackpool talk. Has anyone been burdened in their life by
You want to go back?
knowing the Earth's flat? Has it affected your family and what they think of you? Anything like
course.
that?
I see my family every day. I'm good with my brothers, my sisters. I got my daughters, my wife. I speak to my mother, my brothers. Everything is good, bro. Like,
All
I
right. So
mean,
what's the
God,
point then?
God
So what's the
bless.
point? So
Like,
why are
it,
you here?
not because I can talk about this and I can join the internet and talk about flat Earth means that my family doesn't. Well,
How are you going to deal with it? Because look, you can't control how people are going to feel about it, right? Towards you, but how are you going to respond to it? Right? Are you gonna like just
You're not the flat Earth Avenger. You're not the flat Earth sales representative. You're not the.
He's
You're
coming
not
up with
that
things that
guy that has to be
nobody's
pushing it
expecting to
to
be.
people through their
Coming
ears
up
and
with
their
things
eyes 24/7.
nobody's claiming to be
This is what this
the
place is for.
savior
To
of
talk
flat
about it
Earth.
here. Know your family.
All right, Gemsy, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Can everybody stop speaking over each other? I couldn't necessarily hear what Gemsy was saying there, guys, so I do apologise, Gemsy. But please, guys, can we stop speaking through each other? If somebody's talking, wait for them to finish.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying, I know the family stuff is tough these days, but still, you have your surroundings. You don't have to make it a big deal with family. If this is the internet, talk about it in the internet, and keep it cool with people surrounding you. Don't make enemies out of your families and friends because flat Earth, whatever.
No
Yeah,
prophet is honored in his hometown.
it wasn't about family. It's like, is anyone burdened or thought less that, like somebody thought less than, or told them they was a fool, or that they were wasting their time, or they were wrong, or what they were thinking about that they felt important to them was disregarded or seen as false because of what they believed to do with flat Earth. And to me, that's a burden.
Well, that's the cross you got to carry, mate. I mean, that's the job, right? You're going to get ridiculed.
Exactly.
It's not like we're going against some small organization that's lying to our school. We're going against the people that are lying to the world. So this is it. I mean, you can choose to not make it hard on yourself by not letting people know, by being discreet.
Yeah, I just find it mind-boggling that you just 3 minutes. People.
Well, people are different. Yeah.
He basically said that people who are the Globers are having shitter lives and as they when no, they can be vegan, they can go to the gym, they can be prosperous, they can have every freedom they got within their nation. Their rule. So can flat earthers, but flat earthers have an extra thing where they know that there's something different, and there's a group of people that are against us and stopping us from letting everybody know the truth, or us from even being accepted as knowing the truth instead of being foolish like all the things.
I agree, but we that just means we have to be, we have to operate even more. We have to be careful, even more vigilant, more aware of what we're doing. Right? If you know something is going to affect you like that, then it's probably best not to let them know that you're a flat earther, or if it's too late. I mean,
that's exactly right. Because she was backing out words like they was meaningless.
We can't.
Exactly right.
But we can't let we can't let how other people see us.
You should have more
They're all different. They're all different versions of you, right? And I bet the way you see yourself is totally different from the way everyone else sees you. So it's not even going to matter in the end.
Everybody was come to the fruition of Earth is not a spinning, floating fucking ball. Has all gone through similar things, and it's not. And there's many of them that are not nice things to go through. And the things that we all need to tackle together and give each other strength about, so that we can grow so we can not fall apart, or not just think it's a nonchalant thing, shitty thing, or that we need to just forget about it and not tell people because it's important.
Yeah, many people come before us have all gone through this too. Whenever
That's
something new comes up, or the truth, goes through phases. First, it gets ridiculed and mocked, and then anger, and then acceptance, something like that. So, if not us, then who?
Yeah.
Are there better qualified people out there that can do this, and we can just kick back and wait for everyone to accept the truth?
Got a question for you, Bob.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Mayhem.
Good morning, Mayhem, my friend. How are you?
Really well. Just another beautiful day. Looking to see what everybody's doing. I heard Gemsy on. I heard Bong on. A few of the guys in here. Michael Nicholas.
Yeah.
Who else? Who was the other guy?
Am I still here? Because my app just crashed.
Yeah, you're
Michael.
still here.
Yeah, you're still here.
Man, I remember the days on YouTube. Yeah, I'd be on a Google Hangout. I'd be talking the truth and all against the globe, and they just disconnect me on YouTube before they brought it. I mean, look at what Google did about bringing up the warnings from Wikipedia about saying that this is an archaic belief that's not true, and it's well. Look at all they went through just to shun us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you think about it, we did that. See, we're so powerful, right, that we made YouTube do that.
The United States of America's called a law. Never mind YouTube.
What was funny about that too? At the very beginning, the Wikipedia article for Flat Earth wasn't protected. It wasn't anything. It just said that the Flat Earth model is an archaic cosmology that puts the Earth at the center of the universe, or something along those lines. So you get an anti-Flat Earther talking about there's no Flat Earth model, and Wikipedia and YouTube added a link to a Flat Earth model. They were getting mocked. They was mocking their own content because inside their worldview, they view Wikipedia as the ultimate source of human knowledge. Wikipedia cited the Flat Earth model that they say doesn't exist.
By the way, I just unmuted Godric and Smurf. I don't know why they were muted, but I might find out. Godric, you're unmuted, by the way, but you are hot micing. Just letting you know, bro.
Yeah, that's something we should do. If anyone gets muted and they get unmuted, they should be let know so I don't burp into the stream. But I'm just going to behave from now on.
Yeah,
that was probably Smurf was probably wasted, and Godric was probably hot micing.
Well, Godric just muted, so yeah.
Oh.
I don't know about Smurf. He does come in here wasted at times.
I think the last hour and a half, we created some content and some context to speak their minds to the people who have spoken, and I think it's better than nothing. But what's next, I don't know, and I'm open to it all.
Well, we usually analyze the prior day's ongoings. That's usually what we do.
Right.
And, future events that are to come with, these ballers and anti-flat earth types. And we strategize, let's see. Yeah, we talk about current events as far as what we can say pertaining to the flat earth conversation. But we churn up content in that direction. Often at times we do go off to the side. But I think that's just the nature of things, usually. Yeah. That's what Jedi was talking about.
I think it's very important, it being studying sociology and stuff, and the way that the New World Order works, the way the powers that be, the easiest way to call them is the powers that be, the way they work, that a lot of things are taken and mixed together like a spider's web. I was an Alex Jones listener for 3 years before I come across Flat Earth. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
I mean, there's a lot of important things going on at once.
I've always looked at the life through a lens of it's not so popular to probably see it this way, but I try not to commit all or nothing fallacies when it comes to like people, because people are people. They're gonna do good shit and bad shit. Like Alex Jones, like tomorrow he might say something really amazing that nobody's ever heard of. Like, and it could be pertaining to like truth community. But at the same time, the following day he's gonna say something real shit against flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like, so I try not to. I try not to write people off just because they said something stupid, because people always say dumb things. You know what I mean? So I don't think anyone's prone
But
to not say that.
I just want to say I got a special care for people who are courageous enough to let go of the globe, to accept that it is a lie about the nature of the rock. Because I believe in the rock, the seed, and the beast, and as living creatures, the fruits and the vegetables and the trees and the flowers and the rock we stand on. And I also believe in the Holy Trinity, the Spirit, the Father, and the Son, and that's come stronger since flat Earth. And I think people need hope and strength, because the closer you get to God and the truth, the more evil will be preying on you if you fall in the wrong hole. Do you get what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean.
To piss off to Jamaica.
Huh? What happened in Jamaica?
Just no wonder people are like planning to get away and like make their own life and live separatists and be like. I want to be a pacifist, but I would like to be part of a mini society where we set our own rules and our own guidelines, and we don't fall prey to what's forsaken us, which is just like 1,000 years of lies.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Michael, but I think that if you do believe in scriptural context, that's not going to happen until God instills his government, which is going to be when he returns. So for right now,
I'm desperately praying for at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, but for right now, what we do is we try to snatch them out of the fire in the meantime, right, before he returns. But at that same time, we understand the situation, like as far as like where we're at with things, right? Like, where are we at with the whole world? Are we ourselves going to pull ourselves up from our own bootstraps and make the world a better place? I don't fucking think so. What's going to really happen here is that we're going to go all the way until we're going to keep this whole system is going to keep going downhill to the point where it's going to be no longer any more people speaking of truth. The truth has been already almost completely snuffed out, and then the king will return.
Yeah.
And reign.
Because that might not happen. Like, what are people going to do? Because we are only going downwards. What strengths and things are we going to be able to use when they take away free speech? When they're monitoring us now. They're monitoring everything.
Yeah,
when they install enforcement over that and stop us from saying things about certain things, like we make rules and guidelines about what we choose to speak about, because we have a choice and we set these guidelines and we respect them by being here. When the people above us and have power over us may have knowledge of things that they're hiding things, or having power and authority and insincere deeds or whatever, like the powers that be, it's been going on since, as far as I'm concerned, since being like a hippie. I don't know, since just not wanting war, just wanting peace over war. It's as simple as that. What are we gonna do when it gets? Because it's gonna get worse. What
you gonna do you? You're gonna do you, and everybody's gonna do themselves, and it's gonna be like that. This idea that everything is bad and everything is gonna be bad and everybody's gonna be like slaves to the system and the other guys gonna be the fighters of this. Come on, bro. Like, this is just like a movie way of thinking, like a global way of thinking, in my opinion. Because
you're in a shit situation yourself and life's not too great and it's not too good, and you think you might die next week, and you might, or you're ill.
Yeah, I've been on death's best as well. I've been there. I've seen it. Come on, like, yes, it's there. But it's not everything is bad. Not everything is decaying. Not everything is falling. And yeah, there's ways of doing things. There's fundamentals to this place and a way of operating. And yes, some people are gonna be stupid. Some people are gonna make bad decisions. Some people are gonna go crazy. Sure, it's not like our ancestors didn't go through similar things. No, we have it bad. We have it so bad. Yeah, we have it really bad. Yes. But what?
Bro, you just said that not everything is decaying and falling, bro, and that's literally what you said 5 minutes ago.
No, it's
everything-
not. It's not decaying. It's entropy, bro. It's just part of the way it is. Once when the coder kicks in, when the architect comes and he can put the cheat codes, and then we can get away
he's
from this.
coming at
Okay, let's
the
go.
end.
You know, no more
He's
entropy.
coming when all
Good,
hope
good
is
for
lost.
us.
I believe, yeah, this is just my belief on this flat Earth. Make sure it's about flat Earth. That the only time the Messiah, God's Son, and Heaven's army has come in is when all hope is lost, when the Antichrist has been reigning over the earth, when hell is on earth, when we all got the mark of the beast, when we're all split to evil. That is when, and when God decides that the earth will be no more, He will destroy, He will judge everyone, and then remake a heaven on the earth, and save the people that deserve saving.
What about cavemen? What about cavemen? Captain Caveman is here too as well. Oh, go ahead, Jeremiah.
Shit, he's saved. He ain't done nothing wrong.
Oh no, it's you said something wrong. I think build a new heaven on earth. If you actually read the Bible, no, that's not what happens. It's a new Jerusalem on earth and a new heaven up in the sky. So
A
new
second
heaven
heaven.
and new Jerusalem. Yeah, new ones are created. It doesn't come down to earth though, mate.
No, I'm not saying heaven's coming. Heaven's army comes down.
That's why I jumped in. That's what you said. That's why I jumped
I
in.
said heaven's army comes down. I'm saying that heaven's army comes down and battles hell.
I just wanted to challenge you in what you just said, but now you're going to turn around and say that's not what you just said, even though this is live streamed and I can go back and get it. Anyway, Captain Caveman, hold on, not talking to you anymore.
Why are you saying I said? You saying that you're telling me that I said that heaven is going to come down and be heaven on earth?
Yeah, you said heaven on earth. Would you like me to replay the live stream for you?
Yeah, because I said second heaven.
Yeah,
I said I meant second heaven.
Go back and listen to what you said. Anyway, let's move on.
But I mean second heaven. I don't think heaven's going to spill out onto the earth and be heaven on earth.
Yeah, just be careful what you Hold on. Be careful of what you say because people like me are listening to you. So
I'm glad you didn't say because I can clarify my point. I don't believe that heaven is going to spill out onto earth. I believe that God plans for when all hope is lost and we're all judged at the end of days. That eventually, after the 7 trumpets are blown and the angels and all the things happen that says at the end of the Bible, which I read yesterday, is basically there'll be a second heaven for the people who are saved. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what it says. Next time, don't say what you think it says.
No, just remind me because people make mistakes, that's all.
That's why I jumped in.
So we gotta move on, and hopefully the caveman replies. But on that point, I'm of the opinion, reading from the scriptures, that by the design of this place, there is the ground that we're standing on, there is the medium that we're in, there is the sky above us. And then there is heaven above that, and that place does comes down to earth, and it does create changes down here. But that's my opinion. Okay?
I believe that I didn't mean to interrupt, but there's a massive Watergate between the sky, what we see as space, and heaven. Is God, after the Noah's Ark, God made a covenant to not interfere with earth again until the end of days. But there is Sheol, which is and the waters above the earth.
Sorry, Michael. Sorry about this, man. My apologies. All right, so Captain Caveman is here. We'll unmute you in just a moment, Mike. Captain Caveman, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
Hey, what's up?
Another day in paradise.
You got a globe on your avatar. I don't know. Have we spoken before?
Yeah, I've been here before. Apparently, they think I'm a glober.
Well, you have a globe for your avatar, so I would just wonder why.
Well, if you look at what I posted in live chat, voice chat, you go up to where I put the globe, and then I put the 5 Easter eggs I have found in the globe painting, which probably means more than we even know.
Yeah, I can see all that stuff. But then, so you're for flat Earth, is that right?
I'm for a true Earth. Because that's not truth, what they showed us.
Flat Earth is not true.
I just said true Earth, not, because we have mountains and valleys.
What is a true Earth?
Truth. Things that are real.
Truth. So flat Earth is not real.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. Like,
he said that what they showed us is not truth. What they showed us, like the globe.
The globe?
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I'm talking about flat Earth, like the understanding of navigating across bodies of water on a flat and stationary plane. Like, are we saying that the Earth is not flat?
That's functional.
I'm not saying that there, because we use straight line of sight and straight navigation to get there, all straight line measurements.
Okay, so the Earth is curving and it's not flat in some way, but just not like a globe.
I have never seen a curve. I've looked.
Okay, so it's flat then.
No, there's mountains, valleys, water's level, but the terrain isn't flat, is it?
Well, right. it needs to be if we're practically going to use a sextant, wouldn't it be? Or am I getting my wires crossed here? Did I wake up in another dimension where people don't see the Earth as flat and stationary? In a chat room full of people who say the Earth is flat and stationary, are we now changing the tone of that to fit some other kind of new thinking?
No, but
I don't know. You guys need to chime in here and tell me where I'm wrong with that idea.
Well, there's hills, valleys, mountains, etc. Technically, it's not perfectly flat. The water's level.
Are we navigating across a flat and stationary plane when we go across the waters of the Earth?
Water, yeah, water's level. But
so it is. Oh, wait, you're not saying flat though. You're saying level.
Water's flat, but the terrain underneath it isn't.
Oh. Well, who gives a shit about that? We're not measuring the underneath. We're measuring the surface.
You're saying is the Earth flat? The terrain, technically, it's not.
Right. So the Earth is like. Oh my God!
What room are we in, dude? Did we just enter another dimension? What's going on, bro? The fuck's it?
The waters of the Earth. We know the waters of the Earth are level, and mountains and valleys and shit. Yeah, that's the topographical plane. Goes up and down a bit, but that is still level too, even though one bit is higher than the other when we talk about a mountain and, I don't know, a trench in the bottom of the ocean. But the water between those two levels is level. Yeah, it's a topographical plane, obviously.
Well, I don't think so.
Are we done with that point now?
I thought we were.
100%, I agree. 100% the water's level. Yeah, 100%.
That's level. Yeah, that's what you said, level. What is this new term that everybody's just now allergic to saying? Why are we allergic to saying the word flat now? Like, are there some new flat earthers out there saying that we can't say flat anymore, guys? We got to change the terms because flat isn't a description anymore. We got to change it to something that's apropos, like level. Let's just say level, and we'll just keep it there. Or how about true earther? Or how about banana earther? Or some other shit? You know, like what is the fuck? Like, so we can't say one thing, we have to say another thing. Like. It's just a description, guys. That's all it is. It's not the actual entirety of the realm. Like, we're gonna say that we have topography, obviously, right? Like, that's obvious.
You said it properly, right? Because some flat earthers use flat earth. Oh, I'm in love with the flat earth. Oh, the flat earth gave me so much joy. That's the romanticized version of the flat earth. When you use the term properly and you use it as a description to describe the plane across as the flat earth, yeah, you use it correctly, but it's not like this romanticized version that people have these days.
Well, I don't know about all that, Jemsy. All I know is that if you were describing, the level waters off this earth and we say that they're flat and stationary, like, I feel like now there's maybe a new kind of thinking where people are on this idea where let's just rename that whole concept to like true earther or perhaps level earther or something else, because flat earth is triggering. Earther. I don't know.
I'm a heaven earther.
Heaven earther, whatever. But I'm saying it just, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that's where we were at with the whole idea and understanding and description. But with all these new terms that are coming up, where it's like, are we changing things now? Do you think that's even great to do? Like, what's going on, guys? Because Captain Caveman and Spinning super spinning monkey? Like, why do you guys feel this way? I don't understand. Like, can you guys help me with that? Like,
okay, basically, I am a flat earther. Don't get me wrong. I totally agree that it is stationary. It's not curved. But I also believe that I'm pretty sure now that the term flat earth is a controlled release. Like, if you search the term flat earth into Google now, it's completely censored and controlled. Like, you're not going to find any real information on there. And as long as we're labeled as flat earthers, they can control us. We can be controlled. We can be ridiculed. We can be censored. As opposed to the whole world figuring out that it's not a globe and creating their own terms, it would be impossible to control. Because you'd have thousands of different groups just going, oh, it's not a globe.
So you're saying it's better to change that word for, purposes of getting out into the public? You think that's better to do that?
Possibly. I'm just saying, you call it whatever you want. It just come to the realization that it's not a globe.
Call it whatever you want.
Call it whatever you want, just not a globe.
Well, it's flat and stationary.
Yeah, I mean, the water is definitely level.
So
I don't know. Fuck, dude.
Well, I don't understand, man. Seriously. We get that the term flat earthers has been coined to go along with conspiracy theorists. So as soon as somebody hears the term flat earthers, it's ridicule that comes out. That's absolutely fine, not a problem. But what else are we supposed to do? The Earth's flat.
I know, this is a tough thing. It's like the term anti-vax.
I think I was still talking. Hold on, let me ask around.
Sorry.
It's not a problem, mate. Just let me point out, that what are we supposed to do? We can invoke arguments, right? We can stand on our fucking tippy toes with our chests out and say the Earth is flat, because it is. We can say that, oh, God, all right, a 5-year-old might point out hills and mountains and stuff. Yeah. But we're told 70-odd% of the surface of the Earth is water. So that water's level. That's flat, that is, and that's the majority of the surface of the Earth. So flat Earth, then.
Well, I thought, Jedi. I think maybe you need to rephrase that and say something else. How about, true Earth or heaven Earth or some other concept? Because flat Earth is triggering. You might trigger the algorithm. You might trigger the human that comes in here thinking the Earth is a globe. You might trigger something's going to happen when you say flat Earth, man. It's triggering. It just triggers people.
It's not about triggering.
You need to change that, bro. It's going to label you.
You're going under a label. It's like if you decided to question the vaccine, and now all of a sudden someone's going, "You're an anti-vaxxer," but you're not. You're just genuinely interested in what's in the VATS, the V. But now someone's just labelled you, going, "Oh, anti-vaxxer. You're a flat earther. You're questioning space. You're a flat earther now. You just stuck it."
Well, I mean, if you're not for that thing, aren't you an anti that, whatever it is? You're
not necessarily for it or against it. You're just questioning it.
Maybe we're also right-wing extremists. Maybe we're that as well.
Exactly. Yeah, you might.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because we got people in here who are anti-flat earthers, and we label them that because that's exactly what they are. They're not globe heads like the rest of the globe heads. They're people who are, they have an agenda against flat Earth, so they are themselves against it. So, and they know it too. They know they are. But I don't know. I guess because when we're redefining things, we're looking for better ways to communicate, and I think the terms that we've already agreed upon, if nobody's objecting to it, I think that we've already said that what level is. Of course, level has been in the globe idea, with the first adjective being that it's following the curved liquid parts of the Earth. There's a few things that can be looked into with that, but for the most part, we understand what level means, right? I mean, we agree on that with the definition. To my knowledge, anyway. I don't know. Anyway,
It's similar to many of the terms that have been taken and perverted. So it's good that people can talk about it and put a definition about, hey, this is what it means. We're talking about flat Earth. This is the description, and this is how things work in reality. Away from the fantasy, from the lie. This is why the flat Earth term is used to point out, hey, reality, right? Let's go back to the real thing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're going to practically use the term for reasons of like navigating the waters or something like that's great. I just feel like there's an avoidance of it, and because labels and triggers and all kinds of stuff, it's like, I don't know. Then we're just walking on digital eggshells, and we have to be careful. We can't say words. It's like, man, fuck that. Like that, we say what we say. But I don't know. I thought waking up to a new day, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, but Captain Caveman, I don't know if you're of the same mind, and it seems like maybe you are. I'm not gonna label you. You have to come up and speak for yourself, but I kind of think that's the way you were going with like Super Spinning Monkey. He feels the same way. Don't say flat Earth because it labels you. You might be labeled.
I don't know. I want to use this as an example.
Yeah, go ahead. You got an example?
Not meant to offend anybody, but black people are called the N-word, and they work hard not to be called the N-word.
No, I don't know about that, bro.
And the N-word classifies, yeah, but used from a certain perspective, it means something other than another perspective.
They call themselves the N-word all the time, so they're not necessarily trying to fight it. Part of, but they kind of reclaimed that word, didn't they? And I say they, and I feel awful for doing so. But black people took that word back, right?
Yeah, but they use it in a different context. They didn't use it as a derogatory term. They use it more of a brother.
Isn't that what we're doing?
What is this flat Earth related, Mayhem?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
They were saying that the word itself is being weaponized, I guess. Captain Caveman, that was your point, but I think you're making our point. That if it was something weaponized against them, and they used it for the, undoing that, well, I mean, I don't know. It's not really too analogous, but I mean, I get your point.
No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
There you go. I mean, that's scriptural, right? But like, what we try to do is like we just keep it with the flat Earth because it's like it seems to be sometimes it triggers flat earthers even like, oh, here I am with my labels, right? Like, I don't know, like shit. I mean, you're not that as far as like you're a human being, you're whatever name you are. I get that. That's totally understandable. But like when we talk about the description of the, surface, then we're gonna say terms like that. So I don't know. People, you could say whatever your name is, whatever Super Spinning Space Monkey. You're not a flat earther, but you can consider the description of the surface to be flat. That's okay.
Oh no, I am a flat earther, 100%. But I try and stay away from that group or that label.
Like being in the flat Earth in the group.
I'm 100%. I'm a flat earther. Yeah, 100%. I just think that the term flat Earth itself is a controlled release.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like people are too concerned with that kind of stuff. Oh, like Jimsy was saying, like you're romanticizing. Like, I don't give a fuck, man. Like flat Earth and whatever. Like you don't like it. Go find another group or whatever. But like, fuck it. Like this is what it is. Who gives a shit? Like, there's too much emphasis on like whether it's romanticized or it's not, or two people are staying away from it. And like, I don't give a fuck. Like this is what it is. The Earth's description is flat, and hey, you know what? That's all. That's it. Like that's all, and that's it. Like I don't see there being too much out of it. Like we're making too much of it. You know what I'm saying? Like all of us, we're just who cares?
I think at the end of the day, the point I'm trying to make is like all the normies now who I say normies loosely, like anyone who's tried to look into it, say they automatically type the term in flat Earth into say Google, and the information that you get under that label is all misinformation. We know that. Whereas,
of course,
if there wasn't a label or wasn't just one term for them to search, they might get somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. See, I get your point. Like for the algorithm not to give them the misinformation, and this is my view. Doesn't matter what you say, and let's say you go with True Earther or a Level Earther or whatever. Then eventually, once more people get drawn to that, what do you think is going to happen? Of course, that will get like what you say is censored or weaponized or whatever. It's like, and then you can't you can't make anyone happy because then you switch it to True Earther, and then that shit gets weaponized, and then it turns it against the people, and then everybody's like, well, don't look at True Earther now because True Earther is a label, and it's like, well, fuck, and you're gonna take away all the shit.
Label, guys, it's not about the labels are not necessarily bad. Like you could have the label, the family mechanic label, and you're a good mechanic, or you could be a bad mechanic. And when it comes to the flat Earth, and you can speak about the topic and bring the points about it, well, you better know what you're talking about, right? I'm talking about level or motionless or senses or the sextant or laser tests. I mean, that's what a flat earther does. It knows about that stuff, right? And can talk about it, right?
Yeah, I think we're getting hung up too much on names and labels and all kinds of stuff. I think that's the issue here, which is why everybody wants to change it to something different. And it doesn't matter. Like whatever it is, the algorithm's going to change to like censor the topic so that it doesn't get spoken of. It's going to do it, I think. But why are we not seeing that? Like as if changing something from one term to another will solve the problem. That won't. That was never the issue. The issue was that the truth is being spoken and it's coming out, and they don't want that to happen, so they're going to throttle algorithms, and they're going to, it's not so much censor, but they won't allow it to be as known as, because it's the truth. So
you're exposing the lies with the truth. You're exposing the lies with the truth, right?
Yeah, that will be censored. Truth is being censored. Let's just say, like, it doesn't matter what. It could be this topic. It could be another one where truth is being spoken. That shit's gonna be censored. But like, we already know that. So why is changing something to something else gonna, like, in the mind it might seem like it's better, but in reality, when it starts to get popular, they'll say, okay, well, it's changed to a new word, so let's just go ahead and throttle those terms, so it doesn't get really seen by the people that are searching for it. You know what I mean? Like that's just the way it's got to be. So if you're in the truth side, then things are going to be throttled. They're not. But it's not so much the actual word, because if we're getting away from the word, that's going to make things better. No, it's not going to be that way. Anywhere truth is being spoken.
People have been filtered out from certain behaviors from other people, right? Like people just don't like let's say representatives of the flat Earth, and then there's many examples, right? In the YouTubes, you find the flat Earthers in the YouTubes, and they're just doing silly things and being dumb. And you find some people don't want to be kind of like, I'm not part of this group of dumbasses, saying that the ground is racing, or like the Flat Earth Society, or even let's say, for example, remember Nathan Thompson, that he was pranked by these people from Harvard, from Massachusetts, and they let's go prove the flat Earth, Harvard researchers, and it was just a freaking prank, and he was wearing like a duck suit. I mean,
he came in here actually
don't fall for that kind of stuff.
Well, there is that, right? But
I think that is the Flat Earth version. That is just the dumbed down version, the TV version of Flat Earth, right? And then the real version.
Well, like he got invited over there, but then he came into this chat. I don't know if you know that, Jemsy. He came into this chat. And he was talking about it like it was something amazing. It was like, I didn't know who. So here's the thing, man. And those other guys were trying to make it a big old show. Like, he went to the Flat Earth conference. They even clipped me talking to Nathan when he came in here and said that. And they were putting it on their funny clips and whatnot. I don't care. I didn't know what he was talking about. Like, he's like, well, some guys are going to do a test, and it's got to do with a magnet and whatever. I'm like, okay, that's great. Let's see what that's all about. Bring your evidence and all. We're just talking normally. But then somebody was in here, I guess a part of their group or whatever, to get the soundbite, when he was doing that, because they wanted to make expose Nathan and make fun of him and stuff. But I think, I don't know, like that's just normal stuff. I mean, and people
are careful. People are definitely careful about labeling themselves something and wearing the hat and wearing the dog suit out there and saying things just because labels. You see, so people are definitely careful, and people have a lot of walls in front of them, because today you just can't take anything as face value, just because.
Yeah, but we start walking on eggshells, Jemsy, and that's what I'm saying. Like when we do that, like we're just like cowering we're cowering to the powers that be, because that's like everything. That's anything that you when you speak of something and you're just let's be very careful. For what? Like for who? For ourselves? Like are we out like because we don't want to? But who cares? Like people are gonna have your they're gonna put you in a bad light anyway if they want to. So you can't control that. The only thing you can do is be yourself, be truthful, and just get out there and speak truth. Like that's all. Like really, when it gets down to it.
I definitely do it. I do it. I do it. We try to do it with myself, with my inner circle, with my family, and my friends, and I keep it real for them. Many topics, including this one, and I can just keep it real, like you're saying. It's just that I'm not gonna go to the store to buy the milk, and I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, everybody, flat earth, right?" And I go to the store guy. I'm not gonna do that.
Hey, Nathan does that.
Yeah, Nathan does that. So there you go. I'm not gonna do that. He can do it. So
he uses a bullhorn.
Gonna do their own thing. Go ahead.
He uses a bullhorn. He goes to the Red Lobster, or was it the Red Lobster? Oh, he goes somewhere and he's using a bullhorn. And he's like, "Hey guys, I just want to let everybody in there here know that the Earth is flat." Like, what good is that gonna do? Everybody just looks at him real crazy, like, "What the fuck?"
And then he's wearing a dog suit and saying, "Yeah, we connected an antenna from here to China," and he hasn't verified it. And people are like, "Okay, dude."
Yeah.
Okay, flat earther. Yeah, but that's not the real thing. That's not what we're talking about here, right? We keep it real. We gotta have the filters for certain things, like the dupes and the lies and that kind of stuff. All senses. But I agree with you.
Yeah, you want a better reality, man? Go out there and fucking change it. Don't sit in a room complaining about how shit is and going the way you and things are bad and algorithms and labels and shit. Just go out and be awesome. That's it. That's all.
There's a really powerful meme where it shows the Hulk Avenger guy where he's doing that thing where it's an absolute win. He said, "So you're telling me that censoring flat Earth has caused more people to research flat Earth? I call this an absolute win."
I don't know.
Hey everyone.
I think we're on. Go ahead,
I was just gonna say, I was reading a magazine the other day, and it was really boring because it had so much pseudoscience, and I just posted one of the topics, and I thought it was a really fun summary of an event. Why do researchers believe in the existence of a substance we can't see and that no one has directly detected? Great introduction.
Yeah, definitely. They should put the globe Earth at the bottom of that.
Yeah, unfortunately it was particle physics, not globe Earth physics.
I know. One can hope.
One day.
But
there was actually an interesting article which was talking about how they're sending balloons up into, I think they called it the stratosphere, and they were getting these balloons to like pick up infrared sound. And so I thought, oh, that's actually cool. I didn't know they do that. But apparently they are doing that, and they're like, oh no, but we don't actually know the source of the sound. And so they're like turning it into some big mysterious thing.
Yeah, it's Glober screeching across the plane of the Earth because they know that we're destroying their globe. Why? No! No, it's pretty cool. Who do we got in here right now? Is it just us, Stacy, and Jedi, and Jemsy, and who's alive today?
I'm about. Sorry, I had to jump out. I had to go and take a phone call quickly. But good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening to everyone. I hope you're all doing well.
This is great, bro. Another great day, dude. We stopped with the fucking black pills. You know, that's been some time ago. We got Timbo. He's over yonder. Over there. We're over here.
Good day.
Oh, Bong Sao, you're over there too, aren't you? You're over there?
Yes, I'm over there.
Well, I'm over here.
Where are you?
Right.
Are you over here, Mickey? Are you over here or are you over here?
I'm far from there, but I'm close to here. How about that?
Oh, okay. You're over here. Cool.
That's what they used to tell me a long time ago, like as a joke. Where are you at? Well, I'm far from there, but I'm close to here. Is that cool?
That's cool. So you're here.
That sounds like a Glober trying to explain their place in the universe.
Directions, right?
Yeah, Systems is like, that's a dad joke. Yeah, you better believe it is. I'm good at those. Now, we've been talking. Yeah, go on, Jedi.
I was just saying, I've got nothing but dad jokes, mate. That's all I come up with these days.
Well, you are a dad, so you have excuse.
You could quote Shakespeare and sound like a smarty pants and say neither here nor there.
Well, you sound like Dr. Seuss now, Crit. Neither here nor there, nor everywhere. Where would you eat your green eggs and ham?
In the Ortello, they talked about, like, where are you? Yeah, it's kind of funny. I didn't think of it that way until we just said
it. What's wrong with that jokes?
Freaking AI, you're coming in hot, brother. Like, look at what he put in the live stream voice text. Although if he was in here, he'd probably be saying that verbally, audibly.
You got work today, Miggy?
No, actually. Well, you know, I'm in between work, let's say. I have been for like a couple weeks now. We're we're trying to relocate to a different place, so.
Oh, do you know what? High five and snap. That's what I'm trying to do at the moment. So I'm looking for work outside. Yeah. So I'm trying to change location in the UK at the moment. So I'm looking for work in another place.
Come into the States? I don't know.
No, I'm moving to the fucking States, man. I'm just moving to fucking Cambridge here. But yeah, the phone call that I took earlier was my second job offer in 4 days. So things are looking pretty fucking positive right now, man. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't want to pull numbers out my backside because I really don't know. Within the next 2 months, I'll say hopefully 4 weeks, but within the next 2 months, definitely I should be changing locations.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was projected. I had the same conversation yesterday. So yeah, we're going to be moving locations on the flat plane. Minus topography.
And I hope your moves for positive reasons, man. And I hope when you move, everything works out for you.
Yeah, same for you, man. Because like I know that's a big hassle, but you know we got to do what we do.
Me and you are going to have a private catch up at some point, mate. I think there's some gaps. Me and you should have a private conversation about some things going in my life that I want you to know about, man. So I don't necessarily always want to talk in code in the live stream and so on. But yeah, me and you need to have a private VC at some point, buddy.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. We'll catch up.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
Bong, are you hitting that bong?
Oh shit! You can hear it.
No.
Yeah, I can hear the gurgling, bro.
God damn.
Sorry, mate, it's me. So.
No, he's got that China ditchweed over there in Aussie, so we got to feel for him a little bit. Feelings to.
We all get where he got the name Bong from.
That's Bong Sao, bro. Like
water.
He was hitting the bong, and he was like, you know what? My internet name is gonna be Bong. Because bong.
Water. Yeah, because you put water in a bong, it becomes the bong.
Oh, you fucked up, dude.
You put some ice.
I like the way that I like the way that you've got a container as well there, Bong. You obviously need that, don't you?
Fucking hell.
Trying to keep it flat. Really trying to.
How do bongs work on the globe? Fuck, dude. Like, we got.
Putting water on a bong. I mean, like, who does that shit?
But we were talking with Stacy a while back about her balloon rides, and she was like seeing the Earth from a higher vantage point than the rest of us. So, anyways,
well, it's mainly just like standing on a mountain, but the mountain you're standing on is invisible because you can see everything without obstruction.
You know, and what we're talking about, like the strange thing is, like, I don't think I could have got a free balloon ride, but Stacy got a free balloon. She's like, you know. But by the way, guys, where are you guys headed? And the guys are, oh, we're going up, man. You want to come? Like, but that wouldn't happen to Jedi. I'd be like, dude, fuck off, man. Like, he's like, he wouldn't get the same treatment.
No, I have my young youthful charm.
Yeah. I get
Bachelor eyelashes and yeah. No, but it was kind of cool though that you got to do that because I mean, did you take your camera with you? Should have done that.
No, it was too rushed. Otherwise, I would have got my infrared camera.
You got to be ready with that, Stacy.
Yeah, I should be. Since then I've been doing some volunteering, so I'm helping with like local ground crew, hot air balloon inflation setup stuff. All voluntary, but it's a cool thing. I learned today actually that they use Velcro to like attach some of the fabric at the top of the balloon, so when they want to come down, they like release the Velcro to let more air in, so it goes down.
Something new that you didn't know before, huh? Cool.
Yeah, Velcro in the
sky. That's like come down permanently, right? When you're done.
Yeah, when they're wanting to land.
Yeah.
We all know that Velcro is actually space technology, so that adds up.
They created that shit on the ISS, right? Oh, go ahead, Captain. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you release the fat, it don't let air in, it lets the hot air out, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but if it has Velcro, it means, yep, the Earth's a globe because NASA made Velcro. Oh no, I just disproved the Earth being flat.
They created it on the ISS.
So it's acting like a parachute as it's coming down?
Well, it doesn't. It still has heaps of air in it, which is like it's not a quick drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think they always open. I think it's something they'll like release the Velcro if they need to, but generally I don't think they do it so much.
I'd be like, release the Kraken. The Velcro, dude. Yeah.
But hey, if I keep volunteering, I might get another free ride, and maybe that time I'll actually bring my infrared camera.
Well, you got to have that in a backpack in your back, so next time it does happen, you're like already ready. You know, you just got everything ready to go.
Curious question: once they open it, can they shut it?
Oh no, it's like until it's on the ground again. Like, cause like the balloon's like the top of it's probably 10 meters above you. It's like
that's pretty high.
Big house. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought maybe it might have had a double rope system where it just goes over and pulls it back up.
Yeah, it's massive when you look at it.
Oh, that's for Jedi. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I tag on long enough, they might hire me. That's my ulterior motives.
That's a spirit.
Yeah, even if that doesn't happen, it's still a really cool thing to like just explore with my free time.
Hey, and doing music like the way you've been doing, is that something you do like part time or like? Because you did some Flat Earth content music, you know, for.
That's very like basement, just random me doing stuff, not really getting anything out of it except my own entertainment.
Personal satisfaction that you've done something within the community. Well, like, yeah, your title was really catchy, man. Like, I gotta say, because that little theme stuck in my head. So, I don't know how you thought of that catchy tune, and then you put it on there, and now everybody's like jamming out to it. Because Helio played it a couple times over and over again, so it was kind of cool. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I like it. It's catchy. So you gotta. I think you got a knack for that, is what I'm saying. So don't stop doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I just have to be careful these days because my room's right next to my sister's room, and the walls are super thin. So if she hears me like spouting at any like flat Earth stuff, she gets a bit mad. So I have to be careful with my timings.
Okay. So perhaps when she's not there, you'll rock out, just like bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing some parodies.
Hell yeah! Why don't you bring your Helioa friend in, and maybe he can help you? Does he mind that he's like you can jam out together, or does he not do that with you? Are you the only one that jams out, and there's no other people to play instruments? Like,
yeah, I don't really know musical people. Well, I mean, I do, but they're super far away.
Oh, I get you. So you're a one-man band right now, currently.
Yeah, I'm not really a singer sort of person. I just do it for the fun of it, rather than for any professional reasons. I think I mainly just like being wordy and making things rhyme and sound clever.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of catchy tune. You got a knack for it, no less. But I mean, did all that stuff you made up on your own? And I'm just asking that because you do flat Earth content in the music form. And I was just like, well, what got into you to actually want to do that? Like that was just something. Maybe
I don't know. I just like spreading the truth of it, just for like a small community of random people on
Stacey,
Discord or whatnot.
You have your song on YouTube, right? On your YouTube?
Yeah.
I wonder if the bot plays it. The bot's been kind of like squirrely lately. You know, it's been a bit finicky. But do you have the link to that? If you want to put on Livestream Voices,
can fetch it for you.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I'd like to play it if you don't mind.
3 minutes.
Got a song? Like to hear it? Here it goes.
Okay, just fetching it. Okay, sharing the link.
Thanks, Stacey. All right, let me play that for just a couple of minutes and then we'll come right back. Because I think it's really cool. So, all right, here goes.
He's a Glober, he's a Helioa, he's all into rockets and he loves latest projects. My friend, he loves NASA, and sees some curvature. Thinks he lives on a spinning ball. Thinks there's a plethora of globe evidences, but his head's in the sky while mine's still on the floor. And he's made no distinction that the lights above are foreign to the terrain that we walk in, so he constant correlates. And that's how we know where we've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. The sky is foreign to land. I say it's not tangible, and we don't really know what it might be. But he's seeing the spectrography, and he correlates them constantly. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. Anything is better than home about an answer, so you find a speculation rather than being unsure. Correlation is not causation, but the best explanation validates it for you. My friend, he's a Glober, we've been going nowhere, back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him off yet, but we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him of a foreign sky, and he can convince me to correlate the sky. My friend, he's a Glober, he agreed, he'd probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this foreign evidence. My friend, he's a Glober, he is a Helioa, thinks we met the moon, and I know we didn't go there. He's a love of NASA, but I know she's a liar, he can't comprehend the lines or the nights that she would lie. Yeah, but I can sympathize cause I was stuck at 2 months, couldn't comprehend the way that they would lie and make the world of the intent won't really matter regardless the lie is still there. And now that I'm aware, I think it's time to wake the world up. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend the lie without knowing the intent. The reasons you can speculate, but you don't really know what it might be. But they don't admit it openly, so he dismisses a constant comprehension. It's not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. Ignorance is better than knowing there's a liar, and the lie sits at the center of the world you admire. Comprehension is not a reason to dismiss the message that you don't like. My friend, he's a clover, we've been going nowhere. Back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet. But we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can convince him that it's all a lie, and he can convince me that NASA tells the truth. But my friend, he's a clover, he agreed. He probably know that he can see there's evidence, all this big probe evidence. My friend, he's a clover, he's a helioa. I tell him to go measure the radius of clover, he present direction and interpretation, and uses all this data to affirm the cryptic radius. He still needs a model to replace his current worldview. I didn't know the world was so dependent on his model, and he expects me to explain how the world works on the flat plane, and he thinks I'm so dismissive, but he made the positive claim. And that's how we get nowhere. We've been discussing this for years, but he can't seem to comprehend. Now without a model, the earth still stands. I say you need direct evidence, so you don't really know what form it might be, but you appeal to what's secondary, like it's akin to the primary. Direct evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. It's what the evidence is subject to, and it'll shatter that which can't be true. Indirect evidence is ultimately worthless if it won't hold up to the direct proof. My friend, he's a clover, we've been going nowhere. Back and forth and over, trying to convince one another. I don't know how we got it, but I haven't scared him up yet. But we're clashing like a roadblock, and it's gonna get us nowhere. I can't convince him the model has no need, and he can't convince me his proof is primary. But my friend, he's a clover, he agreed. He probably know that he can see this evidence, all this book of evidence.
Yeah, boy. That's awesome, Stacy.
Yeah, I may have to say I listened to it a bit too much. I might not like it anymore.
Man, that's the hit right there.
So I'll be nominated for Flat Earth Emmys. Wait, no.
You got my vote.
Emmys might be the acting one. I don't know the difference. Grammys. Flat Earth Grammys.
Yeah, it's a Grammys.
Was that original or is it a cover?
I stole the music from a random YouTube video, but I put my own words to it.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I didn't recognize the song.
So super duper copyrighted and pirated, but all in good spirit.
I think it's the bee's knees, though.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was fun. It's catchy. Yeah.
And we got 16 people watching the live stream right now. I don't know if anybody wants to come in here and have a chat with us, but we're just having a easy breezy morning with a lot of our friends like Stacy, Bong Sao, Jemsy. We're just talking. That's all. Oh, we had a guy that came in last night who was trying to provide some evidence for the Earth being a globe, but every single time he wanted to say something, he said, I think we got some evidence with statistics. If you just allow me to tell you about my statistics, then these statistics will provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. What do you guys think about that? You think we can find out the Earth's a globe through statistics?
How does statistics? What does it have to do with verifying that something is a sphere?
I don't know, but it was really high on that guy's burner. Like, I mean, it was like, you guys aren't letting me speak. Because if I was to tell you these statistics, definitely the Earth is a globe. I mean, just based on that information. And I was like, we don't give a fuck about statistics. We want to care only about the geometry. And he's like, no, fuck that. Statistics. Well, anyway, whatever. I mean,
yeah.
So obviously, statistics are great evidence for the Earth being a globe.
It's like saying if 90%, if 99% of people are jumping off a cliff, therefore I should jump off a cliff. Right?
That's what it sounded like to me. So, but I mean, I could be wrong.
Well, if everyone's jumping, I guess I should jump. It's like, you sure about that? Wait, are you 100% sure about that?
Well, if all the scientists say you should jump, of course.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 scientists agree, Bong. You should jump off that cliff without a parachute.
Well, that's nice. That's some nice numbers you got there, buddy. What about that 1 out of 10? Who's that guy? What does he say?
He probably agrees with you.
I'm gonna go with that dude.
Yeah, we got 9 of them saying something else, so we gotta go with statistics, bro. Because statistics, at the end of the day, are going to get us to the actual understanding of what this Earth is. You know, because like if you have a group of people who think that the Earth is a globe, and there's a shit ton of them, then by way of statistics, you're going to figure out the Earth's a fucking globe. Because you got a lot of people, not just a little bit, you know, not just kind of like 100. We got millions and billions, right, of people. So how could all of those people be wrong? Can you explain that, Bong?
Yes.
Where are the whistleblowers then? If there's so many people that know the Earth's a globe, where are the whistleblowers?
I can explain anything. Well, better than the government, you know. Like, I'll do my best. Yeah.
Yeah, but Bong, you're not the lab coats or anything, so you don't know anything. You can explain it, even though you don't know. You just ask them.
I know many things. I know that fire is hot, right? Water is wet. I mean, this is a really big list. You know, I'm not going
to... The statistics aren't in yet, Bong. We don't know that information. We got to wait for the majority of people to come in with the study on statistics, and we figure out how many people think fire is hot. We got to put that all into a graph, and we got to put charts, pie charts. We got to figure, you know, because like obviously that's how we're going to get to the truth.
Math. We got to do math to figure it out.
I agree with you, Jemsy.
Okay. Yeah. So if we're going to talk about statistics, then fine. Okay. First of all, what is the sample, right? There's always a sample, right? How many people did you look at, you know, survey, whatever, you know, the numbers are coming from, right? So I mean, there's that. And then there's the quality of the sample, you know, and then, I mean, yeah, are there any details then? Or are we just throwing the word statistics around? Bunch of scientists. Oh.
All right, so check this out, man. Here, let me define statistics. It's the practice or science of collecting and analyzing numerical data in large quantities, especially for the purpose of inferring proportions in a whole from those in a representative sample. That's what the definition of that is. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but you know, there's always a problem with statistics is that you know, the sample, you know, the quality of the sample is not always consistent. So, you know, it's not reliable. I mean, it gives you an idea, but it doesn't really. You might get a sample doesn't represent the whole.
But now you're sounding like the guy last night, right? Because that's what he was saying. Well, that's gives us some evidence. That's what he said.
Yeah, but still, it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of a sphere.
Yeah, but from 0 to 10, how much does the fire burns you? How hot does it feel?
See, Jemsy's getting it. He's getting it, bro. I think he's getting it. You got to put this shit in a scale, Bong. Like, that's the only way. Okay, so from 1 to 10, and you have the little on the bottom. It's got the face. One's a smiley face. He's a 1, and then the unhappy face. He's a 10. So you got in between there. You're gonna choose how you feel when you put your hand on the fire.
Agree? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Or do you strongly disagree? Yeah.
Because how else can we figure out the truth if it's not? You gotta put the.
You put your hand in the fire and then you pick from these selections: A, B, C, D, E. You pick these ones. After you put the hand in the fire.
Well, check it out. We're gonna have a sample set. We'll do a sample set of like 100 people. How about that? We're gonna put a label to it. 100 people. Out of 100 people, we're gonna each one is gonna put their hand on fire and take it away, and then they're gonna write down or multiple choice which one they think is the one they are. Then after all of that data, we collect the data. We gotta collect it, and we're then gonna do like an algorithm to see, like, okay, these 100 people say, it doesn't hurt that much, when you put your hand on fire. And therefore, the truth is, putting your hand on fire doesn't hurt that much.
They have to wait after a certain period of time before they have to write down, because if they put the hand in the fire and then they have to write something down, it's gonna be trouble. It's not gonna be easy.
Okay, so
Jemsy has a point.
So what? What if the numbers are not even real? You know what I mean? How do we verify the numbers are real?
Because you can write them down on a piece of paper, Bong. Duh.
I think there is a real ease level to the mathematics of the world, the design of things, the ratios of stuff, and that's more closer to the designer, the foundational things. And then there is the perverted version of the numbers, the mathematics, the ratios, and that version of things that makes everything kind of confusing because it's not based in reality.
I did the Ouija board once, and I spoke to a dead spirit. No, I'm not lying, guys. I'm not making this up. I spoke to a ghost, and he said,
"Don't do that,
man." And he told me, he said, that God is way more strict than what we ever imagined. That for the slightest thing, you will go to hell or purgatory. So
we need 100. We need 100 people to do exactly what Michael Nicholas said, and then we're gonna do some statistics, right? Because we got to figure out if that's true or not. And then out of the 100 people, we're gonna put them on a chart, right? And the chart is gonna have the happy face as the 1, and then number 10 is gonna be the unhappy face. So, how many of those people will agree with Michael Nicholas? That's statistics, right? And that's how that works.
Yeah,
and then we'll find out if that's truth or not.
Who believes that I'm making it up or I'm lying?
Well, with a sample set of 100 people, we're gonna find out, right? Because that's how statistics.
I follow what he was saying about the God being stricter than people. Yeah. I think there's something to that. 100%.
Like childbirth and sex before childbirth before wedding, leaving your partner before divorce, or even ending a marriage is an oath that you forfeited. That's purgatory. He said that they make them learn Latin. Do you know who it was? Do you know why I'm not lying? Well, I'm not. I don't even know. It's my dead twin. It was my twin brother.
Yeah, but depends on your numbers, the figures, if you're lying or not.
Exactly. I'm with Jemsy.
My twin brother died 3 years ago at the age of 28. He had a hole in his heart, and he was a drug addict and alcoholic, and he told me he was in purgatory. Yeah, like I'm not making this up for a joke, man. But he told me to care about love. He said that it wasn't that all that bad.
It's something that the Catholic Church made up. Okay, it's not in the scriptures.
What, purgatory?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm lying, man. He said he was in hell. He said he was in hell, and then I think I don't even want to.
It's the same church that gave us the Big Bang. It's the same church that gave us the Ball Earth model. It's the same church.
I'm not even trolling you guys. I heard my dead brother's voice. It doesn't matter what he said. He didn't say. He said he's been in hell for 2 weeks. Is what he literally said.
You should probably pray to Jesus and just forget about those spirits.
Yeah, I think I was hearing bullshit, man. I think I had psychosis from alcohol withdrawal.
The hell, bro?
Let's forget about that. Yeah, don't worry about it, man.
Oh, we didn't bring it up, bro. You did. Like, what the fuck?
I heard my brother's
we
voice.
Didn't bring that shit up. Yeah, but why you gotta talk about it on the live? If it's that fucked up, man, why you gonna talk about it in the live stream? And say, you know what? Let's not fucking talk about it. I'm like, what the fuck you bring it up for then? God damn it!
I think I'm having alcohol withdrawal. So I'm drinking alcohol.
I thought you were talking about how many people are going to be saved. About like the.
Well, what the fuck? I don't think you're following, bro. Like, honestly, to be honest, you're not following at all.
Nah,
just saying, man. Let's have a little pause. Let's have a little pause and reflect on the live stream, because I think you drove this monkey off the cliff, bro, with your shit right now. And I'm just saying, man. I think you need to just take a step back and hear what the conversation's about.
You need to mute me. I'm just gonna shut up and listen for a while.
No, you can mute yourself. I don't want to have to mute you, bro. Like,
you don't have to mute me. I said you don't have to mute me.
Just saying.
Nah, I seriously though, in all seriousness, I've heard my twice since he died.
Bro, what the fuck, man? We got away from that shit, and you're bringing us right back to it. And then when somebody's gonna talk about it, you're like, man, we can't be, we can't make jokes about this shit. Well, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I didn't say you can't make jokes about it.
Well, I'm just saying, bro. Let's get off that. What the fuck, dude? Like, why you gotta be putting? You gotta bring us down, bro.
All right, it's just the afterlife is real. That's the point. That's all.
Yeah, but we're not even talking about that, Mike. Like, chill.
All right, sorry, man. I misheard. I thought I was hearing people talk about the afterlife.
What the fuck? I don't think anybody even mentioned that shit, bro.
I just walked into from one room into another, and I'm
all right. Well, yeah. No, then just put yourself on mute, and you're fine. Yeah, that's all. And just listen. That's great.
This is a safe space.
I think this is Bong's fault.
Yeah, Bong. We're here because of you, bro.
Sorry. I don't know what I did, but
Don't go too deep.
Come on, Bong.
Bong, dude.
Yeah, my fault. My bad.
Yeah, we usually blame Jamsy, man, but today it's all you, bro.
Yeah. Bong is here.
Is it my turn? All right, cool.
And we're having a nice discussion about statistics, and that shit just leapt off the cliff like Thelma and Louise and shit. We just fucking went off, dude. What the fuck?
Like, whoa. What? Yeah.
It's not
dude.
100%. It's all.
No, you're fine. But look, getting back to the topic, we gotta have a sample set, man, because the guy last night was really adamant about proving that statistics were the way that we can figure out the Earth's globe. All right.
Yeah, where's the math at? Where's the math? Show me the math.
Math at
E equals MC squared.
Show me the money.
Earth
no.
measured curvature.
Show me the money. That's the math. Go ahead. Someone go ahead.
Help me help you.
Don't they say that the math, that's where it's at? Because like the Glober that comes in here, he's all about the math, right? He doesn't care about going out into the field and providing evidence. He says, as long as you talk about math, then we're going to talk about reality. That's what he says, right? Every time.
Yeah, I think, Bong, when you say math, me and Bong, we're thinking about the real math, the money math, right, Bong? That's the real math. That's the interesting one.
Yeah. Math.
So, yeah, no, if we don't have math, we don't have reality. right? Now, Brain Shape Investigator, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Pinky Redinky or whatever his name was. He had a funny name. Pinky Redinky came in here and he was all about statistics, bro. He said, "You guys aren't letting me speak." And we're like, "Okay, man, go ahead and tell us what." Because I was like, "Fuck that, man. Fuck statistics. I don't give a fuck." And then, of course, he was all about statistics. So he's like, "You guys, why you gotta cut me off? Just let me tell you." So he started telling us what it was, and out of it's a sample set of how many people, intelligent people know that the Earth is a globe. How many would say that it's not? And so if that is overwhelming majority, then we got to take a look at this thing. But if it's not, if we got everybody saying the Earth's a globe, we're good, bro. We got all the people. They're pretty smart. They'll figure it out, right? But apparently, the Earth's a globe because the smart people they're not saying well, something's wrong with this, right? So we got to work with statistics. That's how that works.
So all the math Bong is doing right now is THC and CBDC percentages. Go ahead, Bong.
Self-medication.
Yeah, but now, see, Bong, we don't know the level of sobriety that you are. So on a scale, you're gonna have to put that happy face, number one being like totally sober, and then the unhappy face, he's like totally jacked up. So from that scale, we're gonna have to get 100 people, and then after that, we're gonna say, okay, Bong, you're like in this percentile, like of because that's math. That's really that's good. That's good math. Now we're not gonna listen to Bong say he feels a certain way. I can't trust him. That's not statistics. We got to go to the statistics. Then we're gonna find out really in reality what he's feeling, because he can say something, but it's not. He doesn't represent the people who actually, right?
Yeah,
aren't we on the right track now?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask around to see what people think, how I'm feeling, and then I can answer that, right?
Yeah, because you live in this world with everybody else, so you just don't live by yourself. So that's why it's important to do statistics. I get I get what Pinky Binky was saying last night. He wants us to get to realize that you need a sample set. That's how reality is driven.
Hey, how you feeling, Bong? Oh, I don't know, man. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm feeling good, man. Oh, yeah, me too, man. I guess
we can't trust that. We can't. It's not. We need the data. We need the figures, the numbers, the pie charts, and then once we see everything, then we're gonna say, fuck, dude, I know how you're feeling now because we took a sample set of 100 people and about 75 people agree that you feel pretty shitty right now. So now, based on that information, that we're gonna be enlightened because we know now the truth, right?
Man. Did he come back last night, Pinky?
No, I'm fucking with the live stream because like this guy came in last night. You know how hot he was from saying he told Indio. Look, Indio can tell you. He told him, and Indio, he's pretty convinced now that statistics are the definite way to understand Earth's globe. Just gotta say, man.
Did he come back or not? After
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
You can't use. There's something called Bayesian inference. It's just a method. But you need like a data sequence. That's why I asked him, like, what's your data set? Well, just some people and some things, man. Like, everyone knows. Like, dude, that was sad. Trying to baffle us with bullshit, thinking we didn't know what he was talking about. You know how it is.
But you can't, like, I guess he was trying his best to bring his statistics. I don't know. Honestly, what he was telling you,
he didn't have an argument. Well, I'm just saying that he didn't. If you don't have data, what are you applying the statistics to? Your imagination?
He was talking about a certain percentage of people, I guess in a general way. And I don't know, like you said, if he didn't have the figures or numbers to back up, like what was his sample set? That's I don't know.
That's what I mean by data. What's your sample? That's like, what are you working with? What are you applying the calculation for your inference to? Like, so machine learning uses inference.
Yeah.
But how does machine learning work? with gigantic data sets, right? So it could use the written word. It could use, driving data, camera data, freaking images, sounds, whatever. But you need lots and lots and lots and lots of samples. That's why I'm asking, what's his data set? So if you want to know what the geometry of the Earth is, then you need lots and lots and lots of data measurements. So where are those? That's what you're asking for, right? And he was like, we don't need to talk about geometry. Well, then, what are you applying your probability model to?
Hell yeah. TOS, is that Pinky, Blinky, Bendinsky, or whatever the fuck? Okay, is that link that you got of him the 2 hours it was here? Or is there any way possible I could kind of get either you or Clipcord to kind of clip that part of when he was talking about statistics out for me and just kind of like shoot it in my DMs if you can, sir. And Sir Edward, you are hot micing, by the way, because I hear you come on and off. You're hot micing, bro.
Sorry, brothers.
Was here for a while. I only caught the end of him, man. Like, I don't know. He's a data science professional. Then when he left, he knew he was caught. Okay, that's pretty simple.
I think he was trying to say, a certain amount of people think the Earth is a ball, therefore it's a ball. I think that's what he was trying.
That was his argument.
I don't know. Like, India, what do you think he was actually saying with what he's like? I don't know if I got that from him.
Look, I don't know. He ran away. What do you want me to say? Like, what was he going to say that you can draw a Bayesian inference from? I don't know, because it would have to be based upon some data or a sample or something, right? Like a group of measurements. He could make the argument about like, well, we have thousands of opinions of people, and then probability, but you would only have the probability that some random person that you picked out of a crowd would believe something, right? So Bayesian inference is about the next in a sequence, right? So if I have this gigantic data set, right, I can use it, and I can go, think about it like a number pattern, right? 1, 3, 5, 7. What's the next number, right? But you can take like random noise, or almost random noise, right? Some type of data, and you can you can give a probability on what the next number in the sequence would be, right? So, so if you apply it to human beings, say you hold 1 million human beings, right? And and you're inputting each one at a time into the data, right? Earth, flat, or globe, 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 flat, globe, 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 globe. And once you got a large enough sample size, you could say, well, what's the next person going to say? What's the third person going to say? What's the next, what's the 100th person I ask going to say? Right? You can develop a statistic on like what each one of those in the sequence will be. So the only way you can apply it to Earth is, well, we took a measurement and it said round Earth, and this on this day, then this other one, and this day, and this other one keeps coming round. So the probability of your next measurement being round Earth is, 80%, 60%, some percentage. That's all you can say. Can't say anything beyond that. It will only be about a specific measurement, not any type of conclusion.
It's a way to connect a cause and an effect, because you'll see like over and over and over again, this cause was correlated with this effect. So by him asking the question,
it's not even that far. It's statistical probability of some next value being some value, right?
Which is what the cause is there. He asked a person a question and he got an answer. That's really what he got at the end of the day. Nothing else was
That's all.
valuable.
Exactly. That's all he's getting. What is the next person going to say? That's all he can say about it.
But according to BrainShape Investigator, he's a part of the DSP. He's a data science professional. So when he comes in here, he's bringing his utmost, scrutiny to these analytics, so that we get the best of the best, and of course, we get the best data set. So we're going to work with. But according to him, he didn't have that when Indio has. So I don't know what he's bringing to the table then. If he's claiming to be a data science professional, so what is
Yeah, what's the data for the science?
He's a marketing. He works in marketing.
Executive, exactly. He works in data sciences as a marketing professional.
Yeah, apparently someone said that, wasn't me directly, but someone did mention in the chat room when he was around that he's some sort of data science professional. And I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to build a case for the globe through the data set of opinions of people. So that's where he's getting sort of stuck, yeah. He's trying to apply opinions.
Like, listen, that's a non-argument. And I'll tell you why. Because if you applied that same methodology, 5,000 years ago, what would the result be?
Witch hunts are real?
That the earth is flat, right?
You can dunk a witch in water and find out if they're a witch or not?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I'm just saying, it's just like, doesn't mean anything when you're polling human opinion. It's just human opinion, right? It doesn't mean anything. It's not objective. Like, what somebody thinks the earth is not objective. Now, a human being can make objective statements about the earth or subjective statements about the earth. But, like, unless they've actually gone out and done something, they have an opinion, a belief, right? You say, I think the earth is round. Oh, did you ever do any measurements of anything? No. Okay, then you have a belief. It's pretty simple.
Indio, but the jury's still out for that because we haven't got the data for that. So we got to have a statistic on how many people think like that, Indio. And then when they come back and we understand that that's the truth, then we'll figure out maybe if that's true or not. According to him.
Every human being on Earth unanimously voted and said the Earth is round. It wouldn't magically make the Earth round. Right? It's just human beings saying something. It has nothing to do with the physicality of the Earth.
So if they say 4 out of 5 dentists agree, then we should look at that and be like, that's bullshit?
Yeah. Well, think about it like this. Now, imagine you applied some Bayesian statistics to religious belief, right? Well, it would come out that, if you asked a random person, like a random person on Earth, chances are they'd be Muslim. Because that's the predominant religious belief. It doesn't make the Muslim religion true. See what I'm saying? Like, it's just telling you what the next piece of data is likely to be. That's it. In whatever data set whatever you're working with.
I'd be kind of curious. Okay, go ahead,
you apply it to flipping a coin, right? Like, you flip, you can't really apply it to flipping a coin. It has to be more than just a coin.
Yeah, he's trying to apply some sort of pre-filter to even looking at the actual reality. So yeah, I think he's trying. Yeah, he's trying to filter, say, well, should I really look at this facts or evidence because most people XYZ? So he's trying to preempt himself by saying, oh, okay, most people say it's not really true, so I shouldn't even go ahead. And that's what he's spinning his wheels. That's why he's spinning his wheels.
Like, listen, man, if that's actually his argument, that actually makes you feel sad, dude. Like, that's the most illogical. If he's actually a data scientist, man, the education system absolutely failed that guy at every level. If he's made it through university, like.
So does people like that?
You have to take philosophy 101, man. You should have learned this, in philosophy 101, that is actually irrational, illogical conclusion to draw from a Bayesian inference. It's just dumb, man.
Where is this type of What is this type of analytics actually useful in? Like, what is it geared for? Is it like because he's trying to use it for this?
For a lot of things. You can use it, but
marketing.
Yeah, marketing.
So if you have a website, right, and they're coming in and they're like, you'd use it in marketing to like the products that are. You can make a prediction on like what types of products, like the people that come to the website will keep buying, right? So if you have a website that sells, let's say it's a hardware store, right? And you run your data analytics, it tells you, well, out of like the 100 people that come in, they look at, chainsaws. Well, you're only selling two different chainsaws. So now maybe you want to keep 5 different types of chainsaws in stock, right? Because to get that, whatever, say 60% actually purchase a chainsaw. Well, maybe if you had a couple more brands, you could get another 10% purchasing, right? So you use it for shit like that in marketing, or that's how you use data analytics. That's just one particular way. I mean, the way you can use it is like almost infinite. You know what I mean? It's up to your imagination how far you can take it. But you use the analytics to evaluate like what you should do next, because it's going to tell you what like whatever data you're collecting, what the data is trending to be. You know what I mean?
I saw one where they talked about why they started going to green for a checkout button, because people are more likely to go through the checkout process if it's not like a red or a purple or black or something. If it's green, they associate it with the go.
Yeah, that's also why Amazon did that one-click purchasing, because like when people had to fill out forms and stuff, they would stop in the middle. You know what I mean? They're like, I don't want to fill all this shit out. I'm not going to buy that. So they made it idiot, right? You just push a button and it automatically does everything, fills out your information and everything. And eBay did the same thing, where now you could, like, before, if you wanted to like buy something on eBay, to fill out the information, you had to like link your PayPal account, do all sorts of shit, and then it just got to like where they integrated eBay into PayPal, so you could just like go into your settings and just auto select your payment method. Now I'm kind of like dating myself because I was on eBay like way back in the day, so it was way different like in the beginning to the way it is now. But I'm sure that they came to those conclusions through marketing, data analytics. That's just. It's also used in science, right? So it's used in science, like for biology.
So it is applicable. It is applicable, but you're saying as far as like this conversation, what we're talking about in here, it doesn't really apply to what we're doing, or at least not what really. He's saying. I mean, not what he's wanting to.
Yeah, not in the way he's trying to use it. Well, we don't know how he was actually trying to use it. We're just assuming that he was making like a sociological application.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I gathered from his. He was trying to really butt in with that, but it's like based on X, Y, and Z. Yeah, guys who are talking about the scientific community and all that. We don't see there's any kind of like thought processes like going behind the idea the Earth is flat. Like who the fuck is talking? Like so you're getting a sample set of those guys, and no one's saying that. So what are we to say then? Because we're talking about people who discover shit, right? So it's like I think he was going at it at an angle, like trying to make a case for like if that was even anywhere near possible, it would be kind of talked about in a specific way within the community, the body of science, or like trying to get like a sample of like these people who are discussing the nature of reality, that they would also say that this could be a possibility, but it's not even slightly talked about. So why would anybody look at so it's
anyone that makes that type of argument is basically just trying to use peer pressure to get somebody to believe something, right? Well, the probability that flat Earth is true based upon the number of people that believe it is freaking zero. So you want to be in the cool kids club, don't you? You don't want to sit at the losers table over there across the lunchroom, do you?
That's what I was getting from that conversation, and so I mean, we could probably
from it too. That's why I wanted to go there so I could just chop. Like you can't make. That's why I said we could talk about statistics if we want to talk about measurement uncertainty or measurement precision, because no actual measurement is 100% exact. So you take lots of measurements, right? And like, you take the mean of the measurements. They do in like, but there's ways to bias the measurements. So you use a weighted mean, and that's like, without getting like into the math of it, you can fudge shit by using. You can use statistics to like push a measurement in some direction if you start with some presupposition. So a weighted mean would be like, we're going to take the mean value of a bunch of measurements, right? But we assume that the measurement's about near this value, our preferred value, and we're going to shift the bell curve towards that shit, basically, right? So 8 inches per mile squared, and I want my survey measurements to be close to 8 inches per mile squared. So I'll use a weighted mean so that my measurements. Because if I get a measurement that's way off that, I have to just throw that out. And that's literally what they do. They throw out measurements that are far away from where they've weighted it. That's why they call it weighted it. They literally like, it's a good term for it. It's like anchoring the data to a point, right? To a value that they want. Right?
Yeah, but now
they're outside that value, they basically chop it off and pretend they never took that measurement.
But now that we're speaking of this, remember there was another guy. Now we're talking about it like this. I think there was another guy actually doing this, or at least not to the extreme that Pinky Binky was actually using it. But the guy who was actually talking like this also was Jesse Gordon. Didn't he say something about that? Because he's done multiple of these observations with the with his theodolites, and then he was saying that we're going to evaluate. Like, because of course nobody can get the the understanding the drop over distance, because he was trying to say that we're seeing the tops of the buildings, and then we're going to use collection of all that data and then find out whether or not the Earth is curving based on like how much you can see difference on the scope of that theodolite, looking through it, and then from the crosshairs, how many times that we start to see like the difference of the drop on that. So he's like, he said something about that. I think that's why I'm recalling this information. I'm like, didn't Jesse Gordon was talking like this too?
Yes. I mean, it's common to use this technique, but when you're trying to measure like what he's measuring, it's because they already have a preconceived value in their head. So here's something. I don't know if I asked him or main surveyor. So they use this what the hell do they call it? I can't remember what they call it.
Because I remember you saying that
angle, right? The zenith angle thing, right? So that's the vertical. And they say, if I sight it on something, it'll be tilted. It won't be 90 degrees. This is different than the plumb line. So I asked one of them. I said, have you ever measured a positive zenith angle? They're like, hell no. I'm like, really? You've never measured like a positive zenith angle? And that would be like refraction that in their model would make it look like it's too short. And it's just, when they say no, I'm like, that's impossible. Because you can't have, the thing is, when you have a random sample, it typically follows a bell curve. That means some are on one side of the value, and some are on the other side of the value. So you'll have, if you think it's supposed to be 0, there'll be some positive numbers and some negative numbers. And you're like, there's no positive numbers, basically, they're saying. It's all negative numbers. That's when I know they're lying. Because for events to happen randomly, like, they happen all over the place. They don't happen just in the way you want them to happen. That's almost always the way you can tell someone's bullshitting, when they claim Yeah. Oh, it's just an accident. It's a random value. Well, if it's random, how come it's only bad shit that happens to you and never good shit? Right.
That's what you were telling him the last time you're like, dude, why do you like cherry pick this shit? Like always put it out like this is the way it is. Did you show everybody else the shit that you were like? I don't know if you argued for that, but I do remember. I recall
did, because I brought it up to these guys before. Like, how come you're just lucky? All your values go
exactly.
You're like the luckiest measure in the world.
I remember that. I do remember that. You were saying,
say you were going to measure with a tape measure, right? Sometimes you'll measure short, sometimes you'll measure long, right? And as you take lots of measurements, your measurements will average out to whatever, like, so you're measuring 45 inches, right? You're cutting out 45-inch pieces of wood. You work at a factory, you got a tape measure, you measure 45 inches, cut piece of wood. Some are going to be just a teeny bit short, some of them are going to be a teeny bit long, right? But if you average them all out, you'll be at that 45 inches, right? Them guys, they're like, well, we think it's going to be short, and like they measure it short every single time. Like, no, that's just not possible. Like, no, because you're not trying to measure 45 inches and accidentally getting it short every time. That means you're biasing the mathematics, right? You're cooking
that shit. Yeah, they're cooking it. That's fucked up, man. You can't do that. Like, that's not how that works.
I brought to Jesse years ago. Like, when I first started in Flat Earth, that dude literally asked me not to post on his YouTube channel. He said, don't post in the comments here. Because I was smashing them, dude. And I was brand new to Flat Earth. But I knew about statistics and math. And, like, so, like, I'm asking him all these questions. Like, you can't do it this way because of this and this, that, and the other thing. And, like, just because the fact you're using a Gaussian probability, you're going to add some curved variance to it. Like, he's like, stop posting on our channel. This was like years ago, man. This was like in 2017.
Look, I thought he was a new kid on the block. He's actually been around. Like that.
Yeah.
That shed some light. That shed some light to the situation. I thought he was just like some rando that just came across Flat Earth, and he was like, "Oh fuck, dude, I gotta do something about this." You know what I mean? But now that he's been in the game,
might even be able to find one of the videos. Shit, he's got a lot of videos.
He's been, he's kind of like all against the Flat Earth and all that. So he's just like he's on a mission, right? He wants to thwart who was it? Matthew Learn saying he's trying to teach you guys how to do the tests. I'm like, what? Like, what is he trying to? He's trying to teach us. So yeah, I guess now it brings more context to the reason why he's got to be in his bonnet for Flat Earth, because he's not going to stop until he puts out a lot of content for his theodolite bullshit, which like I know now that he's just like skewing the numbers, like because he needs to. He doesn't want to show people all his data, because that's incriminating, for his case.
But
he's not gonna fucking do that.
He's just following the manual, right? He doesn't even, to be honest, he doesn't even realize what he's doing, because he's just I hate to say it like that, but he's like just a surveyor.
Is that his daytime job or something? Like what?
Yeah, that's his job. So like anybody can do surveying. It doesn't require even a high school degree. You don't have to go to university for it. You don't have to go to trade school. You don't need a certification. You don't need anything.
Believe in a surveyor?
Ooh, what?
Is that allowed? Can you believe on the globe and be a surveyor?
Maybe.
You're saying you don't need anything to be a surveyor, right?
No, you don't.
Titles.
My friend used to do it in the summer during high school. He hadn't even graduated high school.
Yeah.
But Jesse Gordon has 6 theodolites, Indio. I think the more theodolites you have,
man.
it's just Because he boasts about him every time. I got
Go to
60 allies.
Power, prove the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, what do you got? I got 6 of them. So fuck it. You got your little piddly-wink ideas that the Earth is flat? Come on. I got you 60 allies over here. Got them all looking at the Earth as a globe. Crazy Jesse. I don't think he comes back over. Is he still on our server?
No.
He's
Jesse Gordon? No, I banned him. I got sick of him. I gave him like 10 chances to fix his graph, and he didn't do it, so I banned him. I gave him like literally 8 months. Like, no, this graph was wrong. Do it this way. Is this it? Knowing damn well that it wasn't it. Kept fucking with the scale to try and make it look curved.
I see.
He kept squishing the x-axis to make it look curved. That little game they play.
That's the old 23 Skidoo, man. Like people don't think of him as disingenuous. They look at him like, yeah, they're doing honest work. They're doing God's work, man, for the globe.
Big Bang God.
I don't know, man. But we got people like him and Wiggles. And Wiggles, did he ever show up last night or yesterday?
No, he left another thing. He left another freaking long ass bullshit comment. Like you can't use such just the same anti-flat earther nonsense, like 20 freaking thousand words. I said, dude, get a Discord. Blocking you from I'm blocking your comments from my channel until you come in Discord. But he's on ban, so he can show up anytime.
I remember Wiggles, that old slimy snake.
That's what he is. And he's going to pollute my comment section on videos I posted 3 years ago that are just like humorous, right?
Yeah, we had some good arena content from Wiggles. That's for sure. He popped in here. Jedi, you remember Wiggles from times past?
I mean, he isn't that memorable as far as like.
No, he didn't bring any good content. Like, yeah, he didn't bring any. It's just Wiggles. He was just. It was a dug-in Glober for sure. It was dug in.
He's dug in to the point of making shit up, dude. Like,
yeah,
he's one of those. He's never going to concede any point, no matter how wrong he is, no matter how it's demonstrated how wrong he is, with his own globe priests, right? We can use his own globe priests to prove him wrong. He'll still fucking deny it. Because we said it. It came from a flat earther. So it, like, if Neil deGrasse Tyson says it, and I repeat what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we're both wrong. I can make people wrong by repeating what they say.
What's his profession, anyways? What does he do, Wiggles?
No,
not Wiggles.
The family program. I'm not going to say.
He's a
reflex.
He's a strip
driving liberals in a dark alley.
He's a strip dances at the old folks home or something. Like it's like
that's a profession.
Fuck, man.
I think Jesse deleted that video. Fucker. It's not here or something.
But where he talks about what he does?
Now, he had a video about reciprocal zenith angles and doing measurements in. It goes into what we were talking about, right? About probability and measurements and measurement errors and all that.
Wiggles was on that server talking about great circles.
Hey, Crick, get him over here, man. We want to talk to Wiggles.
Okay.
Huey tried to get him over here.
His, well, I mean.
Oh, is he on science for pseudoscience also?
Don't say Miggy or Indio wants to talk to him, or maybe Indio, but don't say Miggy because then he won't come.
Hey, Miggy.
Yeah, he's fucking triggered with me.
Oh shit! Who we use? Hey, Gemsy wants to talk to him.
Indio, Gemsy's more diplomatic. He takes in the refugees, bro. Like there's no, as long as they're not pedos, he's fine. You know.
I'll take some of the refugees. I've been trying to filter as much as I can, but there's so many.
You got your work cut out for you, don't you? Well, cock this, bro, because like there's like a shit ton of them in there right now. But I don't know, they're not chiming in or not. Like they're just hanging out. I don't think they maybe want to talk about stuff. I don't know.
They're too woke. They're too woke on other topics. Too much talking about other topics.
Yeah, they are super woke, man.
There's so many made up topics, like made up on the spot topics. People are too busy talking about the woke topics.
Yeah, TOS, thank you for searching out for that clip. TOS is gonna find that clip, Indio, so we can just review what he actually said, because he was, yeah, I was kind of just like really hitting him hard.
Say what? He wouldn't say it. He didn't, because it was stupid, man.
I was,
like,
yeah.
I have no doubt what he was going to say was going to be fucking just bullshit. What he was trying to do is carve out something for himself so that he could get in a speech or some goddamn PR bullshit propaganda. He wanted to get the whole thing out, right, in one go. To contaminate everyone's minds, right? To poison the well, or whatever you call it, right?
I feel like you're right, but there's some morbid curiosity now about what the fuck he was on about. Because, like, yeah, I was just really. I didn't want to hear. We're talking about geometry.
But that was the thing. He wasn't going to let anybody question it. He was going to get it out, and then he was going to jet.
Oh, that's what he was I hate that, bro. That's pigeon chess, bro. That's what that is. You know, fuck up the board. Take a dump and fly away. Like, fuck.
That's exactly what he was going to do. 100%. I guarantee it. 100%. That's what he was going to do.
Dude,
he was going to come in.
Dude.
Try to get us to like, well, you guys don't want to hear it anyway. I'll just leave. Oh, no, please stay. Please stay and say some bullshit.
No, no, I think that's what it was. It was, okay, wait. What was it before? He said a couple of things, but then he's like, I would talk about it, but if I do talk about it, then you guys wouldn't listen to me. Or he started saying some shit, and then he got into the conversation, and for some reason he was roped into saying some things, and he's like, oh, then he started about, then let me just tell you about the evidence I have. And like, what the fuck? Okay, so well, see, it's about statistics. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, and that's when I went ham on him.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you.
At which point he started going on about like, well, you're not letting me speak and shit, and I was like, no, I don't want to fucking hear it. But then I guess you got around to like really getting it out of him, but then he didn't say anything when you gave him the opportunity. So it's like, okay, so now Indio's letting you say what you were, you know, at the end of like what data you have, and you don't got any fucking data, bro. It's like you even told him like, oh, fuck this, like you don't want to hear it.
That's right. It pulls the rug out from under it, because it's like, okay, if you don't have any data to back up what you're saying, you're just like spewing hot air. Like, why do we care? I think like if you pay attention to like, okay, what he was doing as a whole, right? It was just social manipulation. That's all he was trying to do. Try to manipulate us by going, oh, we're just mean. Oh, please don't leave. We'll let you say whatever you want. We're going to give you 5 minutes of uninterrupted talk time so you can come, spew your bullshit, and then, like, if anybody interrupts you, you'll say, well, I'm just going to leave and we'll play that game for fucking 30 minutes. No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to say, okay, we're going to get down to the brass tacks. What are you talking about? What do you got? What are you going to say? If it sounds worthy, like, can we get, like, we have to, like, you know, if it's worth listening to, right? He couldn't even make that sales pitch because he knew that was bullshit. He couldn't even pitch it to us that it was good. We just had to take it or leave it. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, man, you got to tantalize us with something that's actually apropos to the conversation, bro. If we're gonna sit here and listen to you, and you're gonna be spewing nonsense, you got to sell that shit to me. Why the fuck am I going to listen to it? If you got nothing to say, it's like, I mean, you told him, and he was like, go ahead and tell us, man. What
Street Hustler,
fucking,
man. Something really good in this box, man. I can't show you what's in the box, but buy it. Fuck you. Take your box, shove it up your ass.
Exactly, dude. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. But I was just saying, though, because he was coming in here pretty hot and heavy with this, like, as in, it's the God's truth, you know? It's like, oh, man, like, you got something going on here, like, with your statistics, bro, like, and I just felt, because, morbid curiosity or whatever, it's like, okay, fuck it, just let Indio kind of, like, drill into him, like, what is the data that he has? Then he's like, well, he came up tits, dude, because he's like, well, fuck, you know, I mean, if I had the data, it's like, what the fuck? We're making all this room for you to say that you don't have shit, bro. Come on, man.
Exactly, man.
At which point, again, it was game on. It was like, all right, fuck you then. Like, you just go away. Like, you know, you just... And then he got in his feelings and, oh, poor me. You know, I got to leave the chat now because it's too fucked up. Everybody's just, like, hostile and shit. Like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, we're fucking asking for evidence and you're not giving evidence.
Yeah.
Come on now, go on.
These guys have. It boggles my mind. Like, how stupid they must think we are when they come in here. I'm serious, man. You gotta think that, like, you're gonna jump in a VC with, like, 40 people in it, think you're gonna get 5 minutes of, like, uninterrupted talk when nobody has any idea what the hell you're gonna say, and you can't even make a clear, concise, coherent statement about what any of it is beforehand.
Exactly.
You can't give us the summary. Give us the abstract to your freaking dissertation before you actually give us the dissertation. Like a normal human being.
But it's one of those things, like when they're prefacing what they're going to say with, if you just allow me to speak, then I will speak. But I can't speak if you keep cutting me off. And it's like, well, fuck, dude, if you give us a little bit of, like you said, a little bit of what you're going to say so we can understand what direction we're going to go. I don't want to drive off the fucking cliff and then we're just you poison the fucking well. Everybody's just all dumber for us listening to you. Like, fuck that. Like, you're going to tell us what it is you're going to be speaking about in the context, and then we're going to be like, okay, this might be something we can actually talk about with this particular context. If it's not, if it doesn't have anything to do with the thing that we're actually trying to discuss here, then why are we going to sit here and listen to it? Fuck that.
Just wait until we reach the edge of the cliff, and then over there, I'm going to decide we're going to push you or not. We're going to jump off it. Let's just make it there first.
We'll get to the cliff. That's the thing. He didn't even give us that juice, man. We could at least give us what he was going to talk about. But he's like,
well, it shows you how much confidence he had in like the argument stands for itself, that he felt that he had to try and ambush us with one.
Look, I'm gonna have to go fish for this clip, bro, because I think listen to it back again.
Well, I mean, the stream just stopped.
What, this stream?
The last night's stream.
Oh.
Stopped. So
yeah, it was down for a while.
We didn't catch that?
No, that's not what I mean. Helio just ended the stream to start a new stream, right? So what was done last night, I can't download it because it takes time to render. I don't know how Clipcore does it. He probably does it with he does.
That's my man right there. That's my homie. That's my road dog, man. That guy right there, he's got my back. But Clipcore he DM'd me. He said he's putting it together right now. Shout out to Clipcore.
When the stream ends, it takes like 4 hours or so to render it out on YouTube because it makes a bunch of versions of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're fucking 12 hours. You know what I mean? It's like takes a little bit.
Now Clipcord is him and TOS, dude, they've been killing it. TOS has been doing a lot of good work too. You know, props to TOS. TOS, we got who's on the Clipcord gang? Because that's what we're gonna call them now. Clipcord. They're part of your gang. Well, you guys. We got. Fuck, dude. We got like 3 people now. We got TOS UK. We got Clipcord. We got Baked Goods. Shit. I think that's it. They're a 4th. I think there's somebody else, right? Might be a 4th. Anyway, they've been doing good work. I know TOS is putting all of our content on his channel, like the good stuff, like when not just everything, just like the battles and shit, like when we're getting into it. So if you haven't subscribed to TOS, please do so. He's got all of our content, like the good stuff. He's just clipping it out and putting it on his channel. So I'm with that. That's awesome. Which is like I can draw from that too, but Clipcord's doing it more personal, kind of putting the things that we're requesting. So yeah, sub to Clipcord and to TOS. We got a little Clipcord team, though. I'm telling you, we got guys. It's pretty awesome. It's like the heavy lifting, but just creating content or just doing things, and then, we're all working together to make this, it's the dream team, bro. Teamwork makes the dream work. I do like Clipcord spin on things because he's kind of gotten really good with the sound bites in between. That shit's just like, I don't know, that's like flavoring on food. It just makes it taste good. When you're listening to it, you hear like the clips that he knows where to put them too, because it's all about timing, and like how you're putting the shit together. All right, but yeah, so I think we're gonna hear that shit that happened last night with Pinky Binky Blandinsky or whatever the fuck his name is.
It's also like inside, if you give them charity and say, well, you're using some sort of method to determine what you should study and what you shouldn't study based on how much content there is that was based on surveying. Given that logic, no one should listen to you either, because he can't give anything for why people should listen to him. Like what you guys were saying earlier, he couldn't give an abstract, he couldn't give a pitch, he couldn't even get something out to pique people's interest to look at what he's about to talk about. But yet he wanted 5 minutes of filibuster time. But he won't give.
He didn't want to because he was trying to do some sort of ambush frickin' maneuver, right?
Oh yeah, and it's
he didn't want to give us any preview so that we couldn't formulate any type of rebuttal. In that we would either have to interrupt him to ask questions and then make it look bad because we won't let him talk, and it's so sad that we're censoring him and yada yada yada, and then he'd leave, or he'd get it all out and then he'd leave. He was going to leave regardless. He was just trying to play a game, and you could tell he's trying to play a game by how we act even not around that, right? So, all the feelings and all that nonsense that he had, his emotions, and it's ridiculous.
These fucking gimmicks, though, God, it's always got to be about something that an angle they're trying to work just to get in here and speak. It's like, bro, fucking, if you got the goods, just lay it out on the table. We'll see for ourselves. Why the fuck we have to toy around with this?
They're always trying to sell us a shitty product, man. Don't kick the tires, man. Don't even look underneath the hood. Just buy it.
Fucking playing footsies under the table, dude, just to get you to say some shit. Fucking just say it. Why are we playing? Say the shit. And then when we hear it, we'll be like, all right, well, this is what we're dealing with. Wow, man.
I know, dude. I like foreplay as much as the next guy, but not that much.
That's too much, dude. That's at some point you got to get to it. You know what I'm saying? You got to get business done. Fuck, dude. I do have the evidence. I'm telling you, I got it. It's just you're not letting me talk. We're going on that for 5 minutes. All right, everybody just cut the shit. Let him talk.
Is that better than saying your house got robbed?
I don't know, man. That's on par. Yeah. Let's say it's on par with that shit because it's when you start talking about you got all the evidence. No, he actually said some shit about that guy. Well, what was his name? All these Globers. And their fucking weird name. Oh,
Donald. That's
Donald T.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard the clip of him? Indio, we got to hear that clip at some point during this morning.
Oh, yeah. Play it right now if you want.
Yeah. Oh, let's roll that shit while we wait for the other one. Oh, that's so good. The one that Clipcord done. And grab your popcorn, guys, because this shit is amazing. This is
talking about certainty, right?
fucking awesome. Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it. Hold on a second.
All right, buckle in, guys, because it's gonna be fucking fun. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, that Starkiller one is pretty freaking crazy too. Have you heard that one? 100 Starkiller. My God, what a freaking train wreck! That one's actually funny. The guy comes in all piss and vinegar when Wolfgang just starts asking simple questions. The guy's just random words out of like the physics book. It's hilarious, dude.
Oh, fucking Wolfgang, man, he's on point too. So I know he does churn out some good content whenever he's able to come on here. He's always in the
That's just way with people to
lobby.
get him to say retarded shit. I don't know how he does it. It's like he's got like this magic thing, man.
He's fucking Wolfgang, bro. Like he just got his he does have some magic to him.
I don't know. It's like he's just
mesmerized.
Asking them questions, and they just start spiraling on their own. He doesn't even teach them.
Dude, they're fucking mesmerized. That's what it is. They're mesmerized by him, but because like they're like that snake that comes out in the Jungle Book. You know, he's fucking.
Yeah.
Like, they're in a trance, bro. By the time they know what they're like so fucking deep in their bullshit, and he's like, oh, like just. They're like, what the fuck's happening? Like, their whole world's crumbling. But Wolfgang...
I'm safe here. No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're in danger, man.
Yeah, that's why, dude...
Donald C. is not certain of anything. Enjoy the show and get your ass in the server. Discord.gg/Flat Earth. Thank you.
Gotcha, bitch. You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh, my God.
I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. Hey, you do understand that the success rate for spacewalks like exponentially increased once they started training in the neutral buoyancy pool.
Oh boy, story time.
It's not a story.
Yes. Story time. How many spacewalks have you been successful?
How many what?
Spacewalks have you successfully completed?
It's irrelevant.
Oh.
They have been done.
Welcome back.
Okay, well, how many have you done?
It's irrelevant. They have been done.
Well, how do you know that? Have you done any?
Well, I've seen video.
Oh, you've seen video. Would you say that movies are video?
You've seen video.
Movies are
on, man.
But yes, they are.
Right. Okay, so how do you tell the difference?
Well, when I see something live streamed, then I kind of think it's not fiction.
Okay, so how do you verify that it's actually a live stream?
Oh shucks. Well, because I mean that was the only way to do it back in the 60s.
Okay.
Back in the 60s.
All right, so
Are you sure about that?
Wait. What? In the 60s?
69.
Right.
Yes, that's when we went to the moon.
Spacewalks.
How sure are you about that?
Wait, well,
pretty fucking sure.
So
100%?
I don't accept certainty.
What? So he's not sure.
Wait. What is? I don't accept certainty. What does that mean?
It means that uncertainty is the thing that has been measured in the universe. Uncertainty is the thing that exists.
Okay, so you just threw everything.
Never been a measure of certainty. There has never been
certain.
Hang on.
Yeah, you don't know.
Hang on. There has never.
That's why I said it was story time with Donald.
One sentence. There has never been a measure of certainty.
Stop the cap.
Wait a second. Can I ask Donald a question about that? Donald, you said there's never been a measure of certainty, right?
Yeah.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
What's your level of certainty about that?
Uncertainty is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is the thing that describes uncertainty.
Oh my gosh.
How certain are you of that?
Uncertainty is the thing that is measured in the universe.
Uncertainty.
Wait! There's more!
Okay, so we have photos from a Chinese satellite that orbits the moon of the landing sites for all of the Apollo missions. Yes.
Really? Are you certain of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean...
you are. Oh, so there are certainties.
Yeah.
Okay, satellites.
Are you certain
I don't
uncertain about that?
I do not require certainty.
Oh, so you're not certain of that?
Exactly.
Okay,
bruh.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I personally have spoken to a person that crashed something into the moon.
Wow, that's a crazy story. Are you certain that they did that, Donald?
Oh my God, that's a dumbass question.
Really? That's so dumb.
No, it's
how
not.
dumb is it, Donald?
I don't require certainty. Heisenberg and Schrodinger, those are the two most important equations in physics.
Shut up, bitch!
Facts do not require certainty.
Oh, okay, so you're not certain of your facts, quote unquote.
Well, no, facts do not require certainty, is the thing.
Okay, so you're not certain of the facts that you're claiming.
Facts do not require certainty.
So you're claiming a bunch of facts that you're not certain of.
Hell no!
Facts do not require certainty.
I know that
Why is that so hard for you to understand? What? Flat Earth is dangerous. Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Name a single certain fact.
Oh, that Donald Duck is uncertain of everything that he alleges to be fact.
Fictional.
Because every single time I ask him if he knows that that's true,
Fictional.
Well, I can't be completely
Fictional.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
So, subjective things have certainty.
Oh.
Are you?
Oh my God!
Are you like?
So subjects can be objects.
Like, are you like
like we have subjective objectivity? Are we going there?
No, subjective and objective are different things.
So you've got subjective, objective, certainty. So you're subjectively
Subjective
objective.
things can have like math. Math is subjective only, so it can have certainty.
So you're certain of
That's
that.
why we have proof.
What? He's certain about the subjectivity of math.
That's not how it works, bro.
So, are you certain of that, or is this just like a?
Is he talking about math magic here? I think that's what he's talking about. Math magic.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So subjectively or objectively certain?
There is no such thing as subjective objective. They're very different things.
Why are you?
Okay, then.
Just contradicted yourself, asshole.
No, not even a little. It's y'all who are contradicted. Just so you know.
Well, we can
I've
rewind.
been listening to you talk the whole fucking time, and how many times has he contradicted himself? I can't count it on.
Not a single time. Not even a little bit.
We can rewind the tape to where you talked about subjective or subjective certainty, Donald.
Only subjective things can have certainty.
No. How about you say it again? Say it again.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Say it one more time.
Oh my God. Only subjective things possess certainty.
I got it. So subjectively, you're certain.
Well, if it's not subjective only, it cannot.
No, just answer the question. Are you subjectively certain?
So only subjective things can possess certainty.
Are you subjectively certain?
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Okay, are you a subjective thing?
No, I'm very objective.
Are you on acid?
Oh, you're objective. Are you certain of that? Or would you be a subject who's just
I don't require certainty.
I ain't judging. I've done acid myself.
Okay.
I'm not on acid. Now, I'm a little drunk, but not bad.
So only subjective things can be
I'm
certain.
super drunk, but I really am following the conversation.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
I want to know if subjectively he's certain of what he just said, or if he's certain of anything subjectively.
Only subjective things have certainty. There is no certainty in objective reality. Uncertainty is the thing that we measure with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Okay, would that be an objective fact?
Yes. because it's math.
Oh.
There is no such thing as not physical.
No, numbers aren't physical, are they?
They are subjective. That doesn't make them not physical.
Yeah, no.
numbers
I promise to God, I'll swear before God, I'll bow before the throne and say numbers are not physical reality. I mean, it's part of our
physical. So numbers,
letters, notes. I mean, numbers are not physical.
Can I speak? So numbers exist inside your mind. That still means they exist.
Okay, physically. So the abstract thoughts inside your mind are physical entities.
Yes, they are related to brain state.
Okay, so can you give me a thought and paint it yellow?
I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI.
What the fuck does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Well, I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI means that I can understand what a person's thoughts are.
Well, that's just a stupid non sequitur response, because what I asked you is a physical thought in physical.
How is it a non sequitur?
You know what trips me out about
Because what I asked you is if you could give me a physical thought in physical reality.
And fMRI scans physical things.
Yeah, that's a stupid non sequitur. Hand me a thought and paint it yellow.
Insulting me, so guess what? You lose.
Okay, I guess you have to declare that because you can't get a win.
Well, hey, and nobody's trying to win or lose here. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about, Donald. Man, come on, man.
Hey, are you sure? Are you sure that I lost, or would that just be your own subjective thoughts on the matter?
fMRIs can only scan physical things. fMRIs can predict speech up to 17 seconds.
Good job. And then
okay,
what?
so did you show me a thought yet in physical reality? I'm still waiting for you to hand me a thought. Could you mail me a thought? I'll give you my mailing address. You can mail me a thought.
The sentence is thought.
Hey, usually,
my sentence is a thought. Can you tell me with 100% certainty that you're not a psychopath?
Well, I have a certificate. Does that count?
A certificate that says you're not a psychopath? Because that would be a negative certificate, right?
It says I'm sane.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so you went through that process. That's a red flag.
So, yeah, but it's just like I went through a program and they certified me not insane.
Yes. And I got a certificate.
I can predict what someone's going to say before they say it. But this dude has come up with some crazy shit that I didn't predict that he would say tonight. That's fucking...
Yeah.
He says some crazy shit.
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Man, what I tell you was amazing, wasn't it?
That's crazy. He's got a certificate.
That was crazy, bro.
Yeah, you got to get him on your show, man. That'll be the best show ever.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious if he would call into the show. That would be hilarious. That was like a movie, bro.
Got proof of Earth curve. But someone stole it, so.
The beginning of that clip was him saying that you don't believe you're on a planet. The way he said it with his high pitched voice, it's just so good, so good.
He said something like, "Math is subjective, so it can't have certainty." What? That's the dumbest one sentence I've ever heard.
You don't believe you live in a planet? What are you, dumb?
Hey. Look, man, he almost got the Nobel Prize for proving Earth curve, but someone broke into his house and they stole it.
20 years ago.
Yo, pseudoscience is so bad now. You got people like that running around thinking they're smart because they say Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Actually has nothing to do with what the hell he was talking about.
Literally nothing.
All right, so we got the the other sound clip. I'm gonna play it, but that was of last night. So switching modes here, not Donald C, but Pinky Binky, Bladinsky, or whatever the fuck his name is. All right, here we go.
No, we're not going to go into derivative stuff that doesn't address the issue here. It's a geometric claim. It requires a geometric argument, not a social one, not a statistical one. So get us the geometric argument for your geometric claim, please.
Sure. So I posted a link called Empirical Evidence for the Spherical Shape of Earth. You feel free to pick any one of those.
Lovely.
And I talk about
what we'll do is we'll have you pick one. Pick your favorite one, bring it to us, and let's go through it.
I've got that pulled up. The very first sentence says, on flat Earth without obstructions, the ground itself would never obscure distant objects. So do you believe you can see an infinite distance through a thick atmosphere on Earth? Like, do you believe you can see an infinite distance?
Well, we should be letting him pick one.
I'm going to choose the horizon one.
Oh, the horizon. Is that geometric?
Yeah, it's geometric. I posted.
So then it must follow a certain geometric distance, then given the radius, right?
So yeah, you can see those buildings. I
have a question. So the horizon being geometric falls at a certain geometric distance, given the radius, right?
Yes.
It does. Okay, and that distance would be 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see if it does that. 1 second. What did I just post? Does that look like a 1.225 mile horizon?
Yeah, because you can't see the bottom of those oil rigs. So
yeah, that looks like a 1.225 mile horizon. I think you should go in for a closer inspection before answering this time.
Where's the horizon?
Bottom of the oil rigs are underwater, buddy.
You said you guys understand that you can see things beyond.
Do you understand what a horizon is?
Let's not ask questions like that. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Do you know what a horizon is, though? Because I'm actually having questions about it. Do you know?
Yeah, so it's like, I do know what it is, but...
Well, what is it? Because you seem to be a little bit lost.
Well, I'm definitely not. I mean, you seem to be a little bit lost as well.
What was your Pinky?
Buddy,
well, let me just answer. So, let me ask you this.
No, I already asked you a question. I asked you if there's a 1.225 mile horizon in that picture. You said, yeah. And then you started projecting your confusion onto me. So how do you figure there's a 1.225 mile horizon in that picture? Do you even know what a horizon is?
Yes, I know what a horizon is, and just because you think I'm wrong.
Hey, if you know what it is, then why do you think it's at 1.225 miles in that picture? Please explain. Just give me the answer to that.
Right, that's what I was doing. So if I'm assuming you know that you can see things that are beyond that 1.225 mile distance, assuming that you're 1 foot or 1 meter off the ground, I think it's 1 foot. If it's tall, if it has any height whatsoever, so I can post some math for that. But you've probably already seen it.
This is just waffle. So where's the horizon in that picture?
All right, so those oil rigs have a certain amount of height towards them.
Tell us where the horizon is.
Where's the horizon? Yeah. Where's the
horizon?
You see that oil rig that's closest to us?
Where's the horizon in the picture?
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. Here, I'll format it for you. The answer should go like this. It is in front of, or it is behind the rigs. Or in between. One of those three. Give me the answer.
It is in front of the rigs.
How do you figure that? Now I go back to this question. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yeah. Divine horizon.
I can see it. I think you're confusing.
No, I'm not confusing anything. Define horizon. Define horizon.
Do you think the?
No, define horizon. That doesn't sound like a definition of horizon.
Listen, I'm here to try to help.
Yeah, no, you're here to bullshit us. So define horizon.
Help. What? What are you trying to help us from?
The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface.
Okay.
Separates the what?
On the surface of the ground.
What's the horizon?
Say it with your chest.
What's the horizon?
Asking me the definition of horizon is useful.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is, because you clearly have no fucking clue what one is. So what is it? Define a horizon.
If you're standing on the surface of a celestial body, like a sphere, and then you.
That's just fucking bullshit.
This is
Define horizon.
All right, I don't know who made you a mod, but I think I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
You don't even know what a horizon is. That's why you think it's at 1.225 miles. This is really simple. Did you Google it yet? You've had plenty of time. What's a horizon?
I've been saying what a horizon is.
No, you haven't.
No. Give us the actual definition.
I gave you one. Why don't you give me a different one? If you
What did you give us? Because I just heard you kind of mumbling softly. I couldn't tell what you said. What was it?
Give us a citation from a dictionary, an encyclopedia, something. Define horizon.
Standing on a celestial body. It's the distance.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. Try again. It's an
Give us a citation, dude.
Fine. That's what I thought it was. Let me look it up and see if there's a different definition. I think I'm right.
You can use Google. You can type in horizon definition, and then you can read what it says.
He said it earlier. He just didn't say it out loud.
Somebody has an echo, by the way.
Is it me?
No, it's
No,
Just mute up if you're not talking. That'll probably fix it.
perspective.
I think it's because Heretic's got pushed to talk. It's when he's holding down and someone else talks, it echoes.
Yeah.
My bad. That could be it.
No,
they're not hearing it.
All right. The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from
No, it's not.
an observer on
This is
the
the definition.
relevant
I
body.
did post the
Did you say
definition.
the apparent curve?
I did post the definition. Go read the dictionary.
Website are you reading that from?
Listen, you're weaseling around because the very first result that I get from Google is this. I'm going to show you right now.
Keyword apparent.
Can you read that out for us aloud? Maybe that might help.
What does this say? I did your Googling for you. So what does your Google result say?
The line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Appear to meet. Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with your curvature interpretations or anything like that. It's just where Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. So where are Earth's surface and the sky appearing to meet in this picture that I'm going to post for you again? It's posted. Where are they appearing to meet?
They are appearing to meet before the
Have a look at closer at the picture. Have a look closer.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Lay off the crack pipe and look again.
Yeah.
Not a trick.
Not the crack pipe, please. Try again.
Can you do MS Paint? Just copy the image into MS Paint and then draw the line?
Everybody following this live stream sees where the surface of the Earth and the sky are appearing to meet, except for the Glober in the chat that has a religious worldview that he's hell-bent on holding on to. Everybody sees that, so take a look.
And they can see how disingenuous you are being right now.
Has anyone got the
and the sky appear to meet. Sorry, go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, has anyone got the one where the saturation, where they change the saturation levels? Anyone got that one? I think it's from the same picture.
There we go. Like that.
Where's the horizon, dude?
Oh, so I just know about things like atmospheric haze, so I think I can see the horizon slightly better, possibly, than what you think. Or maybe not better, just different.
So surface of Earth, in this case, that would be ocean and sky. Where are those appearing to meet? Before, after, or in between the oil rigs?
Before the oil rigs. Can I tell you why?
Fuck it, get rid of him.
Wait, can I tell you
have him draw it. Have him draw it on MS Paint.
So I can tell you why.
No, you'll let you lie for another 5 minutes on end. Like, it's a simple answer. It would have been 2 words. That's all you have to give us. Now you're going to lie yourself in circles for 5 minutes to avoid that simple answer because it defeats your entire ideology.
Unless the why is you're legally blind, it's no good.
No. The why is I can see that part of the oil rig disappears. Yeah, you know, like
mate.
Horizon.
I got it. Part of the oil rig disappears. Behind what?
Behind the horizon.
The horizon, which is where? In front of or behind that oil rig?
If it was behind the oil rig, you would be able to see where it intersects.
What's a horizon again?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
It's where the sky and the surface appear to meet. Where is that happening? In front of or after the oil rig?
How about this? I think I know what you're getting at, which is there does appear to be.
Do you? I think you're the only one who doesn't.
Slimy weasel, and just answer the question, dude.
All right. I don't know. I think I'm gonna probably go now.
Where is it?
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, you've done enough damage to your globe religion here today, I guess.
But wait! There's more! It's time!
Hey, Pinky, why are you back?
Oh, I'm back. I just wanted
why
to
are
say.
you back, Pinky?
I just had to. I just wanted to. I think I did make a mistake. I just wanted to apologize. I think when you showed me that horizon photo, I think I was determined to see it in front of the oil rigs. But the more I look at it, it does. I would say it looks behind it. So I just want to say that was an example of me being
Good on you, man.
religious. Yeah. Good on you. I was like, why would I go back? But to be
heartbreaking.
When I just said now, like, why are you back? I was expecting any answer but that one.
Yeah, you probably wanted something.
Best answer. That's the right answer.
Yeah. So I thought I'd do the right thing. Do it once per day. I do admit, I think I was wrong about that, and that was an example of the whole religious choosing not to believe stuff. So that's important to see.
Okay.
So thank you for sharing. That's actually one of the reasons I joined this. It's actually the person who invited me. Oh, he's gone. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to join, is to be exposed to new things. Anyway, have a nice night, guys.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, that's a big admission, man. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
It takes guts.
Okay.
Standard ovation, round of applause. That was fucking awesome.
That was good. Well, we got Pinky Bladinsky's in here again.
Yeah, I literally just came in and heard that.
Oh, hey, Pinky, you remember last night we were talking and we discovered that you have a blind belief.
That's not even like.
Oh, you want to talk about
an analogy? That's literally blind. Can't even see the horizon.
Yeah, we
Did
got
you
into
square
some.
that away?
We got into some statistics this morning, so statistically speaking, we all agree.
Did you have time to let that marinate, Pinky? Did you square that away last night?
Which
that
one?
You have a blind belief.
I don't know.
All right, let me tell the room what happened real fast.
Yeah, sure.
Let me tell the room what happened. So I was explaining that almost no Globers even know this. According to the Globe model, there's 3 different wobbles. You have the precession, you have nutation, and then you have the Chandler wobble. And the nutation's because the moon didn't match the prediction, its movement. Precession is based on the stars' alignment, based on the solstice and equinox. They say it wobbles every 26,000 years, and blah blah blah. And he was like, "Oh, he didn't know about any of them other than the first one." And I'm like, "Well, then why do you believe it though?" Right? So I'm like, "So you don't even know what it is, but you believe that there's 3 wobbles superimposed of the Earth, but you didn't even know what they are, that they exist, but you still believe it. So wouldn't that, by definition, be a blind belief?" And we really struggled to get that ironed out for some reason.
Did he drop out?
No, I think he's still here.
You can see that that's a blind belief, right, P?
Oh no! All that happened was I said that to some degree I believe in something because of scientific consensus. That's all.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. Something that could give us a good segue into what we were discussing last night, which you didn't want to tell Indio when he asked you the question, right? So I don't know. I guess maybe you want to pick up where we left off last night and finish that, Pinky.
Sure. But give me 1 second though. I have to go get a glass of water.
Wait, Pinky, last night didn't we define argumentum ad populum for you? When you said that last night, didn't we define that for you?
Fuck it! I just want to get down to the science bit. Let's have the experiment.
Let him get water, man. He's gonna need it. You might want to get a scotch or a bourbon while you're at it.
Yeah. Bring your charts and your pie graphs with you because we're going to need all the help we can get here. So
dude, it's like
I'm going to sharpen my.
Also, I think we already talked about the scientific consensus stuff after I think you left, so I don't really run out.
Oh, I didn't get to hear that, man. But also, Indio left as well.
I'll just send you a link.
Link? Oh, we don't want a link, man. Like, we can do links all day. We want to hear from your. How did you present? What was your presentation about, man? Like, fuck, I missed it because you didn't give it when Indio asked you. So.
Scientific consensus when the Earth was flat. What about that scientific consensus?
To be honest, I joined this chat to listen to see what you guys are talking about, not to
Well, with regards to
I've already consensus when we have the majority, but when we don't have the majority, it's irrelevant, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, guys. I'm sorry.
Scientific consensus is only valid whenever it supports your worldview. I don't understand what he's talking about. This is weird. It's like you guys press the reset button or something. It's like if you're nervous to talk about it all because you get consistently intellectually decimated in here. That's whatever.
Consistently.
Can you just acknowledge? Can you just acknowledge that you have a blind belief and you don't even really know what it is that you believe, but you just think that other people have discovered it for you, so you hand your critical thinking over to the idea of quote-unquote scientists and that you don't actually know what you believe? Can you please just man up and acknowledge that?
Listen, I'm not in the mood to really go for some sort of intellectual debate. I'm kind of tired. I really stayed up all night, so...
No, it's like a...
It is very simple, though. It's
come on, Pinky. Come on, don't let us down, bro.
Okay, I'll join next time. I'll join next time.
Next time? No, hang on. Hang on. Jedi's got to tell you something. Hold on. Just hold up a second.
Sure. You tell me.
Would you agree that if there's a scientific consensus, then there should at least be an experiment that everybody agrees upon?
I don't think that's a useful... I'm sorry. I'm going to go.
You don't think that's useful?
Where are you going? Pinky.
Whoa.
Slow down, bro.
Anyway, I'll be back.
Wait, you don't have. You got your glass of water, bro. We're good right now. Jedi just started talking to you. We're all good here. You know what I mean? Everybody's cool.
Well, I saw that you were recording me. So if I'm gonna,
we're always being recorded, dude. That's all the time. That's not nothing new.
All right. Well, then if I'm since I stayed up all night, gone Discord and then now doing.
Yeah, but Jedi's not going to take but a few moments. He's not even going to be that long. He promises.
I'd rather, at least.
We won't even do the fucking foreplay, Sunshine. I'll just stick it right in and get the point. How about that?
Just so you know, actually, no. You guys can look it up, but really try to think about it yourselves first of all before I.
Will do, and we're trying to ask you. You said scientific consensus. That means there must be an experiment that everyone agrees upon. Have you got any of those? An experiment. Science. You said science. There must be an experiment. Oh, no. Consensus, an agreed upon thing, a consensus. Everybody says this. Right? So in science, there must be an experiment, mustn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Not there's different experiments can contradict each other, and there could still be a consensus
Would there be an experiment, though? To contradict another experiment, would there definitely be a fucking experiment, Sunshine?
Not necessarily. Scientific consensus can be.
In science,
tricking me into talking about this. Anyway, I promise I'll join. I'm sorry. I know I'm lowballing you.
Tricking you into thinking that you could do science without an experiment. Amazing.
Listen, you guys,
I'll make my point when you're not here.
You should always want to deal with the best version of the other person's arguments, right? So
we haven't heard it, Pinky. Are you going to give it to us then? What's your best version?
If I'm this tired, I feel like
you're not, dude. You got your glass of water. You're good. I mean, for another at least 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do 10 minutes. What's 10 minutes between? Nah,
if you're all recording me anyway, I have to go. Bye,
dude. We've always recorded. What don't you get about the 24/7 of Discord? So, my fucking hell! What a go!
I tried, guys. I tried.
We recorded that too.
We recorded that. It's all being recorded. What do you mean? If you're recording me, dude? What the? It's a digital age, bro.
Just gonna go and get a glass of water. Oh no, I'm gonna fuck off.
No, he said let me go get my glass of water. I'm like, all right. Now we're talking.
Wait,
got glasses of water. Go ahead, Pinky. You go ahead.
Thank you. Before I go, I just want to say, do you see how I changed my mind there? I came back after I realized I did something wrong. I mean,
yeah, that's great. So can we continue where you left off? Can we continue where you left off?
But before
Pinky, come on.
No, I gotta say something to him. What a gay
fucking Janet.
Dude, he comes back, I'm banning him.
Bro, I haven't been able to get a baller to admit they have blind belief yet. I've been trying for a few weeks now.
Hey, why you guys get all the fun with Pinky? I want to be the brains and talk to Pinky. Please.
He had his glass of water, Gemsy. He didn't want to stick around, apparently, because we're being recorded.
Yeah, but he's Pinky, and you guys are being brains, and that's confusing for Pinky. You know, Pinky and the brain. Get it? Get it?
We got it. Hey, India, did you know that there's supposedly 3 different wobbles of the Earth?
Yes,
there's 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They say they're superimposed.
There might be
That's what
another
started-
wobble too that happens like every 50,000 years or some weird thing.
So the ones I know about is like the precession every 26,000 years. Then you have like what they call nutation, which is every 18.6 years. And then you have the Chandler wobble, which is like every 436 days or something. And they say that these are all superimposed at the same time. I'm like, how is that physically possible? That's what started the combo with him last night. Like, how is it physically possible to have 3 contradictory movements superimposed happening at the same time?
Yeah, I remember reading something about them saying, "Oh, there's a 4th wobble, and like all these just might be vibrations or something." It's I don't even know.
Yo, dude, because you know, like what happened was they looked at the stars, and they're like, "Oh, this doesn't match. Their positions don't match with the solstice and equinox, so the Earth must be wobbling." And then the moon's path didn't match the prediction. They're like, "Oh, the Earth must be wobbling in another way at the same time." And it's just super funny, man.
I saw something. Someone posted it on Twitter. I haven't had time to check it out whether it was true. But it said that the Southern Cross used to be visible from Greece because Ptolemy wrote about it in the Almagest, and they called it the constellation Pegasus.
Whoa.
Yeah, Greece is pretty far north. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was an article. I just haven't had time to like source where the article came from.
That's wild. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that would be wild. You want to destroy the gold model.
Hey Jedi, you're gonna have to blow out those candles on that candlelit dinner you had, man. It's not gonna happen today. So you got stood up again, bro.
Blue balls.
Dost thou leave me so unsatisfied? That's what Jedi was actually feeling right now.
Bro, Pinky's going through it, man. He's like a masochist.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Not really.
Oh fuck. My headset, give me 1 sec.
We're just playing. We're messing with you, man. We can hear you.
Okay, so it's because my headset normally screws up. If you guys can hear me, I'd rather keep the headset on.
We can hear you.
Alright, so something funny. I've been working with this dude for, I want to say, like 3 years now, right? And me and him just kind of roast each other in front of customers to the point that it's believable. I mean, the dude's fucking funny. And one day I was talking to a different coworker that I normally talk to about, like, you know, different shit that we normally talk about in here, but he's like a super glober. And he's kind of like Pinky in a sense, you know, and believes you see the curve from the plane, which I've talked to him about many times, and I didn't realize. He's like, dude, why don't you talk to this other guy? He's like, he's on the same page as you. I'm like, no fucking way. And it was so funny because this whole time I had no fucking idea, and I didn't know that he was actually picking from the other dude for the subject as well, which was crazy. He was giving him shit all along. This cracks me up. The same ideas as Pinky, though. It's just no point.
Most people just want to argue for argument's sake. That's what most ballers are doing.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. My buddy too. He puts a lot of the material in his advertisements for sales and whatnot. It's fucking hilarious.
You know, it's so funny, bro. I've been jumping on Discord when I go to the gym for like the past month every morning. And I flash smack everyone in the gym every time. Pretty funny.
Have you come across somebody yet that's like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, and like completely agrees though?
No, they just like stick around me and intently listen, but then try to pretend they're not when I look at them.
That's so you've never come across somebody that shares the same beliefs?
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I mean, I traveled the whole United States talking about flat Earth on a microphone, so I ran into a lot of people. But in the gym, no.
Yeah,
You're working out and just talking on Discord on the Bluetooth or something on the headset?
Yeah, I have my AirPods in and I just talk about flat Earth.
So people are hearing what you're saying, but they're not hearing what other people are saying. So
yeah. But still, like I normally try to make it where, like if they hear what I'm saying, like today wasn't a very good example, but you know they still get flat Earth. I was saying it's funny, bro. Like people like they want to listen so much, but they don't want people to know they're listening. You feel what I'm saying? Like, almost everyone's interested in flat Earth once they start really hearing some of the info, but they don't really want people to know they're listening.
you do get a lot of closet people, closet flat earthers or closet true earthers or whatever. They want to hear the conversation, but they just don't want to be outspoken about it.
Hey, what do you guys think about my recent infrared argument that infrared has less refraction because of its wavelength? So if we're seeing too far on the globe because of refraction, when I pull infrared out, I should see more of the object blocked, and I shouldn't be able to see as far because there's less refraction. But in reality, we see further and more of the object with infrared, thus objectively debunking their claim that it's refraction.
I like it. I like the infrared stuff and how they actually grab it and reverse it on from reality, and they argue from the reversal. We know that's what the Globers do, but infrared is done in the actual field. It's utilized, right? It's something that can be used to do observations. It's a real thing, but they pervert what infrared does or whatever refraction, right? And they're saying, yeah, that's proving the globe, but at least we know it does, and you can articulate the way you're using it, at least on that point with the infrared.
Yeah, well, like infrared has longer wavelength than the visible light spectrum, and so it slows down less, so it has less refraction. So, say I see a lighthouse 30 miles away, and the globe says the lighthouse should be blocked by the curve of the Earth, but I can see it. You know, they're like, oh, it's refraction, the lighthouse is being lifted up over that curve. It's not really where you can see it. It's refraction. So if I pull out a camera that's going to cut down on refraction, that means I should see the lighthouse lower, and I should see more of the lighthouse blocked.
Yeah. In the globe, but we know that doesn't happen in reality. So just to think about it, it's kind of like brain confusing, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is like yes, we can point out that they're begging the question of the R value, and that it's a category error when they bring up terrestrial refraction, and that they're claiming something that doesn't even actually happen. They have no experimental evidence of this claim that refraction can even occur like that, much less a testable, verifiable equation that's quantifiable with actual empirical measurements of the conditions to show that it's happening. Blah, blah, blah. But every normie just says refraction. Like, every single normie, bro. Every normie. They know refraction, right? Like, every normie knows it now. That's how powerful Flat Earth has become, is that every normie knows it.
Wait, but the normie is they're repeating we know this. They're repeating the word on a piece of paper, and whatever says on that word that protects the globe, that's what it means, right? Refraction, therefore globe, but they're not actually using the real thing in the real world that refraction is. They're just perverting it and using it to say refraction, globe. You know that. So with the normies, I think the infrared. Bringing up the infrared can probably open a window and help some people, definitely. But the normies are just going to repeat words like refraction, gravity, whatever, and they don't even know what it means.
This is a direct and concise refutation of the refraction excuse. It's just no way around it. If they don't have refraction, then the globe is debunked. So they just say refraction. If I pull out infrared, which I've done this, you see more of the objects and you see further. It's obvious why. It's because the Earth is flat, and then the most dense part of the air is towards the bottom. So when you pull out infrared, it cuts through the haze. So you're able to see more of what's at the bottom. Okay, so it makes perfect sense on a flat Earth that you see further and more in infrared. But if we're seeing things that should be behind the curve of the Earth and supposedly refracted, we should not see more of it with infrared. It is game over. That's game, set, match. They don't have refraction. They have nothing. I think that it's the most.
That's a good one. Yeah, I think I like it because it's an example that you can use and a lot of people can get it. And I like it. If you keep it simple like that for the normies, refraction. Let's check the infrared. And like you're saying, I think it's a good point for some people.
Dude, their brain shorts out, dude. I've been testing it. Their brain shorts out. Like, even with the veteran anti-flat earthers, like the Zanuck, their brain shorts out. So I'm like, okay, so refraction is making us see further, and because it's being refracted, right? Yes. Okay, so if there's less refraction, then we don't see as far, right? Yeah, of course. Okay. So if infrared cuts down on refraction, we should not see as far then, right? And then they just can't answer. It's so wild, bro. Super funny. Long story short, I think all flat earthers should go out with equivalent cameras, one in infrared, one in not, and make identical observations. And then it's just over, bro. It's already over, obviously, but I'm saying this is dude, none of them contain it.
Yeah, the infrared stuff is, in my opinion, very underrated. Actually, I mean, underutilized because, you can demonstrate. Do a lot of observations in the infrared spectrum, and where's the globe? You can't find it anywhere. It's just too obvious. The infrared makes it more obvious because you can see clear. Yeah. There's a lot of infrared observations out there.
Well, think about this, dude. You could do a laser test.
We can hear you and get what you're saying. It's just that I can tell you're probably driving or doing something, and it's not the best quality at the moment.
Sorry. But
it's all good.
But dude, think about it. You could do a laser test, and you could have a laser either closer to or in the infrared spectrum, and then you could have a ultraviolet laser. So close to the ultraviolet spectrum. And so the blue or purple laser should be affected by refraction more, so it should curve more. So you should see the ultraviolet laser further than the infrared one.
Yeah. Wow. You should be able to see further on that one. That's what you're saying?
You should be able to see the blue laser further if their excuse is right, if it's refraction.
Okay.
So you could put two lasers at the same height above, say, a frozen lake or something, and then you can move them back together, and you should be able to see the blue one longer. We'll probably actually see the infrared one longer, though, and that also just blatantly debunks the globe and refraction. Does that make sense? Any critique? Because I'm about to put resources to these two types of tests, unless anyone has some critique.
So think about, they say that refraction, it's causing our observation to look flat, horizontal, right? That's what the refraction is doing. That's what they're claiming. And if you pull up the infrared, you should be able to see the curvature that you're not seeing because of the refraction. You should be able to see the buildings tilting instead of refracting horizontally. The illusion of refraction causing you to see horizontally. You should be able to dispel that illusion with the infrared. Yeah. Or the blue one that you're saying, the ultraviolet. Yeah, sure. Should be pretty easy.
Yeah, yeah, it's really simple. I'm trying to think of the best way to make this really simple and concise. If refraction makes us see further than we're supposed to on a globe, then if I pull out infrared, which has less refraction, I should see more of the object blocked. I should see closer to the actual position of the curve.
You should be able to see the buildings. You should be able to see the mountains tilting from you. You know, like,
I don't know. That's not my favorite argument, to be honest, because it's such a small amount.
All right. All good. I'm just adding that to the observations.
Whoa, there's a gigantic NASA infrared telescope. Yo, imagine getting up on a mountain and looking out with that thing.
Imagine what?
Taking that infrared telescope, that giant telescope, and looking out over the Earth from a mountain.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's the perspective that I'm telling you. If you're doing something like that, you should be able to see the curvature from with that infrared stuff. You should be able to see it somewhere.
This is what they try to say. They try to say it's not a lot. It doesn't just eliminate refraction. It's just a little less. They just make that up though. Like, actually, it can be up to 20% less. But anyway, it doesn't really matter how much less. It's the fact that it is less. Therefore, we should see more of the object obstructed, and we should be able to not see as far. If we can see further and we can see more of the objects, it doesn't matter how much more, any further, it debunks it. That's going in the wrong direction. That proves we're not seeing things over a curve of Earth that's being refracted up. I think this is just like the final slam dunk on everything. All they have is refraction, bro. We need to just put together experiments that directly refute. But screw the category error and playing the game with their equations and be like, well, what really is refraction and Snell's law? It's like, here's a 10-second video that debunks your entire worldview. That's what I think. But anyway, I'm just trying to tell you guys the test that I'm about to get funded. So I'm going to try to do those two tests. A laser, one closer to the ultraviolet part of the spectrum, which should refract the most, and then one closer to the infrared spectrum, and have them both, like, say, 2 feet off the ground, and move them back over a lake, maybe even a frozen one, and the infrared laser should disappear first because it's not able to bend over the curve as much according to their refraction claims. So we should see the ultraviolet laser more. If we see the red laser longer, then it debunks their claim. And then I want to do just infrared shots of long distance infrared with equivalent zoom without infrared and show that you can see more of the object and further with infrared debunks their claim. And then the other one that's like a direct and indisputable refutation of the globe is
you can just do the infrared observation. Let's say, for example, right, the black swan. Oh, refraction. That's why you see the black swan, bro. Infrared. There you go. I mean, that's it. Game over.
Yeah, they're gonna say there's still refraction. It's just less, but you just have to compare the visible spectrum with the infrared. If you see more with infrared, it's over. But then tell me, I guess no one's saying that they disagree. I don't know. But tell me what you guys think about this test as well. We're about to move to Florida. I'm going to set up a test where we send out a radio propagation from the west coast of Florida, maybe near Tampa, and we send it to Louisiana. So say we have a 100-foot antenna and we send the radio transmission out towards Louisiana around 350 miles away. It shouldn't be received there because according to the globe, it gets blocked around 200 miles and then it goes up to the ionosphere and bounces back down. So it creates a skip zone, meaning that there's like a huge area that the signal's not able to be received because it's supposedly going towards space. If we send that signal to Louisiana and they receive it, it debunks the globe. Definitively.
I like those. Those are pretty good. The wave, yeah, and you can do a long one like that one, 350 miles. That's pretty good, actually. I like those.
Well, you can send radio waves thousands of miles, right? But the problem that they have is you can receive it. Someone said they're hot. You're hot micing, man.
Someone hot micing. Let me check it. I'm driving at the moment, but I'll check it.
I'm just gonna start rapping.
No, these ones.
Prior to the conversation, I'm just gonna start rapping. Prior to the conversation and the proclamations, we're tired of the calling names and hating ad homs and obfuscation, so let's stick to the specific empirical demonstrations of the postulations. Have you ever wondered what space is with near perfect vacuum and pressure adjacent? That's a second law violation. Okay, I think we're good.
I think I muted the person. I think it was Root or something. Go ahead.
Well, what do you guys? I want constructive criticism. What do you guys think about the radio test? I hope I explained it well enough. According to the globe, if we send out radio transmission, it gets blocked by the curve of the Earth. Marconi sent out radio transmissions over the Atlantic, and he was trying to send them 2,200 miles. They said, you can't do that because the curve of the Earth is going to block it at 200 miles. He's like, well, I'm going to try anyway. He was successful first attempt. That's when they, quote unquote, discovered the ionosphere. They didn't discover anything. Heaviside just invented it to try to come up with a way to explain how it would work on a globe. So what they claim is if you send the transmission out over the Earth, it gets blocked by the curve of the Earth at just under 200 miles. Then the signal keeps going out as the Earth drops down beneath it. It causes the signal to go towards space. It then hits the ionosphere and reflects back down. So basically an upside down V. Okay? What that means is there's a huge area between where the curve of the Earth blocked it and where it comes back down that is called a skip zone. It's a dead zone. It can't be received there because it's going to space. Okay? So if you can put someone right in the middle of the skip zone and send the signal out and they receive it, it debunks the globe. There's no way around it. I've asked all the zealots. They can't even articulate a rebuttal. I've had like some of the biggest zealots in the world admit it would debunk the globe. So I personally, as of now, I see no way around it. I'm just wondering what people think or if they want to help do the test. You know, because we can do this everywhere. Like the trick is people send their radio signals over land. So everyone's sending it over land. And so they're like, oh, I can't receive it here. I can receive it there. And it changes constantly. But you have topographical obstruction. You have elevation changes, topographical obstruction, and then you have to worry about storms and all kinds of stuff. So it's like you can't always receive it in between each point on the flat Earth because of topographical obstruction and stuff like that. Right? But like over water, so from like Tampa to Louisiana over the water, there is no topographical obstruction. So you would do the test like that. You would do the test over water. You could do it from like a beach in North Carolina towards Cuba, or an island out on the East Coast or whatever. Wherever there's bodies of water, you could fly someone out to the island and have them receive the signal. You could even you could actually concentrate the signal into like a beam, and you could also have the receiver only receive horizontal signals. You can actually set up a receiver to only receive horizontal signals. To me, this is like, it removes the whole optical thing. This is just direct physical and evidence. I'll stop talking so much. You guys seem disinterested.
Hey, Witsy, we were able to hear probably 90% at the end. You started cutting out because it looks like you're moving positions. So you did cut out at the end, like a robot. Okay.
Sorry. I think I've talked enough anyway. If anyone has any input, just let me know.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'd love to see it. So I'm sure they'll come up with some sort of excuse, though, Austin, as you know. We'll just pile it on top of all the rest of the fucking evidence. But
yeah, but I've tried to ask them to come up with an excuse, and none of them can.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what Jesse Gordon was saying last time. I can't remember. I think even he said, yeah, that'd be interesting. I'll have to look into it or something.
He literally just said, not necessarily, because there could just be something we don't know about that happens.
Yeah, but anyway.
Pay a famous person. Hey, Andy. Hey, after you've done it and you've done the calculations, how you doing? You got to pay a famous has-been with a name. Pay someone who's like broke. Give them like 20 grand and say, right, read this out. A famous name, that's all you need. So...
Well, yeah, he just cut out one guy. Is there any more to that?
Just to give it a bit of clout. That's all about the presentation.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Yeah, a little bit. You're in the middle there. Yeah, you've got to realise that anybody with a bit of clout is going to just suicide the career, essentially. So.
Well, yeah, that's why you find the people whose career's already over, is what he's saying.
Right. So I missed that bit.
There's something called have you guys heard of the app that you can pay famous people to read off something? And a lot of has-beens are on there. There's an app for that.
Is there? Not for bloody
yeah, bro. Yeah, like Troy Aikman or Emmett Smith or Mike Tyson or whatever. They're listed on there and they have different prices. So it's like $200, $500. For them to read something off. And they'll read it off on camera. You guys ever heard of this?
Is that Cameo?
Yeah, mostly people do it for like a birthday wish or something, or like happy anniversary, my beloved sister, blah, 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 like. It's kind of like a present for people who already have everything they want.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, it's Cameo, that's what it is. Because, we already know famous people. Me and King Los are going to do a Flat Earth show. Eddie Bravo, Sam Tripoli, Jim Brewer. There's all kinds of people. Obviously, B.O.B. I don't know. But, get a normie that's, really famous from sports or something to say the Earth is flat. Imagine just, us rounding up, $5,000 and us paying, 10 famous people to say certain things and making a montage.
The thing that you mentioned, yeah, a lot of famous people do charge, I think, couple grands or more or less or whatever, and they will read whatever propaganda product you're selling or whatever thing you want to say, whatever message they do. A lot of famous people do it like that. Yeah, couple grands. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so some of them are so broke, obviously, that they charge like $120 or $400. But they do reserve the right to decline it. So they may not read off like the Earth is actually a geocentric stationary topographical plane, and due to the gas pressure that we all depend on to survive, there must be a container. Like they may not read something like that. I don't know.
You got to be more clever than that. So it's literally, if it's a 10-second video, you get them to say, I checked out this picture, and it seems that we see too far. How come we can see so far? And it's a famous person's voice. I'm such and such. I don't know why we can see so far. It has to be in a question. It has to be a bit more. You can't make any technical language whatsoever. The minute you open your mouth and you say something technical, the normies, they're already like straight over their head. It has to be.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea, bro. Like, and then, but it's not just their voice, because AI can imitate voices. Like, it's them on video. It's called Cameo. So, like, imagine taking their video of them sitting at their desk in their office. Emmett Smith saying, everything changed when I saw this picture. How can we see so far? We're not supposed to be able to see this far. It's truly mind-blowing. And then you just put up, like, Canagoo on the screen while he's talking.
You know what?
Like,
Fuck it. Give me 5,000. I'll do it. I'll do it, guys. I'll do it for you. I'll read. Just send me the stuff. I'll read it.
Okay, that's a good deal.
Well, I've got a mate who does really good impersonations of famous people. He's got a really good Arnold Schwarzenegger. He does a very good Stephen Hawkins.
Can he do Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah, he does a great Donald Trump. Yeah. He's really good at Trump.
He's hired.
Who can't do Stephen Hawking? But like, yeah, like obviously you don't just want impersonations or just video or just audio. You want a real famous person talking on camera.
Yeah, there's a difference on that, definitely. Yeah, there's a difference.
Yeah, because it's really like AI. I just made a Drake song, dude. I just jumped on my microphone and freestyled a song about Mickelson Morley, and then ran it through AI, and it turned it into Drake. So AI can make voices now like that. People are just going to assume it's fake. You need them on video.
Another way you could possibly get around it is to basically pretend it's an audition tape. But they already waiver their rights to be able to use it because it's an audition tape that you might be able to use in a final presentation.
Oh,
you get them to audition for a part.
No, don't do that, because they've done that to this community. Like, people, they did it to some people in here. Like the Netflix stuff. That's. Nah.
Yeah, you gotta have honor, and you're also playing with people that have really good Jewish lawyers.
That's a good point.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the radio test, man?
That's one of my favorites. Yeah, radio tests, definitely, especially the modern ones. If you're gonna do one recently, 100% get them done, especially from different locations. Those, for me, those are one of the best ones. Long distance, the long distance communications between whatever radar or radio, all that.
Well, it's not even about how far it goes. Right, we already have that. It's about the person being inside the skip zone, meaning the signal can't be received there. It's going up towards space and then comes back down. So it leaves a huge zone in the middle called the skip zone. You put the person right in the middle of that. They cannot receive the signal on a globe.
The problem is you can't see radio waves.
You don't have to see them. You just receive them. You just receive the signal.
But it's just a blinking light, right? It's very difficult to visualize that. And somebody...
No, you receive audio. You can literally just send an audio message.
You can send a video or an audio, whatever file you're gonna send. It's just that it's a two-way communication, which is point to point. So device to device, and if there's a curvature in between, or a wall of water, or space, nothingness, I mean, it shouldn't connect. But in reality, it will connect, because they're connected.
Yeah.
And the point, the caveat that you're adding about the skipping zone on the globe. So okay, let's test this claim of the globe that if you are on this position, it's gonna skip. Let's test that. That's what you're saying. What's it?
Yeah, because you're trapping them because they have to claim that because that was their excuse that tried to save the globe in the first place whenever the radio transmissions went too far. So they can't back out of that. They have to have it to explain what we've already done with Marconi and then, hundreds of people since then.
Yeah, you are like getting your hands. You're doing the practical thing and testing the fake stuff. So you're getting the hands dirty just to, basically present the real stuff and falsify the lies. Yeah. The Brazilians, remember the Brazilians in Brazil? They did a radar. It wasn't as long as the one that you're talking about, but they basically test for what you're saying. Not for the 250 miles, no, but they were saying that if these two devices connect, this is like a direct communication that it shouldn't be happening. So it has been done, but the caveat that you're adding in the middle, yeah, it makes it more clear, especially for someone that is believing a lie. It adds that variable. Should be able to falsify that claim. Yeah.
Look, here's a picture.
Overall, my take would be, for what it's worth, mind you, is that I wouldn't spend any effort or energy trying to debunk the globe. It's never been proven in the first place. First, they have to prove it, then debunk it. Like, where's their proof? It's like going after this like whack-a-mole style, like globalist storytelling days.
Yeah, but I mean,
oh, go ahead.
You're like relying on these people being capable of basic logic, and they, quite frankly, are not. And honestly, I just want to like glitch out the matrix, bro. I just want to come in here one day and be like, bro, this is crazy, huh? You guys got 57,000 people in the waiting room. We're gonna have to start hiring.
I like the activity because it's another tool that we can use because even though I'm not out there to convince anybody, but still there's a community that does the work, and I do speak to people about this, and the more tools I have to talk to people about it, the merrier, the better for me. It's not necessary. What you're doing is not. I don't think it's necessary. But it is useful.
You guys don't want to glitch out the matrix?
Yeah. Glitch it out. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's definitely possible to glitch it out. Based on the foundations on this place, I think people can realize certain truth that will kind of break the program of lies. In a sense, it could. I think the house of cards can definitely fall apart. On the foundation that everybody's standing on in reality, right?
Dude, we're about to get hit with aliens, bro. Like I have a 5-month-old, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not just about like, oh, I figured it out, we're good. Like,
yeah.
Well, we live in a world where children are being born.
Yeah.
So
I have children too, just very young, like similar to you. I mean, not 5 months, but yeah, I've been through that. You just gotta, at least, like already, present the reality, and at least they have awareness that there's lies out there, and they don't have to believe all the lies. They're gonna hear them, they're gonna look at them, but they just don't have to believe them. and just take everything like for face value, like some people want you to do. Because eventually they're gonna make their own decisions, but at least as a foundation, as a father and mother, you can teach them things, and they do learn. If you teach them all BS, they're gonna learn the BS. If you teach them truth, they're gonna learn the truth. If you teach them both sides, they're gonna learn both sides.
Well, look, the only problem that you have is getting the word out there. As if I record all this in 4K, I get Hibbler to help me produce it, the experiment, and it's just like dope. It's like 15 minutes, super professional. It's just like no way around. I can get it out there. Trust me. I'll pull all my connects, but I'm not going to pull all my connects for the Black Swan. They're just going to say refresh.
Doesn't the whole like skip zone that would prove a globe Earth, right? If you can show that it exists, right? The skip zone. Because if it was flat, then it would just keep going through like line of sight.
Okay. So sometimes you can't receive signals because of well, again, if you do it over water, because you have topographical obstruction. A skip zone doesn't prove a globe if there's topographical obstruction. But if you do it over water, it would be interesting. Of course, you have to make sure you're not seeing it into like any type of electronic interference. So no storms or anything like that. So yeah, no, actually, like if you can't receive in certain areas, that doesn't debunk a flat Earth. But it objectively debunks a globe if you can receive it in the skip zone.
Oh, possibly, but I think if there's an area where you'd expect it to go that far, like over water or something, I don't know. I feel like if it was flat, then there wouldn't be a skip zone.
I just explained why there would be at times. I just explained it.
Well, because you said there's like some electronic effect that's stopping the radio waves, I guess.
Topographical obstruction or storms or something, yeah. This is a well-known phenomenon. That's why you can't get a lot of signal during storms.
Unless you like had it so strong, it was like a Navy radar that just like if you stand next to it, it'll just microwave you. It's so strong that you know that it could go that far based on tests, like you know how much it degrades over a certain amount of air, and then even if it is filled with rain clouds and stuff.
Yeah, do you understand that if we receive it, it debunks the globe?
If you receive it in the skip zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean though, because there's always things you have to watch out for. Like maybe if it's bouncing off some like other thing. So I get what you mean. Like, yeah, it's all like evidence one way or another.
Yeah, just debunks the globe. And we've already debunked the globe with radio waves though. So according to the globe, radio waves bounce off the ionosphere, but only up to 40 megahertz. And anything over 40 megahertz penetrates the ionosphere. And this is because they're like, oh, well, if there's ionization up at a certain level of the air, then it would interact with the wave and reflect it down. But you can show in like experiments that if the frequency is too high, then the ionization will not reflect the wave. So anything over 40 megahertz penetrates the ionosphere, even if it were a real thing. Well, the world record radio transmissions of over, like amateur radio transmission, over 106 megahertz has gone over 2,700 miles. But that can't bounce off the ionosphere because it's 106 megahertz, and that's much higher than 40. You have to receive 2,700 miles away. So that already debunks the globe.
That's a good point. I think that's a good point. Just like the other one you brought up. Yeah, I like it. I like that.
Yeah, there's no rebuttal for that. There's no rebuttal for line of sight microwave transmissions that have a beam divergence of 1 meter at 300 megahertz and then 1 millimeter at 300 gigahertz. So the microwave range is 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. At 300 megahertz, it just has a meter diameter like divergence, and then 1 millimeter at 300 gigahertz. So the military all the time sends out microwaves.
Pinky, you're saying that the signals that are being sent, like the one that Wizard is describing, is being bounced, and that's why it's communicating at the other point, at the skipping zone. I mean,
yeah, at the other side of the skip zone.
Because if the device is designed for a two-way communication from point A to point B, from device to device, a transmitter to receiver, both of them, right? And it's 10,000, let's say, I don't know, 3,000 miles away across the water, across the shore to shore. There's no bouncing anything.
I can send a diagram, but at 3,000 miles, it would be bouncing. You'd have to.
It will have to be bouncing, but there is no bouncing. It's two-way, point to point.
Oh.
Line of sight.
You know what you could do? Maybe you could even, if you still think it's like line of sight going that way, you could maybe have a directional wave that bounces, like that points up at a certain point in the ionosphere. Or you can also maybe do something where you figure out how far the radio wave has traveled using some sort of interferometry. I forgot how to say it. Or
so you're saying that today there are ways of doing the communication without the line of sight, right? There's ways to do that, but what I'm saying is that, let's say, for example, Marconi from the east of the United States for New England, they did a two-way communications from that point to Scotland on the west of Europe, right? I mean, not west, east of Europe. I mean, yeah, west or whatever. East. And so from shore to shore, from the United States, east of the United States, and then west of Europe, Scotland, and they were able to communicate. That's over 3,000 miles. And that was a two-point communication. That they described it as direct message. And we're talking about 1911 or 1910, or something like that.
1909.
1909, yeah.
Or 1901.
And that's one example of many. That's one example of many, because there's another one from New Jersey to Germany. There's another one from England to Australia. And they describe them as direct messages, two-way communication. So, yeah, today we can do it, bounce it off walls or whatever, who knows? But still, it's not... I mean, the globe is impossible to do the two-way communication direct ones on the ball, because there's no bouncing off the air. Like Witsi was saying, the signal is too strong. It's just gonna penetrate to through the ionosphere. There is no bouncing, unless I don't know. Go ahead. My bad. I spoke for too long. Go ahead, Pinky. Or Witsi. What do you think, Pinky, about the two-way communication over 3,000 miles? What happened there? There was no bouncing.
I think that probably was bouncing off the thing.
You think?
Yeah.
You believe?
But there's a way we can test it, because so they have something called a radar altimeter, so they can figure out the distances that radio waves travel. Yeah, I
wonder if they figured that out with statistics. I wonder if they got all the data and figured that out with statistics, Pinky.
So real quick, Mickey, before we go there, right?
Probably.
Pinky, back then in 1910, do you think they were doing all this advanced stuff that you're talking right now? Or they were sticking to the actual simplicity and reality of things, and they accomplished that they set themselves to do, which is two-way direct message from point A to point B. And they said, mission accomplished. And the disbelievers back then said, no, that's impossible because we live on a ball. And they told them it was not going to work the way the designers of the system said it will, because, of the ball. The ball makes it impossible. But they accomplished the communication, the direct two-way message between long distances, for example, 3,000 miles. So it was impossible on the ball, but since the ball is not reality, therefore, No ball. You got it?
So the thing, this was in 1910, you say?
Yeah, the one I was talking first, it was the first transatlantic radio communication by Marconi from New England to Scotland.
Because the thing is that like radio waves, radar technology in 1910 was not very good at all. Like even at the beginning of World War II, most battleships and stuff didn't have radar. You know, they
but are you addressing the example that Jemsy gave you?
Yeah. So to address the exact example he's saying, I like at the time period of 1910. Maybe in his in his thing that he wrote or whatever you're referencing, he said direct communicate, like line of sight communication, but maybe
direct message.
Yeah, direct message, but that doesn't mean it's direct line of sight. Maybe he didn't know it bounced off the ionosphere. Maybe he just said direct message, and that's just what he meant.
So, bro, listen. They built an antenna, hundreds of tons of material. It took them a long time to build it. They at the same time they were building the other one. They built these two things for this exact same purpose, to do a direct message communication. They didn't just woke up one day and say, "Oh, let's try this antenna right here and try to talk to the guys of the other side of the world," right? They actually devised it this way to be able to communicate from those 2 points. And guess what? It worked. Because
so for
the Earth is flat.
What was the name of the places again?
Look at the locations, Jemsy.
Look at I think it's Westfield, Massachusetts. No, let me look at it. Look at the first transatlantic radio communication. Transatlantic, which is between the U.S. and Europe. New England and Scotland. You could find it on this Discord. It's got to be somewhere, or you could find it on Google.
I think I found it.
And that's one example of many, just letting you know.
But Pinky says that it's possible on a globe, right, Pinky?
Yeah, as well. It's also possible on a globe because, it can be the ionosphere.
Yeah, fair point.
But I'll
there you have
look
it.
this up, to see if maybe he has some evidence that it was direct line of sight, or maybe he was directing it. I don't know.
Let me see if I find it. Go ahead.
Well, but even if you're saying direct line of sight is a possibility, you still think it's going to happen on a globe, though, right? Even though you find that out, or will that debunk the idea that you're living on a curved surface?
So if he's directing the radio wave, so it's like facing towards the horizon, right? So it's line of sight. Then it's a narrow beam, which I don't think they even had in those days. But I don't even know if they could direct like radio waves in a certain direction, to be honest. But if they did that and they still got it, then that would, at 3,000 miles, that would definitely. Not definitely, but it would.
All right,
go a long way to show that it's flat. But
okay. Well, so you're going to look at the information then, and then see if that pans out, and if it does, then would you come back and say, "Well, guys, just because you show me this information, I'm really going to, consider the Earth to be flat, stationary because of that fact."
Of course. Just so you know, there's all this stuff. So, for instance, I'd have to look at the exact distances, but there's diffraction around the horizon. But I think at 3,000 miles, that was almost certainly not going to have anything to do with it. So.
Okay, so there would it could have to be only a line of sight. Is that what you're saying? Like you can't. There's not. What I'm trying to say is that there's not going to be an out to this understanding. You're going to be just like, okay, definitely flat and stationary if it's showing that we're traveling over 3,000 miles. Or are you going to come back and say, "Well, diffraction and we got
3,000 miles, but not bouncing off the ionosphere somehow." That's what
you know that the bouncing of the ionosphere came like in the 1940s. Someone proposed that like decades after it was already accomplished. So the idea that the radio signals were being bounced off a layer above us was proposed, I think it was for over 40 years after the fact.
So I don't know. Like, I guess you're going to look at that information, and that's a good thing. You know, Jemsy gave you a lot to look at. So now you got all that information to kind of go over. Pinky?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's good. I don't know if Jemsy, if you want to add more to that point.
Just adding to the conversation, Witsit is about to do a test in relation to this from Florida to Louisiana. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But
yeah, go on.
I want to correct that the first one was in 1902, the first transatlantic from Canada to the UK. That's what it says here in the Googles. But I know there's another one from New England to Scotland. So those are two examples right there, from Canada to UK, and then from New England to Scotland. So you're gonna find multiple.
Pinky, write that down. Don't forget.
Oh yeah.
He's giving you some. He's giving the goods. All right. So I mean, we want to continue the conversation, but we don't want to.
Yeah. Don't wait for me. Just
Well, I mean, I want to make sure Jemsy's covered all his points, because one thing we want to do is make sure that you are not lost with what he's saying, and of course, it's important, right, for all of us. All right. So, I mean, you left at the last time you left. I mean, you left us, in the middle of Jedi actually talking to you. So I just want to see if Jedi is there, and maybe we can pick up where we left off and go from there.
Good afternoon. Where are we up to?
Well, we're going to see if we can reconvene the conversation of where we last parted with Pinky when he left last. So, just pick up where we left off and see if we can cover some ground.
Was Pinky the guy who said scientific consensus?
Yeah. Glass of water, coming back, then he had to leave. That guy.
I get you. Do you understand, Pinky, why I jumped all over the phrase scientific consensus? Do you understand that?
So I can. So let's just rehash what happened, right? So I was talking to someone about what was he talking about? Axial precession of the Earth, or like a 20...
Did you forget, Pinky?
No, I didn't.
Did you forget?
Like axial progression of the Earth.
Okay.
As it goes over its like 20,000 year cycle, it kind of what's it called? Damn,
I don't know.
Really
what is
tired.
it called?
The freaking
what is it called?
Gyroscopic precession, or it goes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, mayhem. You got to chill out for a bit. Like, I understand.
Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Seriously,
sorry,
most people in this chat disagree with me already. Like, you don't need to gang up on the one person who disagrees with you.
All right. I won't. I'll behave.
Sure. Yeah, and then there's another kind of sort of wobble that the Earth experiences called nutation or something like that. And I was just skimming over the what that meant, because that was the first time I've ever heard of it. And then someone said, "Oh, do you believe in nutation now?" And I said, yes, but what you have to understand about my beliefs is that I don't hold. There's very few beliefs that I would say I know for 100% certainty. Really, I see the world as more like a grayscale of beliefs. Like for instance, climate change. This seems pretty certain to me. Maybe different to some other of you.
Like you mean weather, right?
Oh yeah. No, anthropogenic climate change, right? Now there's some other stuff. Like for example, does my I don't actually know if, for instance, my car, my brother is here. So is his car in the driveway? I don't know. I would say that I have a very low probability, but it could be there. So really, I don't have anything to say about that. But there's other stuff that I know for, at much higher percentage.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask two questions? All right. Just really quickly, Jedi. I know you were just real quick, and then Jedi you can continue the conversation. All right. Oh, so we're talking on Discord right now, right? At the moment, Pinky, you and me, and everybody else in here. All right. Do you 100% know with all certainty that we're talking on Discord right now?
I would say what I know for certain is that there is a conscious being who is talking to someone on Discord in this moment. Now, I know this seems like I'm weaseling out of saying that I know.
No. You go ahead and say how you want to. You go ahead. So we're not talking. Me and you, we're not. You're not certain we're talking on Discord. That's all I wanted to know right now.
Well, for instance, if you ever seen the movie The Matrix, you could it could be something like that. I mean, but what I do know is that in this.
Hold on. Do we live in the Matrix?
No, I don't know. It seems like a very low chance for that, but I have no evidence. I would say.
Yeah. Do we live in the physical and natural world where physical and natural laws apply, and we can know those things to be certain?
I would say I don't know about that. I mean, for instance,
you don't know about that.
Been,
so hold on. For example, cause and effect relationships. Can we understand cause and effect relationships? As in the cause of things happening. Can we work with that and utilize that and build engines around that? And can we know that? For example.
Well, you can get more and more evidence as you test things again. You can improve a certain causal.
Yeah.
And also, if you assume certain stuff, for instance, like if you assume, make lots of assumptions, like you were saying, that the outside reality exists and all this, then you can assume things like, for instance, okay, when the sun goes down, it gets colder. If you understand the model. Actually, I shouldn't use that because then that's a flat Earth thing. How about like, if I turn the TV on, it gets louder. That's something like, okay, I understand the mechanism of how that works. Sound waves going through my speakers. So then that's assuming that they exist and all this stuff. Assuming that it's gonna, yeah.
Toasters work and microwaves work, and we work within the physical and natural world, and we can demonstrate cause and effect relationships, can't we? The reason why I'm trying to get back to this is because earlier in conversation with me that you run away from is you said the thing scientific consensus.
Yeah. So
I understand. Hold on.
All right. No, you go.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Thank you. No, that's fine. You said scientific consensus. Consensus. Can we agree that means to agree on something?
Yeah. Let's just say what scientific. Awesome. Forget about reality and everything. Assuming we live in this world.
No, I don't want to forget about it.
That's just the majority of scientists overwhelmingly seem to agree with something.
Awesome. Right. And within science, because you said science, that would mean an experiment has taken place, right?
So the thing about science is you don't necessarily need to do an experiment where you're the one designing it. Just so you know, like you can do science on stuff like, for instance, if like coronavirus, for instance, you're not doing it, you're just observing. It's called observational science, right? You're just seeing a bunch of data and you go, all right, I predict that the R value or the replication value of certain viruses is this, and I'm going to do some like basically you're doing an observation, but you can think of that as an experiment. It's just an experiment you didn't.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Hold on. You understand what the scientific method is, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. And you understand that things that do not follow the scientific method that are not science are classed as pseudoscience, right?
I think pseudoscience
you understand
is when logic is poor. So yeah, I agree with
that. Pseudoscience is declared to be when science has actually not taken place. So science being the method where you demonstrate physically a cause and effect relationship within an experiment. That would be the thing that you would agree on to have a consensus about it, because you physically demonstrated something to be true. Now, with an observational assumption, or observational science, as you said, we started using the word assumption quite a bit. If we assume things to be true, we see that's already going to start falling apart, isn't it? It's the assumptions that we need to take care of. And
just forget about the assumptions then. I'll just say I'm not assuming anything weird,
Awesome. So let me get to this question. Would you agree that scientific consensus says that science proves the shape of the Earth?
Yes, I'd say so.
Awesome. So then you would be able to give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the object, the Earth.
Not necessarily. Do you understand why? Not necessarily.
Why not? Yeah, well, I do. I'm wondering if you do.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so for instance, like if I say just like a regular person, I believe that DNA exists because it seems like a lot of medical treatments are based on DNA. I got taught it in school. It's the scientific. I see things like CRISPR on the news. DNA, finger profile. fingerprinting to find criminals.
The question was,
right? So wait, let's just listen. I know. Wait, what your question?
So answer the question then.
Right. So,
is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the object, the Earth?
Well, basically what happened is you said, fine, then tell me what the exact experiment is. Now, I don't need to know what the exact experiment is when it comes to the DNA, for instance. I don't have to like give you line for line the molecular biology of how they know what DNA looks like and all this stuff. I know it's a double helix. I don't know how they well, actually, I do know how they figured it out. Apparently, double X-ray.
To ask the question again, and maybe you can stop talking about this and listen to the question.
You didn't ask the question. Well, I'm responding to what you said when you said that. Give me an experiment.
I'll ask again because you're starting to talk a lot and it's starting to annoy me. Is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the object, the Earth? Being as we understand that science deals with cause and effect, I'll remind you about that bit. Is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object?
Yes.
Really? So an object, a concrete noun, nothing happening, you think you want to be able to find the cause of that? Awesome. Would you agree that to find out the shape of an object, you would observe and measure it and not demonstrate a cause and effect relationship experiment? As in, science would not be the tool that you would use to demonstrate the shape of an object. Science deals with cause and effect.
I don't agree with that because what you could like. Can I tell you why though?
Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So, you know, like the ancient Greeks did experiments with these sticks in the ground about finding the radius of Earth. For instance,
those are some pretty smart guys, man. Those ancient Greeks. I'm sorry.
Or even just going back to the DNA example, the experiment that they used to figure that out was X-ray diffraction.
Ancient Greeks knew about DNA. I didn't know. That's a new one on me. Go ahead, Pinky.
There's no need to troll unless you actually don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm just trying to. I'm following. I'm just trying to behave, dude. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Wait,
I'm lost. Are you talking about ancient Greeks knowing DNA? Is that?
Anyway, Jedi. So if you
I might have missed something. Sorry, go ahead.
To know the shape of DNA being a double helix, you can do an experiment to do that. Like with the Earth, for instance, I think there's other stuff you can. I think you can, if you fly on the surface of an Earth.
Take a deep breath, man.
Because
you'll get through it.
Because of spherical trigonometry, it'll be different than if it was flat. You know, there's lots of experiments you can do. You can also just look.
All right, hold on. I've had enough.
Slow down.
The reason why I'm bringing this up, mate, is because I've listened to you chat a long time, and I really don't think you understand what science is. Do you know what a DV is? A dependent variable. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah, in a scientific experiment, it's the variable that you measure the response of if you change the independent variable.
Yeah, so it's the thing happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So in ancient Greeks, Aristophanes and a stick in the fucking floor, it's the dependent variable.
Well, let's use the spherical geometry one because that one.
Just trying to get you to build that. You said science, and I'm trying to show you that maybe you don't understand what science is because you brought up scientific consensus earlier and you believe that shit. That's fine, but if you want to believe something, it will be demonstrated to be true. According to the scientific method, when we're dealing with cause and effect relationships, to say that there's a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object is fucking redundant because science isn't the tool that you would use to do that. As I've elucidated and tried to demonstrate to you, science is a cause and effect within the physical and natural world-based thing. It's not maths and objects, mate.
So there's two things I disagree with you on. The first one is that science needs an experiment with a dependent variable. You can just do observational science, like for instance.
Observational science,
like astronomers, for instance, can say stuff about the universe.
This is why. Hold on, sorry. This is why it's classed as pseudoscience because as soon as you said astronomers, you realised that there's no way that you're going to be manipulating your independent variable in an experiment. What you're going to do is you're going to look up in the sky, and because you think that you're living on the ball, everything you look up in the sky is going to be applied to that spinning ball in a vacuum space. So that's the assumption. This is why observational science is shit and declared as pseudoscience, because you can just work on assumptions. Begging the question fallacies, for example. See, the scientific method is logic-based, where you can physically demonstrate the cause of something happening. To measure the shape of the Earth, science isn't the tool that you would use to do that. So like I said, I don't think you know what science is. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm literally here to help. Because somewhere you've been manipulated, my friend.
Wait, so is what it's called is an observational study. So if you don't want, and I made a mistake bringing up astronomy because for obvious reasons, but let's just bring it back to Earth.
You're fine.
For
you can make all the mistakes you want.
No, if
you can make all the mistakes you want, it's fine. Keep going.
If you do an observational study, you see where different governments have banned smoking, so you know the incidence of smoking, and then you can figure out what's what the effects of that are. Although I suppose that would have a dependent variable because you would measure things like.
Dude, you're trying to. Why have you you're 24 hours into trying to complicate things? I don't get it. Don't you remember yesterday when the whole pseudoscience thing was addressed?
Well, actually, but more importantly, Jedi, I disagree.
But that wasn't Jedi. But you just you only like to talk about what you want to talk about. Got it. Noted.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to. But that's why he wants to just talk whatever he wants to talk about. So
I'm trying to show him that
go ahead,
what he's talking about is nonsense. I'm just trying to show him what he's talking about is nonsense. And again, not being rude. You said scientific consensus. What the fuck is that?
Wait, no. What I wanted to talk to you about, Jedi, is that you said that if I am using scientific consensus as evidence to believe something, that now I have to give you a study or explain to your because you said what is the study then? What is the experiment that they're using to prove this? But I don't need one of those because what I'm basically doing is an argument to authority or expert, and I'm assuming that if they're competent and if most of the humans are competent, they'll design experiments properly. I don't have to know them. Do you get that?
Yeah, I get. So you've got a trust in authority, basically. What I'm trying to point out to you is with a little bit of knowledge and personal understanding, that authority isn't giving you the evidence that they have a consensus about. They just declare, based on that presupposition, that the Earth is already a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. And everything will be applied to that, according to stories that they tell you. But according to science, there's no scientific experiment that obviously can't be the shape of the Earth. Our question here, then, is how have they demonstrated this to be true? The question is actually, how have they measured the curvature, drop over distance, or R value of the Earth in the first place? Do you know if and how they've done that? And have you been asked this question before?
So the fact that you're moving on to that leads me to believe that we still disagree about something. My argument, basically, I can explain my argument in a syllogism, which would probably be.
You can disagree. You can disagree all you want with a method, mate. You can bash your head against a brick wall all you want. I'm just telling you what it is.
So this is my syllogism. So you tell me where my experiment has to be in here, right? So my syllogism is experts on so in general, at a scientific consensus of a certain level, experts on a subject are usually correct. That's part one, right? Part two, or premise two, is experts on the subject have reached a consensus that this thing is true. So then my conclusion is the thing that they said is probably the thing that they said is true is probably correct. That's all it is, right? There's I don't need to know anything about.
Yeah, it's based on probability, right?
Stop the cat.
It's based on probability, Pinky?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
pretty religious of you, Pinky.
And the thing is that's not an error in reasoning.
It's not an error in reasoning. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, you could just
Let's try another area of reasoning. Which one would you like to pick on? Would you like to pick on the triangle, or would you like to pick on second law of thermodynamics? Which one do you want to pick on?
Okay. We can shift the topic because you feel like. I mean, I've been made fun of for this whole scientific consensus thing. So let's just get to let's just finish it before we move on to something else, right? It seems.
You can go ahead and you got control of this, Pinky. You go ahead, man. You tell them like it is. You tell us where you want to go. We'll go wherever you want. How about that? Is that cool?
Well, how about this?
How about you tell us where? You come to our forum and you tell us what to do and what's what, and we'll follow your example, right? Because we're gonna follow you, Pinky. Is that cool?
Well, just because everyone seems to disagree with me about the scientific consensus.
Oh, really? Pinky. Why the fuck do you think that is, Pinky?
Well,
it's because you don't know what science.
Maybe it's because you don't know
what science is.
Jesus.
Perhaps. Just saying.
I don't think a scientific consensus is an appeal to authority, to experts, right? I know it.
Thank you for pointing out your fallacy. Thank you for pointing that out.
So the reason it's not fallacious is I'm not committing an error in reasoning here, right? An error in reasoning would be to say, because these people are usually correct, that means this is true, which is like in terms of.
That's what you just said.
That's exactly what you just said.
The error in reasoning is the fact that Jedi asked you a simple question and you turned it into a fucking 15-minute conversation about what? Dude.
Well, I mean, on top of that,
I'm gonna go get some tea. I'll be back, bros.
This question,
Yeah, all right,
this conversation didn't need to be that long, to be honest. But yeah, I'll
but you just made it. You made it that long, bro. Like you just turned it into a fucking long-winded Pinky Belinsky fucking speech-a-roo. Like what the fuck? They're like, no.
I think
we didn't interrupt this time, and we're behaving at the time. But now, fuck that, because you're saying, well, I'm gonna kind of like say what's what in here, and you guys, just follow along.
Hey, Pinky.
Excuse me,
Pinky, may I have just like 10 seconds?
Yes.
A lot of the things you say, it sounds like you're echoing Michio Kaku, who says, leaps of logic, seat of the pants. You know what he also says? No one in my field uses the scientific method.
Hey, where's this nonsense screenshot you just posted? Where's that from? What's the source?
I'll send both links.
Why don't you just tell him, bro? Like, why did you?
Do you get that, Pinky? The guy that you're echoing acknowledges that they've abandoned the scientific method.
You probably don't know who that is.
He's on Wikipedia.
Yeah, he's on something else, bro. You're talking you might as well talk to a brick wall, dude. He's doing something else.
And the priest that he's coincidentally in line with.
Yeah, we agree with you, bro. But he's not listening to you. He's actually on Wikipedia right now, messing around.
He no longer.
Yeah, he detaches from.
It's good. I'm glad this is 24/7 because this Pinky is brilliant.
Yeah, there you go. An editorial staff. Like I knew it was some BS where you have this fallacious, non-fallacious, and it throws the word definitive in there.
Yeah. So where are we going now?
Well, we're exposing Pinky and his fallacious reasoning, but he says that's not fallacious reasoning. There, and he just posted. He could have just said, "I don't know why you couldn't have just said that," and then went ahead and put the link in, Pinky. Now that you put the link, you're just exposed anyway. So it's like you just delayed the process. Why did you just tell us? So I
don't know. Anyway,
you don't know.
I think.
Anyway,
you guys don't seem very enlightened. Like. It's just
enlightened.
Whoa, dude, buddy, listen.
And everyone else.
Listen, Pinky, what I've heard the entire time, every single time you've had a discussion in here, you're just getting dunked on. You're lost in every conversation. You never respond directly to people's points. You drag them through the mud. You talk forever and stumble around and never answer direct questions. Every time someone asks you a question, you respond without answering the question. So the fact that you would even dare utter that it's somehow the other people's ineptitude is wild.
Well, I mean, I've seen the way you guys don't understand basic things like scientific consensus and stuff. I mean, I don't mean to insult you, but
hold on. Mayhem and everyone else.
You guys thinking of dunking on me isn't a big deal.
Pinky,
yeah, sure.
Pinky. I've tried to explain to you what pseudoscience is. That which doesn't follow the scientific. For you to declare that observational science follows the scientific method and is something to be trusted and outside of assumptions and begging the question is fucking stupid. For you to, appeal to this authority without a basic understanding of this is kind of worrying. Now, if you want to move the subject along, mate, that's absolutely fine. We can put a pin in this and probably circle back to it a few hundred times later. When we bash you around the head that you don't know what science is, that's fine. Do you know what a triangle is?
I mean, I've already explained why
Did Pinky just call us dumb, though? Pinky.
Yeah. All right. So
did you just call us dumb, bro?
Listen, at this point, if you guys are gonna get all uppity because you disagree with me, I mean,
bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Look, did you just call us all dumb in this chat? Is that what you're saying? We're all dumb.
Well, I mean, I really don't want to be
go ahead. No, be that. Go ahead, be that.
Mayhem. Let's ask this simple question.
Well,
two or three simple questions.
There's nothing good.
It will be.
Listen, I'm going to go. Jed, it was very nice. It was very nice to talk to you. Yes.
Pinky, don't run away like a little girl. Don't do that. Answer these simple questions. One.
Guys don't know.
Good. Do you know what a triangle is? Do you know what a triangle is? 3 straight lines meeting at a vertices where you can read 3 interior angles reaching 180 degrees. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Awesome. Have you had a conversation about triangles in this Discord server before?
Yes. Anyway.
Awesome. So you know that my next. So you know. Hold on. Don't run away.
I'm not running away. What part of this
you're going to run? You're going to run away from this after declaring that we're stupid, and this is going to point out how silly you are. I've demonstrated on one occasion you don't know what science is, and I'm going to show you don't know what a triangle is. If you want to run away from that, Sunshine, that's absolutely fair. But I will be here, and next time you come back, I'm going to ask you the question again. What's a fucking triangle? Do you know how to measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Okay, seems like a good place to end it. But
hey, Pinky, before you go, listen, dude. I know we have a little history here, but why don't you just relax for a second, okay? Here's the thing. Why don't you actually acknowledge what's being said to you and just not wait to spew the next line of your rhetoric? I realize you think we've all lived under a rock our whole life, but we too were indoctrinated with this mythos that you have such enthusiasm for. So don't take it personally.
Listen,
realize that everyone had a globe in their classroom, and just, dude, relax.
Dude, we know more about it than you do. Dude. We all know more about it than you do. Do you understand? Do you realize that?
Keep in mind, I haven't been insulting any of you guys, trying to troll any of you guys.
I know, Pinky. You're just a nice.
You're
such a nice. Such a nice guy, Pinky.
Pinky, will you answer my question, please? Do you realize that we all know more about your belief than you do? Yes or no?
I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay, what's the core model? How does the magnetic field work on your globe model?
Basically, you've got the core of the Earth that spins, and that creates sort of a dynamo, I think it's called, that creates a magnetic field.
No, the core doesn't create the magnetic field in your model. So, yeah, it's the outer liquid core that spins, and then it generates convection current that supposedly generate a magnetic field via the electric fields.
Oh, the outer core. Oh, well.
Okay, yeah. Okay, look, this is what I'm saying to you,
you got him. Like, you got him. Wow.
Listen. I could ask you 50 questions like that you're not going to know as much about as us. So the irony of you pretending that somehow we're, like, intellectually inferior is really wild. Like,
sure,
dude,
no, you're very knowledgeable on, like, stuff about the Earth and stuff. I'm just talking about, like, logically following from one spot to another. In my opinion, I could be wrong. It doesn't seem like you guys can follow the plot all that well.
That's what's up, bro. Pinky, can I ask you one more question? Pinky,
but maybe this is the last one, and then I'm going to go. You get the final word.
Whatever.
You get the final word.
All right, you believe in the solar system, right? And you believe that the Earth is a ball that flies around the sun. Can you give us any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun?
What is? What do you mean by exclusive?
Meaning it can only be explained by the Earth moving around the sun?
Oh, in that case, I'd say probably the Voyager probe looking at it. But there's also, that'd be the best one.
Okay, even if the Voyager probe was real, it doesn't show that the Earth moves around the sun. So you don't even understand the kinematic and dynamic equivalence of your model. This is what I'm saying. Like, you literally don't understand any of this, bro. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I do. You probably already know this, but look up parallax would be a good one. Look up retrograde. I mean, of course,
you're teaching us.
So,
you're teaching us.
No. You guys, I said you guys already know that.
None of that's exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun. According to your own model, there's a kinematic equivalence. So you can explain aberration, retrograde, and parallax, Lagrange points, all of that with a geocentric Earth, or geocentric model. According to your own model, there's an equivalence principle and a covariance principle. There's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. So the reality is you have no actual evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun, but you just blindly believe that, even though all the evidence shows us that the sun moves?
No, I don't. There's other stuff, like, for instance, if you understand more about like through a telescope what the sun is and what you're seeing is a giant piece of mass, you understand the gravitational constant.
Oh, you understand what the sun is, Pinky? What's the sun, Pinky?
No, wait, it's even worse. It's even worse. Even if what you think the sun is real, according to your own model, it still doesn't mean that the Earth goes around it. That's only if you only account for the local solar system and not the rest of the masses in the universe. And then, in fact, you would have an inertial set of forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces that would actually cause angular momentum of the cosmos to have everything, including the sun, move around the Earth, even if it were a bigger mass, according to both Einstein and Newtonian mechanics. It's called relational mechanics. So you just don't know anything.
Sure.
But I am so sure.
All right, we'll talk about this one next time. Sorry if I insulted you guys. I was just telling the truth. But anyway, see you guys later.
I was just telling the truth.
You just got dumped on.
Why are you running?
His backhanded slight right now is him being nice. Because he's like, I just been trying to be nice in the conversation. And his backhanded slight when he fucking left this chat was, well, I'm sorry that I was just being that way to you, but, sorry, you guys are pretty dumb. Like,
well, you put it in context, the definition of nice, the etymology is like ignorance, not knowing. So, yeah, he was being nice in relation to the topics. Ignorant, not knowing, nescious.
What a guy.
Sorry, I'd love to do that with him with the son. I think it's fun.
He'll be back.
Yeah, if we just let him beg the fucking question, I'm sure it'll be fine.
But even when you let him beg the question, it still doesn't work. That's what's so funny about it.
I hate when they tout they're more intellectually superior than all of us. And you just come in here like, well, I would say it, but you guys wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. Like, what the fuck, dude? Shut up.
He basically just agrees with the scientific consensus, but doesn't know why.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even what it is.
Clipcord, you got that, bro?
Well done.
It was a good clip. It was clip worthy for sure. I got him on that first question with the Discord because he wasn't sure about anything. So he's, whatever mindset he's on right now, his mind is pretty much baked.
Oh, this is why I jumped all over him with his scientific consensus, even though he doesn't believe that he's actually on Discord right now. Or if I was to give him an apple, it could be fucking something else. We do know things to be true. That's why we know what science is. And for him to declare that observational science is one science and where we know things to be fucking true is pseudoscience. He didn't want to get that. He sees far off in the distance God waiting for him. He doesn't want to admit it.
He used the example of his brother's car in his garage. It's like, well, I don't know. My brother has his car in his garage or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You're just denying all known reality to make the existence of the globe real. Wonderful.
Mind virus is strong with that one, though, mate, for sure.
Oh, God, dude. Like, he was just about to get out how he felt about his Jedi when you came in there. But I understand that he already feels that he's superior, so we already know that.
Well, this is why I wanted to ask him if he knew what a triangle was, because he's so superior.
He said next time, though, because he doesn't want to be wrecked this time.
Yeah, next time. Considering
Tune in for the
a few times.
Oh fuck, dude, yeah. And then he comes. Then he doesn't know what. He doesn't know how to make up his mind either. He's like, "See, I came back. See how I changed my mind?" Like, no one really cares, bro. Like, honestly, if you come back 4 or 5 times, like every time you come back, we'll still be here. Ain't gonna change. This is great. CB, you missed all the fun, bro. Where you been, bro? You missed out on all the fun this morning.
Yeah, I did. I must have missed it. I was in the lobby taking care of another chat skank, but hopefully they'll be back later to join the panel. Shark. His name was Shark. Changed his name to Weasel.
You changed it to Weasel? Wow.
Somebody did, but yeah, we were just talking. I mean, he was a claim generator in the chat, so should be a good one if he joins the VC, which he said he would later today.
Oh, we had a 99%
Shark.
We had a 99%er just a while ago. He just finished leaving though. Pinky, Badinsky.
He also thinks he's intellectually superior to us. Whilst I'm being 90% sure that he's
Stop the cap.
Leaps and bounds ahead of anyone in here.
He was incredibly boring.
That's one way to describe him. But
he sounded nice for sure.
I think he even said, like, if he looks through his telescope, he can tell you what the sun is. No shit. That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's got superhuman abilities, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what the guy in the chat was saying. Well, I use a telescope. I look at Andromeda, and then I know.
He knows. What does he know?
Mayhem. We have got a white knight in the channel. He hasn't got any rolls, or she hasn't got any rolls, or they them. Fuck that shit. He or she hasn't got any rolls, mate.
Well, let's roll him up and smoke him.
Oh, white
I don't know
knight.
if you want to do the kind of. Yeah.
That's White Knight. You are unmuted. Welcome to the chat. Are you there? And we do have to ask: are you a white knight? Because we're wondering. Inquiring minds want to know. White Knight, are you there? No? Okay. Well, in case you are, yeah, jump on the mic and say hello to everybody. You know, especially Jedi, because he does want to say a few words if he can. Who the hell's Daddy Pig? That's a colorful avatar that guy has. Playing the game Counter-Strike. Do we got anybody else in there?
Not that I can see, mate.
Just the usual suspects. We got Max Smart in here. What's up, Max?
We got Science as well. Or Science.
What did you say we had, Jedi?
Oh, no, I can't see him anymore anyway.
Witsit kind of like named him out saying, because guys, I don't know what your problem is. I'm just trying. I'm in here in the chat. I'm just trying to be nice, bro. And you guys are just jumping all over me.
Hey, Mayhem, we're going to have to agree to disagree. Okay, bro?
Well, if you're 99% sure, I would say that's okay.
Hell no!
Are you 99% sure?
Yeah. I like where we agree to disagree. That's cool, man.
If you are the 99, I'll be the 1. I'll be the 1%. I'll make you complete.
You should next time, Gemsy. We're gonna actually add that. If you're 99% sure, well, Gemsy's 1%, so add him together with you, and that makes 100, right?
Voila.
That solves the problem.
So hey, Miggy, in context and by definition, what he was saying that he was trying to be nice. The definition of nice, and he says nice, Latin, right? Middle English. In the sense of stupid, from French, necious, ignorant, not known, coy, reserved, fastidious, scrupulous. I mean, the guy was kind of doing a lot of that. So he was being nice.
Yeah, he walked out of here with his backhanded slight to all of us that his superior intellect couldn't be matched, so he has to leave. How can
you see how Wizard asked him about? There were so many questions, and he showed he didn't know about a lot of that stuff. He was acting that he knew, but in reality he didn't know. So he was ignorant, but he was acting nice, because you can actually, you can be nice and act. Let's say you can be polite, but hypocrita,
hypocrite.
Not hypocrite, but when you act polite to someone, or you just doing it like because nice. They use this stuff for. I gotta look it up again. My bad. But go ahead. He was being nice. I
thought he was being patronising, to be fair.
He's patronizing for sure. Well, we know how to deal with those guys, don't we, Jedi?
Yeah, we ask them what a fucking triangle is.
You undo their whole world with the triangle. Imagine that.
It's interesting, isn't it?
The triangle empire of the globe.
Use the triangle to destroy the triangle.
I mean, it's just, wow.
Because he declares himself to be really intelligent. Cool. Everybody knows what a triangle is. 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can read with a protractor and angle measuring device 3 interior angles, adding to 180 degrees. can you measure two angles within a triangle if one of those lines is curved? You could literally kill the ball with that question.
Look at this guy there's a guy, Jedi, in the YouTube live stream text chat. He says, I've seen the lunar rover parked on the moon with my P900.
Fuck off.
No, you haven't.
Thank you. Who said that, Ether?
Yeah. Oh my. No. No, you have not.
Clipcord. That guy needs to come in here and have a conversation with us. It's Harry Bach.
Wait. So he claims with a P900. All right. Pixar, it didn't happen.
Yeah, zoom in and then see that. It's wild, bro.
He can join in right now and share his picture and come talk about it. He's great
Mickey,
claims come great proof.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, with great claims require great evidence. So you had a P900. You say you saw the moon rover. Pixar, it didn't happen, bro.
Miggy, a synonymous to nice is senseless. I mean,
oh man, you got him right there, dude. Jemsy, you better not let that one go, man. If they say I'm just trying to be nice, when they say that, then yeah.
No, when they're actually, I'm being nice. Yeah, you being senseless because you making nonsense. You're making nonsensical argument. What you're saying is nonsense. So yeah, you're being nice. Senseless.
It's weird when you look at that word that way. The way it describes it: foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless. From Old English, nice, careless, clumsy. Did you guys know that all these terms were attributed to this word?
Well, I did.
Like this: needy, simple, stupid, silly, foolish, ignorant, unaware.
Think about it, and then they tell you play nice. Play
literally,
nice. Oh, just play
literally
nice.
not knowing. Wow, look at that shit.
Or they'll say, be nice. Yeah, they and then there's somebody telling you this, basically just be ignorant.
Fussy, fastidious, dainty, delicate, precise, careful. Wow.
It's kind of like having an like being overcautious and intentionally ignorant of anything out of fear.
I'm definitely not nice. Fucking hell.
I'm kind, but I'm not nice.
It could be all of it. I prefer not to be mean, though.
Senseless.
Well, say you're removing a splinter from somebody, right? And it might hurt them, but you're helping them, and it's a kind thing to do. But being nice, you're like, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be all right. It'll come out or something. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Rather be kind and help somebody.
Well, this topic always gives me a chance to play my fake nice guy clip. So it's like 40 seconds, folks. Listen in.
Seems like you guys had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Yeah. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have. He's too nice. This charming pretty boy's gonna steal our girls. And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey man, don't be so rude. Sorry, he's just like that. It's fine. It proves how tough his heart is.
I don't know if you guys
That's on point.
Are you, so the question is, are you the person that slaps the hand away and says, stop pretending you're being fake nice? Or are you the person that's like, hey, like, he's being mean, don't mind him. So I'm the guy, I think Miggy's also the guy that slaps the hand away. It's like, look, if you're going to pretend, I'm going to call you out.
Yeah. I'm the kind of guy that'll stay silent long enough to listen and give somebody enough time to give enough bullshit to hang themselves with. Then I'll speak up. But yeah, that nice guy routine, that doesn't work on any of us. We can hear the duper's delight in your voice.
Every time. Yeah, I love that clip though. At the very end, the character acknowledges. It gives this look. I gotta post it for you guys, but he gives this look of acknowledgement, like, yeah, you got me. So it's important to call it out. That's how you. I mean, that's how else are you gonna put it to stop?
Yeah. In person, it's a lot easier. You can literally look into somebody's eyes and tell if they're full of shit.
Here's the look. I'll post it in the chat now.
We got 35 people listening on the YouTube live stream. Any one of you 35 can come in here and talk to us if you want. Tell us why you think the Earth is a globe.
Poor Pinky. So Pinky has decided to start sending me videos from people on YouTube. I'm posting a lot.
Yeah, cool.
Mate, I'm going to be rent-free in that boy's head for a little bit.
That's good.
I'll say this Pinky, he's definitely acting like the character in Pinky and the Brain.
It's about time you started to expand your realty.
Which one? Which one of them? The dumb one?
Yeah, because there's the Brain, and then there is Pinky, and the guy names is Pinky in the Discord, so it's definitely living up for the name, at least on this topic, at the least.
Hey, that's something he said, like the thumbnail of that video. That's something he said in here when he was speaking. My beliefs are grayscale. That's what he said.
Oh, jeez.
That she said.
He said, enough of that he said, she said, bull.
Yeah, because he was talking about that. I think he might be.
Find no pleasure in understanding, but delight in airing their own opinions.
Thank you, whoever that was.
That was me. I just had to drop that in there because it's just so fitting. It's so fitting right now. Jedi asked him one simple question, and it turned into a 15-minute...
Dissertation?
It's lots and 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 lots of words.
Yeah, he was delighting in airing his opinion.
Bro, he just can't get with it because we're not enlightened. As according to him, we're not enlightened. It's like, what the fuck, bro? You're just some unenlightened people, and he's got to put up with you, so... That's how it goes, bro. When you're enlightened and you're sitting in a room full of unenlightened people.
I mean, that's when you got to hit the WWE reversal on them. They come here thinking they got the top rope, the high ground. You're gonna find out it's the other way around.
Don't try it, Ball Earther. I have the high ground.
Oh, we got 33 people on the channel right now. For all your numbers, people.
I was just about to say, somebody better hit that button, that Illuminati button.
We really got like a wealth of clips so far with Pinky. So he's just a gift that keeps on giving at the moment.
He needs to invite the Brain to come in and talk.
Because he definitely hasn't bought the brain in any other fucking time. He's
Well, he thinks he's a brain in a jar. Does that count?
no. I don't think anything he thinks counts.
Somebody send me a clip. Does anybody have a clip of him readily available that's got something funny? Use AI to mash it up with the Pinky in the Brain song and see what it comes up with.
Oh, Clipcord is going to hook me up with the 99% clip that he's going to take of him in this last conversation.
That might end up funny. I've been playing with this thing lately that kind of does mashups, and then I can take that and edit it myself, like the ends of it, and polish it up a little bit, and then end up with something pretty cool. You can do the mashups on your own. It's fairly easy, but throwing it in the AI, it'll line up some of the stuff really well, and it's interesting what it comes up with.
Is it done, Clipboard?
I may have to upload it onto YouTube in order to use this thing, because it uses YouTube and Spotify to combine stuff.
All right, so yeah, it's definitely playback worthy. Yeah, let me post it for you guys. Play it. It's only a minute long, so. This is a replay of what just happened. Can I ask a question? Can I ask 2 questions? All right. Just really quickly, Jedi. I know you were just real quick, and then Jedi you can continue the conversation. All right. Oh, so we're talking on Discord right now, right? At the moment, Pinky, you and me, and everybody else in here. All right. Do you 100% know with all certainty that we're talking on Discord right now?
I would say what I know for certain is that there is a conscious being who is perceiving talking to someone on Discord in this moment. Now, I know this seems like I'm weaseling out of saying that I know it.
No. You go ahead and say how you want to. You go ahead. So we're not talking. Me and you, we're not. You're not certain we're talking on Discord. That's all I wanted to know right now.
Well, for instance, if you ever seen the movie The Matrix, you could. It could be something like that. I mean, but what I do know is, in this.
Hold on. Do we live in the Matrix?
I don't know. It seems like a very low chance for that, but I have no evidence, I would say.
Do we live in the physical and natural world where physical and natural laws apply, and we can know those things to be certain?
I would say I don't know about that. I mean, for instance,
you don't know about that.
There you go.
Morning, dear.
Yeah, we just got to put all these together. There's going to be another 99% clip coming up. So we're collecting the clips at the moment. We got a few of them right now in the bag. He said low probability. That's so funny. I know why it's quiet in here. You guys are contemplating Pinky's unfathomable intellect.
Bruh. We're too dumb to come up with anything on our own without prompting from a Glober. We need help.
You need him in here to kind of get the juices flowing, man. Because like,
right.
without him, no way.
Our brain cells without globers tend to stop their movements. You know what I mean?
Well, if you want enlightenment, you know exactly where to go. Pinky's your guy. I mean, if that's what you're seeking, enlightenment.
I mean, I always knew there was something wrong with Gemsy because the only time he gets intellectually stimulated is when you talk about parasites. So, but I understand Gemsy not be able to talk right now because we're not talking.
That's a lie. That's not the only time I get stimulated. That is not the only topic that gets me stimulated. That's a lie.
Oh my. I can personally attest to that he gets stimulated when somebody's speaking nonsense. That's what I do. Don't speak nonsense when we're using our senses every day.
Poor Jim.
Even though I do speak a bunch of nonsense sometimes, but that's why I can tell someone is doing it. 'Cause I practice.
Hey, there's a saying, don't bullshit a bullshitter, right? Like this. Chelsea.
Try to bullshit me.
They can try. That's all they can do.
They don't be playing that shit with me. I know all the ruses.
I've tried the bullshit and I know this bullshit ain't right.
I got a feeling we're going to get some stimulating conversation from one of the Globers representatives coming in very shortly. So Donald C, is he still part of our server or did he quit? Because that guy's a crazy amount of content that he can provide us.
That guy. Who the fuck is that?
Very good, CB. Hey, have you heard that clip that we have of him, CB? The certainty clip?
One where he's like, oh, no, I haven't.
No, you haven't? Woo! I don't think Max has heard it either. I'm just tempted to play it again. It's so good. Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
What happened? I thought you were playing something. Rock that shit, homie.
Is breathing air part of your senses? Like inhale, exhale, that's part of your senses, right? Because people say smell, but you gotta breathe air, right? Breathe it in. You gotta add that to the nonsense claims that you can breathe air, smell anything without the container. That's nonsense. You need the lungs as containers, and then you need the antecedent to the pressure, which is the containment. Breathing can be added to the census. Right.
Gonna run another clip here.
Like I said, I don't care about the Earth being round or flat. It's not the... Okay, my brother is the one being so passionate about... You can debate as much as you want with him. It was... what really interests me with you guys is that you think that all the agency, right, all the government lie about it. Like, how is it possible to maintain such a lie?
What did I just tell you right now, Lex's brother? I told you that there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. So how could they be telling you the truth about going to space if there is no evidence that it's actually space like they're telling you? I just showed you right now. You didn't have any evidence, right? No evidence. Then when you go to... Yes? Then what?
Okay, so they are providing evidence, so why are they...
Where is it? Where's the evidence? Where I asked you for where... No, show me where the evidence...
Okay. Not my evidence, okay?
Whose?
So
where?
Those space agency provide evidence, so why are they inferior to yours?
Where is it?
Under documentation.
Where is it? Show me. Show me the documentation and live stream voice text right now.
Okay. So
show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me.
Then you just
don't say that you have it. Show it to me. We will all examine this.
Hey, just we're trying to keep everybody honest, and since you are Alexa's brother and you taking the mic, you engaging in the conversation that's totally fine. Now we can move on step by step on this topic right now. So you're gonna provide some evidence for the question at hand, and we're gonna wait for you to post it.
Can I just say something, please?
Are you gonna post the evidence? Because we need that. That's important.
I think we need
Lexa's brother. We need the evidence right now. We need that. Please provide it.
I don't understand the fact that
we're not gonna understand unless you provide the evidence, Lexa's brother.
I am not.
Provide the evidence. Provide it. Provide it, please.
Provide. Okay.
The evidence that you said. NASA's evidence. Provide it.
Okay, sure. I have to search it because I don't have on me. I'm not.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
It's not my field. I don't.
Well, you just finished saying. You just stop it. Stop. You just finished saying they had evidence, and you know the documentation.
They have evidence.
And now, right. Well, no. But you just believe on faith, like a religion. You believe it on faith.
I don't. Okay.
Right. You don't have the evidence.
I'm not as passionate as you guys, right? You really.
If you don't care, why are you arguing then?
Yeah, you are passionate.
My question: why do you care so much, right? Because I don't give a fuck if the Earth is actually flat. Well,
why are you arguing?
Right.
Oh,
that was fun.
Smokes. Holy smokes.
He doesn't care, but he's arguing the toss of the argument. So. Yeah, he had a little fire in his belly when he first came in here. Well, I mean, he was trying to defend his little brother, but at the same time, he didn't have any evidence, and he was basically making these baseless assertions. So. It is what it is.
I almost forgot about Lexa and his brother. Where are they at? Have they come back?
No, Lexa spiraled completely out of control and threw the middle finger at everybody here, so he left. I don't know. His brother still might be in here. I don't know.
Kwanzaa or something.
Kwanzaa. Yeah.
I'm not surprised Lexa did that because the first day he was yelling his lungs into the mic.
Globe. He was banging his desk. Did you hear the banging? He was banging his desk like pretty hard.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I remember the first day
stupid. You're not listening to me. You are so stupid. You're like he was like, my God, like he was just going out of control. In a French accent, no less. Wild.
I mean, they're French. That might be the problem, but we have French here.
Oui, oui. But the other guy, Nico, hasn't come back either. Nico Dahut. We have a clip of him.
Who's
too.
Nico?
Yeah,
Nico is Diet Woke.
No, not Sneeko. Nico with the N. But
yeah.
I've never heard of that guy you're talking about, Sneeko. Who is this Sneeko you mentioned?
It's woke young man that is teaching men how to be men. You know, there's a bunch of woke men out there teaching men how to be men. I don't know how they figure how they're gonna teach other men, but I don't know. It's kind of trending. Or the Sneeko stuff is kind of trending on that sense. But they're telling men how to be men, but they say we are men. We are the men of this planet. I'm like, bro, you're the man of this planet. And you believe you live in a planet. There's something wrong here.
Remember that when we went to Fresh and Fit, Miggy?
Yeah.
In the same week, we went over to a Sneeko Discord, Indio and I, and did some flat smacking over there. He's just another person that gained a lot of popularity lately. similar to Fresh and he's been on Fresh and Fit, the Sneeko character.
He's a Red Pill community advocate or something?
Yeah, something like that. The person that donated the super chat to kick all this off, remember how we started doing the Fresh and Fit stuff? The person that donated that $100 super chat had a profile picture with Sneeko. Not sure what that means, but yeah, it's I think people were trying to talk to him about maybe getting him in a flat earth conversation, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely it would be interesting to have some of the men waving the men flag, figuring out what's under their feet instead of a cartoon imaginary place that many of them are also waving. They're waving the men flag and they're also waving the globe flag at the same time. Like, just wave the feminists and the all BS flag. Just wave them all at the same
Dempsey,
time.
are you mansplaining right now? Is that what's happening?
I'm Jemsy splaining. It's different than other splainings.
You're not mansplaining? I'm gonna play this clip though. It's all right. It's pretty good.
You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you are all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
Anywhere.
why did you say that, bro?
Yeah,
Why
because
did you say that?
tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on the sphere.
Are you on top of the hill of? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on the ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You are on top of water. Yes, you are on top of the hill. Yes.
Clipcord, where you at, brother? Oh God, so good. I am top of the hill of water. You know, water, top of the hill.
I will be like, nonsense.
So what do we get that day? That one day was priceless. I think we got Hill of Water, Infinite Radius. And I think the day before it was Prove a Photon in Spacetime from Donald. That was good.
I like it.
And then yesterday was the guy that was going, you can prove a distance to a satellite by using the speed of light. I didn't hear it.
What? He said that? Did he say that? Actually say that?
Yeah, the guy yesterday said you can prove the distance to a satellite by the speed of light, 186,200 miles per second. I didn't hang around for his actual answer, but he said that three times. Is like, no, you can't do that. But it's nice to think you can.
Well, maybe if we heard him out. Well, let's just let him speak. We're not letting him speak, for God's sakes. Let him speak.
Oh my God.
That'd be kind of a doozy, though, right? To have him tell you how that even works. Like, fuck, I bet you. So, like, that's some complicated math right there, man.
Sorry about that.
You take 300 miles. Let's say the stupid thing is up there, 300 miles, right? And you take that and you divide it by 186,200 miles per second, and you kind of figure it out, right? Using the math, because the ball is math. That's all the ball is.
Yeah, you're seeing right through the matrix at that point, man. You're seeing all the ones and zeros. Like, that's some fucked up equations going on.
Now, please repeat after me. You don't have to do it verbally, just in your mind. Math proves the spinning space ball. Say that 20 times, and you'll believe it.
I don't know, dudes. Pretty crazy.
Did Curved Horizon come back?
Yeah, he did. Pinky respawn.
Oh my God.
But none of us, we weren't in here, but it was just Wits had got the first glimpse of him coming back. But he's kind of like one of those guys. He peeks his head out. He's like, wonder if the coast is clear. All right. Looks pretty good. All right. Let me talk about what I came into the last time, but I was getting rudely interrupted. But we got some sound clips of him, Indio. And you wouldn't believe the things that he was saying this time.
You mean after Jedi? After he ran away from Jedi? He came back.
He
took another beating. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he made some statements, bro. He made some statements. Basically, we're not enlightened, according to him. We're not enlightened, and when he comes in here, because he's enlightened, he just sees like we're basically knuckle dragging Neanderthals. We're drooling and shit. Like he's coming in here with his superior intellect, and it's like talking to third graders.
I will say this about Indio, Mayhem. If we're third graders, Indio's probably more like the fifth grade level. So Indio probably would have, been his level a little better than us third graders.
Sure, well, like AP courses should.
Yeah, but he was coming in here touting us down.
Oh, you ever seen a Hanged Man tarot card? You wear a tarot card?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that little halo over his head, that signifies that he's enlightened. Okay, so.
Well, that's what he was stating when he was here. It's like, I would tell you things, things, but you guys aren't enlightened. Like, so.
You're hanging from your feet and the blood is rushing to your head, dude. That's all that's going on.
I think we got some more clips of him saying dumb shit too. So I think probably this last session would be a great clip, kind of, just clip the whole thing out. Oh, he's a 99%er as well. Got that on tape.
No way.
Yeah, let me play it. How about that? Let me just play that shit.
I mean, I could have predicted it, but.
All right, so let's see here. Yeah. All right, here we go. Oh, I know I didn't play.
Sometimes it screws up. It depends on how you.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask two questions? All right, just really quickly, Jedi. I know you want just real quick, and then Jedi you can continue the conversation. All right. Oh, so we're talking on Discord right now, right? At the moment, Pinky, you and me, and everybody else in here. All right. Do you 100% know with all certainty that we're talking on Discord right now?
I would say what I know for certain is that there is a conscious being who is perceiving talking to someone on Discord in this moment. Now, I know this seems like I'm weaseling out of saying that I know it.
No. You go ahead and say how you want to. You go ahead. So we're not talking. Me and you, we're not. You're not certain we're talking on Discord. That's all I wanted to know right now.
Well, for instance, if you ever seen the movie The Matrix, you could there could be something like that. I mean, but what I do know is that, in this.
Hold on. Do we live in the Matrix?
No, I don't know. It seems like a very low chance for that, but I have no evidence, I would say.
Do we live in the physical and natural world where physical and natural laws apply, and we can know those things to be certain?
I would say I don't know about that. I mean, for instance,
you don't know about that.
Yeah.
We got a brain in a jar scenario, Indio, happening here. I mean, he's on the shelf somewhere.
It's funny. He's like the Regan dude, right? Mr. Regan, he wants to get plugged back into the Matrix.
Oh yeah, Cypher.
Yeah, Cypher. He calls him Mr. Regan, right? So when the agent Smith and him are talking, and they're talking about the steak, that's his name in the Matrix was Mr. Regan. And he's like, I want to be someone important, you know, like an actor. You know, it's like a reference to Ronald Reagan. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, he actually had some good clips out of him this time around. And that was just one clip that we got out of him, but we got more. I don't know why you guys are trying to be, everybody's just, it's a little hard for me to be in here.
Your mind, and you can make the jump, Miggy.
I'm just trying to be nice, guys. And I'm just being nice. And when he leaves with a backhanded comment to us about like how he's, he can't have conversations in here because he's enlightened. And, I was asking him, so what are we? Go ahead, say it. Well, you guys are, you and he was going to say it and Jedi jumps in and he said something else. But he was about to tell us what he thought about us. Like, truly thought about.
Bunch of Neanderthals. We're never going to go to space. This is why the aliens won't talk to us.
Possibly.
Yeah, definitely. Psycho. He thinks the horizon requires a celestial body. Think about that for a second. Can't have a horizon without a celestial body.
What happened to people just giving straight answers to things? Are you on Discord? Yes. Are we living in the Matrix? No. I mean, what's happening? Dude, I have a clip. I just had to look this up real quick. This is Sneeko talking to some girl that has a similar mind virus where they'll give answers to try and sort of position themselves to maybe win the argument, but they're just saying things willy-nilly that obviously don't make any sense. Here's a quick clip here. This is Sneeko, by the way, Miggy, if you haven't heard from him before. You'll hear him in this clip.
Why do you want to be different so bad?
Because...
What do you mean?
Dude, because they're girls, Sneeko, and every girl thinks she's fucking special.
You wanted to date a Transformer, now you would think Lizzo's hot.
I didn't say that I wanted to date a trans man. You asked me if I would, and I said, yeah, I would.
So you would date... Okay, what if Lizzo was a Transformer? Would you date Transformer Lizzo with a mechanical pee-pee?
Yeah, if we were compatible and I had chemistry with Transformer Lizzo, hell yeah, why not?
Why are you lying?
My God.
No matter what I say, Sneeko, you're going to say I'm fucking lying.
Yes, because you are lying. He just gave you the craziest scenario. Would you date a Transformer Lizzo with a robo pee-pee? And she said she would. That's crazy. You're just giving answers to try to win an argument. Jesus Christ.
So people do that here too. They'll just give answers, even if they don't make any sense or whatever. They'll just give the answer to try and position themselves.
So some freaking crazy Goldberg. This is why he was given that horizon definition. That's what it says on Wikipedia. Some Goldberg edited it, right? So I clicked the revision history. Check this out, bro. One of the first entries. I'll paste in the chat. If I didn't see this, I wouldn't believe it if someone didn't. Sorry, that is backwards. Lines are straight curves. What the? Yeah, lines are straight curves, boys.
You got to put that shit in the bot, Indio.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. People just saying anything the hell they want, even if it doesn't make any sense at all. First, just hit backward. Lines are straight curves. That's.
Can you add to that? We can put what the fuck underneath that, and then just take a quick screening before they erase it.
No, it's never going to be erased because it's in that. When you edit something on Wikipedia, it saves the revision. So someone changed Wikipedia, they made an edit, and then whoever this person was reverted it back and said, but you have to add a comment on why you reverted it, and that was the reason why he reverted it, because lines are straight curves.
And these are recent too. May 2023, April 2023. And these aren't that long ago. Who's salty?
God, I gotta see this, man. I gotta see what it actually said before they changed it.
Whoa, man. The anti-flat earthers are really they're really out for it. They got a boner for fucking like doing shit like this on Wiki.
Oh my God! I should have read down, because it's worse, because they're actually fighting over this little entry. So one edit: lines are straight, curves are more general. Next edit: reverted it back. A line is not always a curve is always a line. Reverted it again. Sorry, that is backwards. Lines are straight, curves. What the fucking shit, dude? Wow. Because I'm trying to find the revision where someone changed horizon to say the line is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body. The curve divides all viewing directions based upon whether it intersects the relevant body's surface or not. So, then it goes, the true horizon. Now check this out. It's a theoretical line that can only be observed to any degree of accuracy when it lies along a relatively smooth surface, such as Earth's oceans. So they just added this gibberish, complete gibberish, and contaminated Wikipedia with garbage. So the Earth has no horizon because it says the apparent curve. Does anybody see an apparent curve?
Hell no!
I'll have to refer to yesterday's stream. We have to agree to disagree and go along to get along.
Yeah, unity, man, unity.
Flat man, get out. You're banned.
But I'm gonna try and find the edit and then find out who the user is, and they probably speak fluent Klingon like the other guy.
Quick dead air Dave mic check.
Lines are straight curves.
The first one is
that. Curves are
yeah.
straight.
The first one, Jim, is direct measurement.
I hear you, Dave.
Due to drop over distance.
So the first one's basically Mayhem 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other two is gas pressure without a container and rotation of the Earth. Yeah, I'm putting together a list. I think it's 17 now.
It's supposed to be 1, 2, and 3 is you start off with the curvature argument because that's the foundation. The Earth has to be a ball, and then that ball has to be spinning, and the spinning ball has to be set in the medium of the vacuum of space.
Okay,
so 1, 2, 3.
8 inches first, and then 2 rotation, and then 3
the vacuum.
Second law of thermodynamics. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it right there. Space spin curve.
It's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. I love that song.
So if you go down the Horizon talk page, it says Horizon has been listed as a level 4 vital article. And that's the garbage that gets on it. The vital article says, vital articles is a list of subjects for which Wikipedia should have a corresponding high-quality articles, as it serves as a centralized watch list to track the status of Wikipedia's most essential articles. Crazy, dude.
No one else Wikipedia says that flat Earth is an archaic conception of Earth's shape as a plane or disc, and it's been scientifically disproven. So what do you got to say to that?
Isn't that the most pathetic thing? The most pathetic thing. Every time you go to YouTube and look up something about the shape of the Earth, they tell you that every single time. Think about how many normies, might be enlightened to our way of thinking, and they see that and they go, "Oh, okay."
But I don't think that's going to stop somebody, to be honest. If someone's seeking the truth, they're just going to go and find it no matter what. They'll be like, yeah, I don't care.
So
Someone who is not seeking the truth, they're not going to care. They're going to be like, yeah, it's all bogus.
I wonder if YouTube put that down there just because of the congressional hearings. I think most of us are familiar with.
I think it predated those.
So when you go to YouTube and you punch in flat Earth or something like that, you get that stupid disclaimer on the bottom, and then you get not Professor Dave and all that other crap first, unless you type in something specifically like 24/7 Discord, which is easy to do, but you got to know it exists.
I noticed they don't do that on Rumble. They don't do this on Rumble. So I just recently thought about this, maybe getting us on a platform like that. We could use some backup streams anyway. Shout out to Helio for running the YouTube and I think the Twitter and the other ones. But Rumble, just search Flat Earth on Rumble. There's no Dave, there's no Clickbox, text box. Okay, and then we can talk about certain things on Rumble that we talk about on YouTube. Maybe we could do like a 1 hour Rumble show. Go ahead.
Creation Bear, I haven't gone to Rumble. When you push a punch in, type in Flat Earth, what do you get?
Yeah, so I found it. I found the revision. Okay, so it was reverted from apparent line to apparent curve. Still has the celestial body part, but someone just decided they need to change the name, the word line to curve. Okay, so let's check out this guy that made the edit. What do you think I'll find? Part of the Wikipedia rocketry project.
I agree with what Mayhem said. If my mic's still working, if people are actually looking at this seriously with intellectual honesty, if they can't get past that little thing, there's no hope for them. Back to you guys.
It's nice that they use celestial body because that's begging the question in that definition or description.
It was pretty interesting, Creation Bear. I just went to Rumble. I must have an account there. The very first line says 44 documents that prove flat Earth. When I punched in flat Earth, and the first thing that came up was 44 documents that prove flat Earth. That was you won't get that on YouTube, will you?
Hell no!
Nope. I think Rumble charges, don't they? Like a $10 subscription fee for the month.
Not anymore. They changed it.
When they do that, CB? Just recently?
Late 2022. If you get 100 subs to a channel, you can start live streaming for free. So all we have to do is get 100 subs to a certain channel, and we can fire up a live stream.
Well, shit, man. I have my live stream, but like, I thought you had to pay for it. So I was like,
you used to. Yeah, you used to.
Count me in as one of those 100.
I was gonna say we got 23 in the panel right now. So
shit, let me get my Rumble out, bro.
In a day. Well, that'd be perfect for your show actually, because there's some things we can't talk about on YouTube. So Rumble.
Oh man, it'd be on like
you can go let loose. Yeah,
it'd be on like Donkey Kong.
Can you imagine?
Hey, CB, that's a clip you need. That wrestling guy doing "Let's Get Ready to Rumble." We need that clip.
Yeah, easy.
Can you imagine talking about other things on Rumble that they don't let us talk about here? Oh,
especially me, dude. I'd be. They'd unleash me, dude. I don't know if they want that. I don't know if it's a good thing.
we bring virology into the.
I might break Rumble. They'll be like, "Fuck, dude, you're way too out there for us on Rumble. So sorry, we'll kick you out of Rumble too."
Hey,
like, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to test that fucking boundary, bro. Like, I just
time to go. Time to add virology to cosmology and see what happens.
Yeah. From Rumble, well, we're gonna have to invent a new one called Tumble. Like,
okay, I just undid the revision. I didn't bother to remove Celestial Body, but if they try to change it back to Curb, watch this. Because I'm gonna be like,
fuck yeah, Indio.
If you put a parent curve, then that would mean that Earth's not a celestial body, because a celestial body has an apparent curve as a horizon, but the Earth has no apparent curve, so it must not be a celestial body, right? I'll just fucking trap them.
Hell yeah, bro.
You'll have to concede. You'll have to concede one or the other. Either Earth's not a celestial body, or there's no apparent curve, and that definition is wrong.
I'm gonna have to stick with what Jim was saying earlier. Yeah, if we're not enlightened and we're looked at as third graders, you're like the fifth grader, Indio. Definitely. Indio's like playing 4D chess and shit. We're just like regular chess and shit.
Well, I used to coach Pee-wee football for fifth graders, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. And all they do is tell fart jokes. So, I mean, maybe that. All they talk about in the huddle is bodily functions. So it's like, you're supposed to be calling a play, okay? I'm talking about having diarrhea.
All right. How the fuck do I get... Indio's following me. Let's see.
Hell yeah.
But he's only one. I only got one follower on Rumble. Let's see.
I'm the one you need, man.
Oh, the fuck? Okay, my content. Okay. Well, I got one thing on it here.
Yeah, post a link in the live stream voice text, and then I'll make an announcement for everyone to subscribe.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah,
100 subs.
We'll get to 100, and we'll start talking about things we can't talk about here. We'll have a blast, man.
All right, that's it right there. I uploaded that video on Rumble because I'm like, fuck it, I'll put one there and see what bites. Well, 2 followers. I got 2 followers. But it's not that many views. $13 views on that one.
All right, so this is the channel. We're getting 100. Mayhem 100. We're about to get 100 subs. Let's go.
Yeah, it's 100, bro. That's all. I just want to have the ability to live stream on this shit, so I can just be doing my live streams there and just,
Well, you can get Restream and you can actually broadcast on both of them.
True.
Then, in case the YouTube one gets deleted, then you have a backup. Restream actually streams to a bunch of platforms. So Huey also uses it, and he streams to Twitter. So even if, like, the shit gets deleted like Twitter always has a backup, even though that's actually a pain in the ass to download from. Basically, you can't. I use the app to download from it, but it doesn't. It downloads so slow. Like a 12-hour video will take 8 hours to download.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's better to just use OBS and just capture the section you want and use that. But I mean, that's for backup, right? When videos get deleted or they run over time, because that happens sometimes with HelioStream. It doesn't shut it off, and if it goes over, YouTube won't save it. So.
Yeah, it would be good. I was thinking that's a two-front operation because you can have a backup stream over there and just build up stuff that way. But also, I think that would be fun to do like a 1 hour or 30-minute or just a segmented show where we kind of like have some more fun. Obviously, as Blue Jumper pointed out in the chat, we have to be aware of like Discord TOS, so have to keep an eye on that. But other than that, it would be fun to kind of just let loose a little bit for an hour and then go back to normal scheduled programming.
Yeah, we can go over there and say, little heads don't melt steel beams.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, dude, we could open up to really juicy topics, man, on that one. That'd be great.
Well, yeah, I don't know why I just now thought of this, but I was watching FNF the other night and they were on Rumble. I guess they got a strike on YouTube. And one of the girls on there was like, she was just dropping bombs, like about the cocoa and a bunch of other stuff. And it's just like, oh, wait, they can do this on Rumble. So, it's a lot less censored, I guess. You don't have to dance around the YouTube algorithm as much.
Nice. We could set up shop there, Indio. There's been a couple of discussions we can't talk about in here because of that. Fuck, dude. Then perhaps have like
I did start a channel over there. I got my channel. It only brought over one of my videos. You're supposed to be able to sync with your YouTube videos, but it's fucking not working. It's pissing me off. Probably gonna have to
really
all my videos. Yeah. So I upload it only they all say pending. Then when I uploaded a video, that got transferred. But I don't know. Anyway.
So they don't have their shit on par. YouTube's it's a big.
I have a lot of videos, so maybe that's the problem. But my videos are short, so I really don't know what the issue is with it. Whatever.
Is there a limit? Maybe you hit the limit. You hit the fucking limit.
Didn't transfer any of them. Let me check again.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
That's strange, dude. Yeah, Super Spinning Monkey Ball just posted 1.6 million views on that one there. That shit would not fly on fucking YouTube, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep going on about it, but TikTok for me is the reason they want to ban it is because it's so hard to censor. Like, if you scroll up a little bit, there's a moon landing video that's got 8.2 million views on TikTok. And it's
you
just
can't stop it. You can't. The algorithm really, I guess that whatever it is that they're doing, it's just favoring Flat Earth at the moment. It's all the content.
It's really hard to stop the way it's built. They have a system called the For You page, and the more people that interact with the video, regardless of what the video is about, if people are interacting with it, it'll just automatically get pushed to more and more and more people. So it's the same way Andrew Tate managed to manipulate the system, where he just got loads and loads and loads of people to post videos about him without actually having a TikTok account himself. So the more people who post the videos, the more exposure it just gets. And yeah, there's loads of those massive Flat Earth channels on there and stuff.
You can make a living off of this stuff, man, if it gets viral like that.
Yeah, kind of difficult with TikTok though, because they don't show ads on your videos. You've got to have a shop or something like that at the moment.
Well, how the fuck is Rumble doing it? Because aren't they doing because they have to find their Because like how they get paid, man.
I don't know how Rumble works. Yeah, I don't really know.
A lot of these companies are paying for spots to, be a part of like huge followers or followings, If you have like 2 million subscribers, if you're a company, you'd be like, dude, I just wanted a little spot on your channel real quick. Just put my ad on there. And I'll pay you to do that. So it's like, oh no.
But you can live stream to TikTok. I'm not sure exactly how to do it. You need a channel with 1,000 followers, but you can do that easily on that platform.
1,000 followers? That seems to be a big hurdle, bro. Like, how do you do it?
It sounds like a lot, but for TikTok, it's not. It really isn't. And yeah, so once you get to 1,000 followers, you can live stream. There's a guy who comes in here. I forget his name now. He live streams on TikTok and he just posts a meme and then just gets people just argue with him. He just sits there. You can't see his face or anything. I saw Chemo was on there yesterday. I recognized his voice. He was on another one.
Debating people or having his own channel? Like
no, he was on I think it was someone else's channel debating. So
okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Fuck, dude, I want 100 subs on Rumble. Let's fucking go, bro.
If we get it, you owe us a stream. 30 minutes.
Hell yeah. Please. I'll pay some homage for sure. And this shout out, especially for CB out there. Mixing it up in the ones and twos, doing his thing in the streets.
Put some respect on my name.
Beating down the freaks.
Hey, Miggy, I got a Rumble. As soon as I get home tonight, I'll sub to you if I'm not already.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Hey, but how come I'm still at 2 followers? What the fuck?
It said 7 when I followed, so you gotta be at least at 8 now.
Refreshing like that stuff. Well, let me see. Earnings. Oh, you can earn here too. Nice. Well, you just want to be established on a platform like Rumble so that you can get more content and feel a little bit safer than you would on YouTube, because you never know when they're just going to kick that stool right from under your feet and then all the years of like hard work and content is just like erased in one fell swoop.
My mic's still working. I got a question. Is it still working?
Yeah, we still hear you, Dave.
No. All right. Why do you guys think that so many of our fellow humans continue to think they live on a ball with no evidence for that ball? Just curious.
Peer pressure.
That has more sense.
Fantasy. You like the fantasy of it.
It's easy to cheer for the home team. The crowd, everyone's rooting for the same team, so it's just easy to blend in with the crowd.
The alternative is too scary. That's probably the main one.
Yeah. That's absolutely true. You can go ego, pride, reputation, indoctrination, Stockholm syndrome, cognitive dissonance. confirmation bias, fear, and money. It's kind of like 9 things that I kind of thought of. Maybe there's 10, 11, or 12. But yeah, fear is one, money's another. But you have to throw in Stockholm Syndrome and cognitive dissonance. But a lot of it, again, any one of those 9 things can keep you from the truth. But if people are, knee deep into all 9 of those things, then they're kind of like lost causes until they get shooken up with something.
So we kind of agree that the vast majority of the people won't even go below the surface level and actually engage with this subject.
I think 85% will not. I think there's 9 to 11%. This is just my opinion. 9 to 11% of people who know we don't live on a spinning space ball. There is probably 85%, give or take 1 or 2%, that don't care, don't think about it like I did for 62 years. And then there's the rest are kind of like, up in the, questioning things. So I think 85% of the world's population doesn't even think about it. I never thought about it. I just assumed it if I ever thought about it. But most people, care more about taking their kids to soccer practice and getting to work and wonder what they're going to have for dinner than they do about the shape of the earth, because it's been a given since age 5.
Well, we're all here volunteering for the whatever percent it is. If it's 5%, 10%, if you think you can think for yourself and act about reality critically, come in and talk to us. Back to you guys.
Hey, we got Zoloff 1 or Zoloff 1. Zoloff 1, are you there? We're gonna mute you. Welcome to the panel, Zoloff 1. Zoloff 1, are you there? Just unmute your mic, man. If you are there, say hi. Zoloff 1, are you there? I can hear you breathing. You got a mic? Yo. Zoloff, you got a mic?
I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic? Oh my God, this dude is annoying. Damn. Oh, I'm annoying. You got a mic?
It's so good stuff. Yeah, I just unmuted Sprinkle. Sprinkle, you there? Hello? Sprinkle, are you there?
I got a message back from Wiggles. He said he's too busy this week.
Too busy? What's he doing? All right. Zoloff, hopefully you can hear me this time. I'm going to mute you once again. Zoloff, if you're there, go ahead and unmute.
Go fund me for the ointment he's going to need.
Sounds like Soloff is flying solo.
Yeah, he is flying solo.
They both left immediately.
He likes to bring an end to opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Harper has walked out of the ring. Wait, what? I cannot believe this. I've never seen this before. He walked out of the ring. He's not fighting this guy. He walked out of the ring. I've never seen this before in my life. Curtis Harper has walked out of the ring.
That's very strange because I log into my account on Rumble and it doesn't show that I have only but 2 followers. What does that mean? That's crazy, bro.
I followed and it said 2 and I clicked follow and it didn't change. I don't know, maybe they update every hour or day or something.
You think that's how that works?
I don't know, but
Maybe they're to prevent like people buying bot bombs to follow. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'll run with that.
It said 7 when I clicked on it, and then when I went back, it said 2. But it can't just be 2 because me and Flat Lloyd, we both just followed. So I don't know. Maybe it needs a refresh. Not sure.
So we got Paku that's just joined our server. Paku, if you're there. I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server, Paku.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
So, how did you find our server, Paku? And what is your position on the topic of the server? Did he just leave? Did Paku just leave? How rude.
They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Nigga, you have to be a little more trickier. When they say what's up, you mean above your head? And then they start thinking, and when you ask them about their motives, about why they joined the server, they're gonna be like, oh no. Oh no.
I think that's one of the problem.
Is there an up? Is there an up? Just kidding.
Second question was the problem.
I'm just trying to get down to business, man.
Yeah, but you cannot ask, Miggy, you cannot ask what is your position, you know.
I added that just for you.
I saw that, bro. Dude,
You got
17 followers. Nice.
What is your favorite position? On top of the ground. Not below, like the people in Australia.
Let's not speak about favorite positions.
What the
Yeah,
hell
on top of the ball.
Oh my.
Not below the ball, on top of it. I mean, on top of the ground. Above it. Not below it, like some Glovers. Miggy's been scaring the new people. Come on, Miggy. Stop doing this to us. They hear your voice and they're like, No, thank you.
Where's it? Let me find that GIF. I'm gonna show you what it's like.
You need a shitty mic.
I'll pass. It's Miggy asking question.
Yeah, they're like this kid right here. Look at that.
What were you passing?
They see me like, oh fuck, run out.
What was his name? What was the guy's name again?
Paku. Paku.
That you ran away, Paku?
Yeah. He just got on the mic for like a second, then he's like bolted. Dost thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What's up,
I
guys?
think that's out. Eli, what's up, man?
You guys, what the hell? Yeah, Jake was in here yesterday. Zanuck was in the chat skanking. Yesterday
here?
was a good day, man. Yeah. You missed it. I was like, where's Mickey at?
Oh, dude.
Call it. There was a bunch of names in here yesterday.
Yeah, the old lady wanted to
why
have
they
some
were
cute.
here.
Old lady wanted to have some QT, so I was like, yeah, you
Gotta
know.
do that. Yeah.
But I'm always missing the good shit, man. Like, but my Flat Earth Discord, you know, like, fuck, dude.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
So today, I mean, yesterday I was slaying them with elevation angles basically all day long. And the guy was he wanted to go away from curvature. He wanted to go to satellites instead. I was like, all right, let's talk about it. Satellites need, in order for you to communicate with them here on Earth, you need to have the elevation angle. And he was like, no, you don't. You need speed of light. I'm like, then what's this video of this guy right here explaining that before you do any of the equations that are right there, he's like, the only angle, the elevation angle we're worried about. That's all. That's the first thing he says. So, and look what Zanuck, look at Zanuck right here. Fucking goober, right? And then the reply posted in the wrong place. Why do I like what's up with Discord? I know it's not my phone. It's like it keeps putting me in some other chat that I haven't recently posted in. So I'll read it. So Zanuck, because we were talking about it. Who was it? Was it Jedi? No, it was either Jedi or it was damn, what's his name? Timbo, I think. And so Zanuck goes from the chat, can you explain why you might think you need a triangle when using a sextant? In other words, just because we have an angle doesn't mean there's a need for a triangle or a curved or flat baseline. Aviation sextants don't use the surface at all. Now, that part about aviation sextants is a red herring. Okay. Now, he said this after I had posted this, where I cited where it says figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. So, I mean, you got owned, bro. Don't show your face. And then late night, Witsit came in here and it seemed like it was like 5-6 new individuals. Yeah, you missed it. It was like one crowd after another. Sub CB.
Oh, they're such weasels. Oh,
I
what
have
do you
to
need a
form-
triangle for? I've seen people do this with the radius. They're like, well, what do you need a radius for? It's like, yeah, you guys are freaking weasel earth.
I'm about to formulate the reason why I need to be on this server to my wife in a way that it makes some logical sense. You know, I could say statements like, I have to listen to some content from Elijah F, who's going to be talking about the sextant argument. So we have to understand that from the point perspective. I just have to come up with something a bit more creative, man, because I'm over here in Old Navy, kind of just chilling, looking at clothes, and I'm just like, fuck, man, I don't want to be here.
So Elijah, aviation sextant is just a bubble sextant.
Yeah, I know. The bubble itself is that's what you create the horizontal with versus the horizon, which is horizontal as well. Like,
Yeah, it's only because you're at elevation, right? That's the only difference, but it's still a horizontal line.
Yep. Yep. But then we was somewhere in Geo's where he tried to lie and say, no, you need the vertical. And I'm like, we go through the whole dance, and in the end he says, well, yeah, I never said you don't need a horizontal. And at that point, even over at Geo's, they were like, get the fuck out. Like,
typical Zanuck, dude. Then he starts like, well, I was saying that all along. The fuck you were, bro. Like, you're fucking against his. He does that. He does that shit because he did that to Indio. I remember that, and I was laughing. I was like, fucking Zanuck, dude, what are you doing? Because he made a point. Indio was making his counterpoint against what Zanuck was saying, and then Zanuck started saying the exact same point Indio was saying, but he started playing chess against himself. I was like, fucking Zanuck is. Indio was like, that's what I've been saying, that Zanuck, and he's like, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, fuck.
You know what probably happened was Zanuck was making shit up, and then he started reading about it and just started reading off the thing, and that's where.
Right.
Because it's weird, right? Because Eli was doing the same thing that basically you were doing, and then he's just agreeing with your point at the end, as if he was saying that all along. Like, nah. That's not how this works, bro.
It was a few, embarrassing blows because he's like, no, it has nothing to do with her. And then I don't know how I find these like things, like just Googling, like I'll look and I'm like, which one is good? I know that God's going to be good to me. And then I'm like, oh, right here, the exact opposite of what you said. What's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
we got
Jesse Gordon DM me, man.
Oh,
I'm like scared, not about flat Earth, man. I don't even know what the hell this is, man. I gotta post a screenshot.
Is he asking for dick pics or something? What's going on, bro?
No, what the hell is that? Medicinal mass media server? Like, what? I'm not going there. That sounds
what?
Bro, 44 members.
You're the man, bro.
No.
He wants to whisper sweet nothings in your ear, bro. That's what it's all about.
It's a bait server, right? So, like, you'll go in there, they'll make you mod without you knowing, and then they'll get the server banned and everyone on it and all their accounts deleted by doing crazy shit, right? Oh, all the mod accounts in that server gone, right? You got to be careful about joining servers because they can mod you, do some fuck shit, and get your account deleted.
Well, no, I'm telling you, dude, because like I was a part of the learning curve or the learning curve. Are you guys? How did I get up? I didn't even know I was a part of that server. I looking down the list of all my servers, and that one was there. I was like, what the fuck is it? It's like an avatar of a brain. It's like an orange background. And I seen you in there, Indio, and I seen like Gemsy and like a bunch of us in here. I was like, how the fuck did we all wind up here? And you got Negator in there. You got like all these sleaze bags.
Oh yeah, I'm looking. Let's see if anybody pinged me in here.
Eli, you're low, bro. I don't know, for some reason you went low.
I think that server changed names. It was something else, and then because I was looking at that too the other day.
Hey, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Look at all these sleaze bags up there, like all the usual suspects, right? When it comes to like these anti-flat Earth types. And then I seen in the bottom Indio's in there. I'm in there. I'm like, nah, this is some clown shit right here.
This is some funny shit, dude.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got a couple mentions in there. February. Everett. Remember him? Everett.
You said Everett?
Everett. He's from back in the day, man.
Hmm.
He's a clown. He's an anti-flat earther from back in the day. Anyway, he says, common flat earth defense. Insult with no better response. Kind of like how Indio 007 got offended and cried like a toddler when I told him that nobody has ever taken a video of the sun changing apparent size in the course of 24 hours or less because it's impossible because it doesn't happen. Yes. Nuh-uh.
Dude, they're so hung up on that fucking bullshit, dude.
Even said there's no change in apparent size. That is utter demonstrable horse shit, and he knows it. Well, maybe he doesn't know it. Maybe he just doesn't even see the innumerable videos, and it's actually been measured by Boeing. They've actually done these.
The Earth, or the sun at angular side. Why I guess that to them is like the capstone. You know what I'm saying? No, go ahead, Eli.
No, I'm sorry. I was just asking. Can you get me that Boeing thing? Because I'm just using
I haven't seen it in a while.
2020 or whoever that fucking wrecked themselves in their own video where they're like, "Look, now that it's properly filtered, there's no change." And then the flat earther was just like, "Yeah, let me put some parallel lines next to this bad boy." And there was a change. Like, stupid idiot.
There's a change in their own model. These dudes are freaking throwing their own shit under the bus.
How many times have we got to stomp this shit out of existence? Like, it's like a fucking cockroach. You step on that shit, 2 of them pop out. Like, what the fuck, dude? I thought we dealt with this shit long ago. Like, why does
their eggs get stuck in the treads of your sneakers? That's why, and they just freaking rehatch.
They weasel out of the edge and they just like go mate somewhere and come back and there's like 10 of them. You're like, what the fuck, dude? I thought we dealt with this shit. They come in here though like it's a gotcha. Like, but we didn't talk about the angular resolution of the sun, did we? Flat earthers.
I don't know how Matthew Learns can show his face. Like we can make definitive statements as simple as elevation angles wreck the globe. Like it says it right there. Like I read in figure 2. It's a right triangle, you, the object, and the 90-degree angle. Like that's it. It's what else is there?
Well, you got
what I mean?
You got fuckboy Zanuck trying to weasel his way out with his fucking, he's not at the we're not using the sextant though. What does he say? Like, go back to his statement here. It says fucking aviation sextants do not use the surface at all. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, but they don't. That's fine. Like, so what? What's the point? Is your point
that's the thing.
Therefore you don't need a horizontal? That's not true. That's what the bubble is for. What, like?
But that was the end of his statement, as in,
you need a horizontal for a perpendicular. Like, you can't even claim that. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it looks like, do they have the server set for private now? Because it's not on my list anymore, and I can't seem to find it on the dashboard.
With the learning curve?
Yeah.
I'll send you an invite.
Yeah, maybe they banned me. Do you see any of my stuff posted there?
Hold on.
Because I'll do that. Anytime they invite me, all
What's
I do
the
is
learning curve? What's that?
It's you're in there, I think, Elijah.
No, I just have the. I mean, that was what speculation used to be called. It's called the learning curve now. Like in this Discord, there's a Discord called the learning curve. I'm in there.
I think so. Yeah, I looked at
like
most of
Discord.
Well, most of our top guys are in there. Gemsy's in there. Indio's in there. I think I saw you in there. Still a couple of us in there, and I was like, what the fuck? How did you got Jason What Curve, the one that kind of bitched me out in the morning because I was switching the topics from him screwing his old lady. I was like changing that topic, and he's like, man, Miggy, fuck you. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I was just trying to figure out why he came at me hostile. But yeah, he's, I think, the host of that thing. Or one of them, anyway.
We just have to act like, they're really children. Like, they have an outburst. We say one thing, and then they continue, and then, Like yesterday, I just muted him.
Well, no, I don't care. He
Whoever
he
had
can
that,
come
I
back.
muted it. And then I sent a message in the chat, and I'm like, hey, such and such and such, you'll be all right. 5 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't mean for him to be
They
like
need to
out
have
this
a-
long, but fuck, dude. He's,
Mhm.
I don't know. That's whatever. I mean, he had some daggers, dude. I'm like, fuck, dude. I didn't know you were harboring all that shit. It's like, he's just like, Miggy, motherfucker, I hate this shit. And they're like, whoa, bro, you all right? You good, bro? Fuck that. And I was like, nah, I'll let one of the admins let you back in. Like, you need a little chill break.
And what's that girl's name? There's a blonde haired girl in the server now. She had her boyfriend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, her boyfriend
Sydney
came on. That was totally terrible.
Are you talking about
He would not read it. He would not read. He refused. The same thing that the other dude skipped over the sentence.
Oh,
I told you I was
no
killing
shit.
him with elevation angles. I had sent it, and he's like, "I read it already." He's like, "I'm gonna read it, but I'm not reading it out loud." It's like, yeah, like what? That's so strange. Like for the person who thinks that flat Earth is strange, like it's strange that these people don't like to read out loud. What the hell?
I'm telling you, bro, it's confession, dude. It's like it's incriminating to these guys because when they confess it, even if it's not something they're saying, when they read it, it's like they're confessing it. And so it's like, oh, fuck, dude, I ain't going to say that shit. That's incriminating shit. Like if I say it, it's just going to look bad on me just saying it. So, no. I'm not going to say that flat earth word there. So let me just skip over that line. And then, that triggers the shit. It's like, okay, so you apparently you just really just skipped the most important piece, dude. Like that's what CB was saying.
Yo, he's gonna sit there and act like. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. On that day, I had thought he was having audio trouble. It sounded like there was like some sort of static, and then it cut out, and then I was wondering what happened. And then he came back reading the next.
CB was like a hawk upon that. He was perched upon that fucking tree, dude. He's like, no, I fucking see that. You know that one guy? What's his name? Oh shit! On that clip, yeah, he caught him, bro. Where's that fucking? Dude, we need to play that clip just one time right now. Just when we're talking about it. CB, you don't happen to have that clip about, do you?
The one you played earlier, Nico?
No, the one guy that was not reading that line off Elijah's. It's in your server, I think. Let me see. I bet you we can scare it up in your server.
Yeah, yesterday was a high day for the server, I'd say. Because all of that happened. Then at some point, like, QE was in here. And then right after that, Witsit came in with a boatload of people, Globers and shit. And it was a weird time because there were people that were, like, trying to slip in between the cracks so they could just be interrupters in between. And I was like, yeah, we've dealt with this type of thing before. Mute.
I got the clip in the hopper.
Yeah, let's play that shit.
Moving on. Can you read this?
It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and a relation to delegation, simply a way to picture the place.
Keep going.
Up, or is it just me?
I just don't think he wants to read it out loud anymore. Keep reading, bro. Keep reading.
That was his service. That's divine intervention right there. Sometimes I feel like God is like, no, my son, now is not the time.
Well, I just don't understand what I'm reading.
We'll just read it out loud. We'll help you out.
Yeah, read. Time out. Look, you said you don't understand what you're reading. This literally says that it may be a bit confusing. So we get that, it tells you why it's confusing, and it tells you how not to make it confusing. Isn't that interesting? But go ahead and read that.
The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. When moving the telescope to any place on this disk...
Why'd you skip the sentence before that?
I already read it. Even when moving the telescope...
You know you didn't?
No,
a really simple way. Why don't you start there?
Go ahead.
A really simple way to picture
you cut off.
is to replace the sphere of Earth with a flat circular platform on which telescope stands. The platform has the size of... Okay, no, I'm not about to do this if y'all are about to fucking play noises while I'm trying to read.
He was like, all right, I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm out of this. That's it.
Fucking Eli fuckboy, dude. Like, dude, that's some clown shit right there. That's the old 23 skidoo, bro. And people are like, no. Bullshit, man. Read the whole shit. You're not getting away. Oh, he hated every bit of that, dude. He just hated it, CV, that you held him to that.
Like, he thought he was slick. You're just gonna skip the line. No.
Just skip the important details. Just skip that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the details he skipped was a really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. That's what he didn't read. And that little sound clip at the end, just like...
He's like, oh, that's my window. I'm gonna climb on out of here. See y'all later.
He jumped out that motherfucker quick, bro.
He wasn't expecting to be reading flat earth stuff on the literature talking about anything. So, yeah, once he read that, he was like, oh no. That kind of shows a defense mechanism, because I kind of seen that happening on other topics. Like, people will kind of hear something different from their belief and they'll just completely break. Like, they break on the spot. They break down.
That's kind of strange, though, when you think about it. You know.
Did you just say something different from the belief I hold? Oh, no. Bye.
What's weird is that he wasn't even... It was not his... I mean, it's not nothing that he was claiming. It was just he was reading, apparently, what was saying on that little snippet. But you can't even do that.
I think I found it, Elijah. I've actually talked about this with frickin' Hoymar.
Holy shit, Hormar has been on a thermonuclear meltdown lately.
He got back in the server, someone let him back. See who that was. And right, like Hoymar, yeah, man. Oh my god, dude. The ultimate respawner. Like, he literally just, like, the next day, they just, like, they wiped the operating system and just reinstall it, the one that was installed in 2017. And it's just like, nothing ever happens.
He, like, I just had some... I mean, he's been, like, okay. Like, I mean, like, he picks, like, some flat earthers where he doesn't fully reset. Like, he's got some sort of relationship with you, like parasocial sort of thing going on. But yeah, like, he just had this thermonuclear meltdown over the word no. Like, you're trying to gaslight me. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. I go, no. Like, he goes, you're trying to, I don't know what you're talking about. I go, how can I gaslight you if you don't know what I'm talking about? He goes, you're doing it again. I go, no, I'm not. I go, if you're brain farting the word no, and even if I say no, you don't understand what I mean, how can I possibly be gaslighting you? And how could you possibly claim that you don't know what I'm talking about? And it went on like that for like a week until finally, like he like timed me out, and I just left their server.
So Elijah, do you want me to DM that to you or just post it in the chat? You can talk. Can't.
I guess you could post it for everybody.
Okay, cool. These are lots of measurements. So monthly, daily. I'm pretty sure daily. They're all over the place. And they even concede, because I just reread it, part of it at least, does not correlate with the thickness of the atmosphere, according to them. That means the change does not depend on where it is, like in its elevation angle.
Danny T's a guy who says planes would appear to be flying backwards if viewed from outer space.
Post a link to the PDF too. I mean, they did a test. It was called the Solar Disk Sextant, but there wasn't a lot of measurements with that. This is a different test. How was it? Yeah, like I said, it's not even in the globe model, because of the so-called atmosphere, right? It's supposed to get magnified in the globe model. And you can just look at Andrew Thomas Young's website. So Andrew Thomas Young, boom. Magnification at the horizon. This is the globe model. Magnification at the astronomical horizon depends on the density gradient just below eye level. For practical purposes, depends only on the temperature gradient. This page is devoted to demonstrating the truth of this statement.
Thanks, Indio. I'm on 5%, but I'm almost to the house.
Okay, if my mic's working, somebody say something. We got like 30 people watching. Is my mic working?
Yo, I can loud and clear.
Something.
Does this mic work?
Good.
Well then, down mic.
It's possible to obtain an elevation angle with a curved baseline. Is that a valid question?
Hell no!
Thank you for the answer.
All right, little guy, time to send you to planet Earth. I think it's pronounced Earth. That sounds stupid.
If you put a P in front of Earth, you get Parth or Perth for pear-shaped Earth.
A little chubbier.
Little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your input, Neil Tyson.
I think Neil does a great job giving us the correct shape of the Earth. He's good at it. He knows.
No, he's not.
He doesn't know what it is, but he can tell you what it is. But he doesn't know what it is, but he can tell you what it is.
Let's test him on that. Hey, Neil, what is gravity?
Like what it is? I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
He can still tell you what it is, but he just doesn't know. Just like a bunch of Globers. They don't know what it is. They're just going to tell you what it is, even though they don't know.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
That's actually an invalid statement he just says. They have a lot of ideas what it is, but they don't know what it is. You know what I mean? Back to you, Jimson.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Man, I believe it's a globe. I don't know how. I just believe because Neil said so. Let's ask Neil. I don't know either, but it is.
I want to ask Neil, why won't you debate a valid...
You're smoking them tweeds and everything.
Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson, why will you not debate a valid flat earther in reality? Why don't you do that? We'll see which clip he plays.
That stuff is flat.
That's bet your only option. Good job.
Hey, can you add that hamburger one? So like, hey Tyson, I just posted it in live stream. Be like, hey Tyson, so if it's not pear shaped, what shape is it?
You got it? I can play that clip.
Yeah.
Based on Globers, Earth has a bunch of shapes, you know? All of them, except the real one. Because they can give you all the numbers, all their ideas, their own definition about things. So it all changes, all depends on which Glober you're talking to.
You need to make a list, man. An arena list. Globers to get a hold of to drag into the arena.
Yeah, I noticed I just posted in lobby.
Do you remember Everett, Chris?
Yeah. Yeah,
and then the space videos, right? He's got a YouTube channel that made space videos.
Yeah, and then at some point he just cracked and then just started scouring the internet for like any random flat earther he could find. And now it's just like reposting their stuff.
Oh my God, Karen. I think Karen's the one that broke him, man. It was pretty hilarious. Back on the old server, it was fucking... She tore his ass up, man. Like, it was kind of funny.
He doesn't even talk. Like, he only hangs out on Chimpanzee, and he's always got a red mic. Like, they purposely mute him. And he asked to be... It's like, I want to make sure I can never talk. I just can't handle it. You know, like, just always have me on the red mic. So if I start screaming into the mic, it's already a dead mic. It's like, wow. Wow, dude.
He admitted to us that, like, 'cause he was making, like, these space videos. Let's see if his YouTube channel is still around. He had a YouTube channel with, like, space videos. And, like,
Yeah, it's still there. It's just not... It's all like a flat earth montage, I guess, at this point. Yeah, people I've never heard of, that you'll never hear their voice, have no idea who they are. It just shows you how big flat earth is. Because you think here, it's like, oh, I know everybody in flat earth. But, I mean, there are so many more people out there who have nothing to do with Discord or social media. They're just out there kind of doing their own thing. And he finds those videos and then chops them up and then adds laugh tracks and whatnot to it. And then Jem plays them on his Sunday roast.
Jem's Sunday roast. Sorry, I missed it. Like that. He has a Sunday roast. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that's what. It's kind of like a play on word. Kind of like a play on words, because like, you know, that sort of Sunday roast where you get the family together, you know, and have a good Sunday family meal before the rat race again.
Yeah.
But he talks about like a roast, like he's roasting people and their ideas or whatever.
Say, man, people in the glass house, they shouldn't throw stones, man. Oh my God, man. I went on that learning curve server, man. Apparently I'm living rent free in their head. The hell's Rage Cage? Oh, he was promising. Oh, Marconi wireless telegraph, he's saying, is a globe proof. So a 10,000 mile wireless transmission is a globe proof somehow. We got Jesse Gordon saying, you know, straw man and shit. Level7 himself told me that my height measurements could fit a line just as well as a curve. That is simply a false statement. Well, it's not what I said. But he got banned from here because he doesn't know how to make a graph. He thinks that he's tricking people by squashing the x-axis and not. Oh, Learning Curve's the Tartaria server.
Oh shit! I thought they had changed their name. That's I couldn't figure. I was pounding my head. What server is this? You know, like
How did that get hijacked? And they deleted some of the channel. Wow.
yeah, it's like a purging.
Yeah, I'm leaving that server. Fuck them, dude. Like, seems like what's going on. Feminists against trolls. Why am I in that server?
I mean, I was thinking that was what was going on, but then it like I didn't know for sure. It didn't seem like that was the right one.
God, some of these guys, man. I just looked in Bev's server. Jesus Christ. How do they deal with that? I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, look at Wiggles has been typing all day. He's like, "Oh, I'm too busy for Discord." Yeah, apparently not.
like I said, man, he ain't posting on my channel anymore. He doesn't even have to come in here and prevail. He just has to freaking get his guts up. Then I'm gonna kick his ass, and then I'm gonna post a video on the channel. He's gonna just sit there and chat skank my freaking dude. It's the video with the Flintstones, that flat Earth video. Like, why are you gonna post a comment? Like, it isn't just like some little silly comment. There are multiple paragraphs, like 20,000 word essays that have nothing to do with the video, making baseless nonsense claims, saying that flat Earth would need a negative temperature that is below absolute zero to have upward refraction. It's a fucking nonsense claim.
And that's how you know it makes sense, Indio, because it's nonsense.
I just fiddled with Biscuit's curve calculator. I got upward refraction on a flat Earth very fucking easily, just fiddling with it. Yeah, that wasn't difficult at all. I didn't have to use negative 0 degrees at negative absolute 0 because that would be something like, I don't even know what it is, absolute 0 in Celsius.
Someone say Mike?
That's minus 273 degrees.
Oh, okay, never mind.
What? I hear you, Mike.
I thought someone said my name or something.
Oh, no. So his claim was the reason why in the Skype 3 videos you can't see the bottom of the RC boats is because of upward refraction. This is what he said. So if there was upward refraction, if you look at this graph, that means something would be up here. The light would come down and appear to be coming from below you, but the true position is up there. It's up in the sky over your head. And then it would appear to be coming, the light would appear to be coming from below you. So it would appear as if you're elevated above it. It's stupid. This is why Wiggles needs to get in here, so I can freaking kick him straight up his bunghole.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask 2 questions? All right. Just really quickly, Jedi. I know you want to, just real quick, and then Jedi you can continue the conversation. All right. Oh, so we're talking on Discord right now, right? At the moment, Pinky, you and me, and everybody else in here. All right. Do you 100% know with all certainty that we're talking on Discord right now?
I would say what I know for certain is that there is a conscious being who is perceiving talking to someone on Discord in this moment. Now, I know this seems like I'm weaseling out of saying that I know it.
No. You go ahead and say how you want to. You go ahead. So we're not talking. Me and you, we're not. You're not certain we're talking on Discord. That's all I wanted to know right now.
Well, for instance, if you ever seen the movie The Matrix, you could there could be something like that. I mean, but what I do know is that, in this.
Hold on. Do we live in the Matrix?
I don't know. It seems like a very low chance for that, but I have no evidence. I would say.
Yeah. Do we live in the physical and natural world where physical and natural laws apply, and we can know those things to be certain?
I would say I don't know about that. I mean, for instance,
you don't know about that. So
like I said, I don't care about the Earth being round or flat. It's not the. Okay, my brother is the one being so passionate about. You can debate as much as you want with him. It was what really interests me with you guys is that you think that all the agency, right, all the government lie about it. Like, how is it possible to maintain such a lie?
What did I just tell you right now, Lex's brother? I told you that there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. So how could they be telling you the truth about going to space if there is no evidence that it's actually space like they're telling you? I just showed you right now. You didn't have any evidence, right? No evidence. Then when you go to yes, then what?
Okay. So they are providing evidence. So why are they?
Where is it? Where's the evidence? Where I asked you for where? No, show me where the evidence.
Okay. Not my evidence. Okay.
Whose?
So
where?
Those big space agency provide evidence. So why are they influencing yours? But
where is it?
Under documentation.
Where is it? Show me the documentation and live stream voice text right now.
Okay. So
show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me.
Then you
don't say that you have it. Show it to me. We will all examine this.
Hey, just we're trying to keep everybody honest, and since you are Lexa's brother and you're taking the mic, you engaging in the conversation that's totally fine. Now we can move on step by step on this topic right now. So you're gonna provide some evidence for the question at hand, and we're gonna wait for you to post it.
Can I just say something, please?
Are you gonna post the evidence? We need that. That's important.
I think we need
Lexa's brother. We need the evidence right now. We need that. Please provide it.
I don't understand the fact that
we're not gonna understand unless you provide the evidence, Lexa's brother.
I am not.
Provide the evidence. Provide it, please.
Provide. Okay.
The evidence that you said. NASA's evidence. Provide it.
Okay, sure. I have to search it because I don't have on me. I'm not.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know.
It's not my field. I don't.
Well, you just finished saying. Stop it. Stop. You just finished saying they had evidence, and you know the documentation.
They have evidence.
And now, right. Well, no. But you just believe on faith, like a religion. You believe it on faith.
I don't. Okay.
Right. You don't have the evidence.
I'm not as passionate as you guys, right? You really.
If you don't care, why are you arguing then?
Yeah, you are passionate.
My question: why do you care so much, right? Because I don't give a fuck if the Earth is actually flat. Well,
so why are you arguing?
Right.
Hold the ultimate.
So gravity is a derived measurement. It is not a single measurement. There's multiple inputs to get a certain thing's gravity, right? A certain celestial body's gravity, or a certain masses or mass of an object's gravity. You understand that, Wolfgang? Do you understand that, Wolfgang?
You prove gravity yet?
I have many times.
How?
It's just so easy, bro. Like I'm that dude, bro. I'm a real round earther. I don't see the vision.
Stop the cap. Oh yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Your mother, bot. You disprove gravity. Matter of fact, the burden of proof is on you in the actual debate. So you disprove gravity. The burden of proof is on you.
Nope.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, it is. No, that's not how it works. That the majority believe me. The burden of proof is on you.
Majority.
The majority, even if the majority is wrong, I'm saying the Earth is round. But if in some crazy way it's flat, the burden of proof still doesn't lie on me. It lies on you. You understand that?
Oh my! But wait, there's more.
Looking for that
Starkiller, you there? Starkiller, we're looking for that measurement that you said you used as a calculation for the radius. What was that?
I think you're talking about gravity.
No, we was talking about a calculation for the radius, so we're asking what the measurement
You muted me.
in the calculation. Yeah,
You said what?
What was the measurement that was used for your calculation of the radius?
So, yeah, that's the whole point. That's what I said earlier. If we're using that 672, I think, for the radius of Earth, that means every single calculation wrong. Your calculations are
672. What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know it by heart.
All right, so you don't know the radius of Earth that you said you
By
calculated
heart.
and proved to your friend.
No, by heart. I never said I don't know by heart.
Right, so you don't know it.
I know it.
So what is it?
It's 6356.
What?
Or is this the? Yeah. Oh no. 6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
Angles in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
from what concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah. Well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right. So it's a flat baseline.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro.
No, but you don't have the curve.
You didn't pay attention in class, bro.
Yeah, because it requires.
Wait. Listen. The flat baseline, right? The same thing is on the top and the bottom, right? The same exact thing is on the top and the bottom in this calculation, basically.
What are you talking about? You are spazzing out.
Do you not get it?
You have just completely spiraled into incoherence.
I did not spiral.
Let's go back to that radius.
No, listen.
Let's go back to that radius that you claimed.
Wolfgang.
No, listen. You've already had long enough, and you're already embarrassing yourself. You claimed a specific radius value. I asked how that was measured. You said you don't know. Has it ever been measured? Has it ever been measured? Starkiller.
So are you here to listen, Wolfgang?
I'm here to ask how the radius is measured.
Okay, so
are you going to answer the question that you were asked?
You can do it yourself. You just turn the Earth into a circle. But if you don't believe it's a circle, you can't do it. And then you use trigonometry.
So we have to turn the Earth
and
flat.
angles.
So we have to turn the Earth flat. Is that what you're saying?
Angles to find the radius. You don't have to turn the Earth flat. You can.
You just said you have to turn it into a circle.
For this measurement.
What measurement?
Not this way. There's multiple ways.
You haven't given us a measurement. So who gets the measurement?
You want me to take a picture? I can't.
Guys all over the joint. I can't even understand what he's saying. Like, what's he saying?
I don't know. God, he's absolutely insane. He came in saying the black swan is debunked because it's a rare event that happens during a specific temperature and pressure. So I asked, okay, what was the temperature and pressure that day? And he doesn't know, and he just instantly started spiraling.
And I like the one angles. You just measure angles. Any angle.
Any angle. If you put a circle inside a square, it's an angle, and therefore it's a globe. Like, what the fuck is this guy even talking about?
Yeah, these guys are funny.
Absolutely insane, bro. What the what are we dealing with?
I'm like the lowest of the lowest.
I just clicked that medicinal mass media. It's Dogs Are Gods is a moderator there. Rohif, Jesse Gordon. Riggs, Michael J. Smith.
Is anyone here? It's kind of quiet, eh?
Time to say goodbye. Oh, no, chill.
It's my girlfriends.
Joking, guys. Nah, what's good, everyone? Hope everyone's doing okay. It's the second half of the day over here in Britain. I got some penne pasta and pork mince bolognese in the kitchen. Extra cheese, extra sauce, extra peppercorn, extra olive oil. Like a fat Italian. How is everyone doing?
Good. Sounds like you're on something else too.
I'm just being a bit wacky, man. But now I'm chill. I'll be all normal now.
Uh-huh.
I think because I had some Powerade. Powerade is like your version of Gatorade.
I don't know if anyone else is listening. I don't just want to talk.
I'm a bit nervous to make up a topic because if it's not about flat Earth, someone might jump in and go, "If it's not on topic, don't talk."
Everything you'd expect.
Nah, I don't think that guy's your Jedi. So anyone here who's talking and listening, given Hollow Earth some serious consideration, or thought that it was worth be given any consideration? Hollow Earth.
I honestly don't know much. I don't know enough about it to give my opinion on it, unfortunately.
No, same. The only thing I know is from like Flat Earthers use Admiral Byrd's story, but it wasn't him that flew into the Earth, like.
I mean, they don't let you go north. They don't let you go south, right? So
Yeah.
there could be something in those two areas on the map that some freaky shit going on up there, you know?
Yeah, and it's like, where's the magnetic? Like, I don't know. I was a big believer in the magnetic mountain, like Meg Maru for like a long time.
the stories are like of all the bolts being ripped off the boat, like as it went too far north. Like.
You'll have to retreat. Go hungry.
Well, don't compasses stop working when you go too far south? Isn't that the case?
I'm pretty sure they do act up. They start playing up. Like you can never find the exact North Pole. You can't. It moves like the. Do you know, I had a dream. I had a weird dream that it was on the news. It was all over the news. I thought this was real. I woke up the next day and I thought it's one of them dreams where you actually think it happened, like yesterday. I think guys must know what I feel like. You know, when you have a dream and it's so lucid and realistic that you think it was just like what you experienced. But it was basically the polar flips. The magnetic poles had flipped, and the Earth had flipped it over. And then they were talking on the news about, well, it's flipped now. It's basically it's leveling out and becoming more balanced, and then it'll flip back again. Blah 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 blah. And like the BBC News were telling us all about it. And it was like shit, man. It's finally happened. Something's happened. So what do you guys think about like the idea of the poles moving and flipping? Does anybody know what that could mean for us?
Well, I mean that would only happen on a globe, right? So I don't really think that's gonna happen. It's just basically just another way to scare people, I think. Same thing with like meteors and other phenomenon that I don't know they make up or we can't explain.
Yeah, I'd agree there. Like, it's some kind of phenomena to do with the magnetic sphere, and just basically the ether. That they have some piece of vital information that will attain to something to do with the Earth not being a globe, so therefore it's classified. Just like every other bit of technology that has some kind of powerful use, like voice, like mind reading, mind harassment. Cloaking. When that guy invented the car that runs on water, then got poisoned to death. They've had opportunities to have whole technology that would make oil just not even needed. You know? So they just really don't. That's how bad they don't care. If there was, you could run an automotive mobile on just water. Why would we need to worry about the climate or fossil fuels? We just wouldn't. And we had that technology in the 70s, and they just killed him and just took his car. And the car was there. And there's a man in Africa who knows the power of TV with nothing but with radio frequency. Nothing but something that interacts with the air, that sucks out an electromagnetic pulse out of the air, doesn't need to be plugged in, yet runs perfectly. You know? So we wouldn't. That's just like saying you don't need to pay your electric bill. Well, are they going to want that for us? They should do, shouldn't they? But no, they want our shekels. And they want our contracts, they want our names signed, they want our years of our life. They want it all.
For the past few months, she's
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot more to this world than we're allowed to actually experience. And I don't know. I don't think I'll ever get to experience the entirety of this world, at least not in this lifetime.
What would be your ideal afterlife, like initial experience of afterlife? What would be ideal for you, or like a good experience that you could think is fathomable?
Well, I do believe we have a soul.
Other animals in the park.
Yeah.
So I don't think death is the end. I don't. As far as that, I don't know. I can just speculate. You know, reincarnation. Who knows? Go to heaven, go to hell. I don't know. Go back. Maybe it is like reincarnation. You just go back into the life cycle, like as another entity. Who knows? Maybe another human. Maybe an animal. I don't know.
Be nice to go and see all the mysteries and see all the beautiful that inspire you that you love to make the way the earth was and the way life was. I would always thought I want to go and see like the wonders of the world as a ghost, and then rest.
Yeah. I dream about these things when I'm falling asleep, and I've actually like astral projected in my dream trying to fly out to the edge or whatever, or to the as far as you could go, and then it just kind of white out, like it just ends up being a white out.
Yeah, that's a great attitude to like use the power of your brain for that. It's good.
I've had a dream where, like you said, astral projection. I was flying, but as I got farther and farther away, I was like losing my ability to fly, and I was falling back down. And yeah, I remember that clearly. Like as if I got like too far away from my body or something. Yeah, that's a really vivid dream I had a while back. Honestly, I don't know if it was a dream. But yeah, I mean, the gatekeepers of knowledge, they've kept all the knowledge away from us regular people. And so, and they control all the wealth. They control what most people are allowed and not allowed to do. So, I don't know. I guess unless you give up your soul, you can't really be part of that group. Which I'd rather keep my soul.
Place.
if someone had, like got a topic, like a certain part of something to talk about, I'd love if someone had a chat. I've been alone all day. I've been asleep. I got a bad heart, man. I'm into a lot of discomfort. I'd like to just listen to someone. I mean, has anyone got a topic they could talk about? Obviously, to do with flat Earth or whatever.
Today's one of those quiet days, I guess. So far, it'll probably pick up a little later, but I don't know. I don't know where everyone is.
I got nothing, man. I'm just watching those videos with Pinky, catching up on that.
Oh yeah, what is that? What videos are those?
They were dropped in here from the playlist that Teos UK put in the live stream voice text.
What's the content? What is it?
It's just him debating with people about radio waves, and he's trying to bring up statistics, and he's trying to bring up the what's the motive, those types of things. Anything but everybody's like, can you just give us a geometric argument? So there's a lot of that so far. I was live a little bit for it, but right now I'm just sort of because apparently it just keeps coming back.
Yeah, it's like every other fucking debate.
So I actually just joined. The thing is, I didn't know this was live streamed on YouTube. Is there any way I could possibly ask to get those videos removed? Since this is literally my first day on this server, so I didn't know. I understand it's a bit of an inconvenience and everything.
It's a shame, my friend, but I don't have the ability to do that, and I don't think they will.
Oh, you don't think? Okay.
I mean, you didn't conduct yourself in a
No, I know. I
manner,
just don't like, just for privacy reasons. I don't know. I just don't like my voice and name and everything.
Really? What are you,
Name,
like a
image,
scientist
likeness.
or something? Were you like somebody important?
No. I just don't. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll just ask the people who are doing it. But
it's clipped. Like you can see the
What do you
channel.
feel like?
in the
Do you feel like you represented yourself? In
no,
the
I mean,
wrong
I did.
way?
Yeah, definitely. Because I was just kind of tired. Like I stayed up all day doing a project, and then I was just like, oh, I'm too tired to go to sleep. I might as well go on Discord. But if I had known, not that I thought I was too bad, I guess.
What's the name of this Discord?
24/7.
Yeah, and if you look right there, it says right on the top of this channel, it says 24/7 live.
Yeah.
You had no
idea. No one told me. Anyway, I guess it's. I'll just go. Maybe ask the person. But anyway,
You can ask the person whose channel it is, right? That's on you to ask them.
Oh, sure. And I realize if they don't want to take it off, I'm just saying. I
believe
mean,
it's
I
Helio.
like this channel. I will certainly come back. I just didn't realize this was. It was.
Do you want me to hire you as solicitor and do him?
No. I wouldn't do anything like that. Anyway, never mind.
It's an awfully pretty voice.
I just saw that playlist. I was like, what? Because that's
Right. This is
but anyway.
Yeah. That's the cool thing about this channel is like whether you believe, whether you agree with what people are saying here or not. It's like easy to learn a lot, So like you get to hear, rather than going to school where they tell you this is what it is, and then you just have to repeat that on a test. People say this is what it is, and then you have to defend it like vehemently. So it's like that's what I started learning. It's like, okay, whether or not I believe one side or the other, we're talking about radio waves, talking about measurements, optics, like every subject because it's totally Earth related, reality related, right? So it's kind of cool. I see why someone would come here even if they didn't believe anything, because a lot of people here are smart, and researched. So
This is a perfect example why knowledge is power. It's like, yeah, he came in here. He had no knowledge of the server. He just came in here. I don't know what he was thinking. now he's upset. I don't know.
He bounced.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, it looks like he bounced. Yeah. They like, oh, I got the argument that's gonna win. You're like satellite, triangulation, and the speed of light, and blah 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 blah. And they're like, why is everything flat? Like, why can no one? They're like, I had assumed that, and then I assumed 20 things off of that, and then I assumed 40 things off of that, and now I'm measuring satellites that I can't even prove. So running into a brick, running into a train, they're on the train tracks and like don't even realize it.
Oh, it's funny. The Globers, they come in here and they hardly know about their globe, and then they don't even know about flat Earth, right? Obviously, and one of the best tactics in war is to understand your enemy, right? And so I've noticed that a lot of flat earthers, they know their shit. Like, they know the globe, they know the flat Earth, they know both things, and I don't know.
Yeah, like, because you're subject to. Well, first of all, they were you, right? FE people were once them, so automatically that's an advantage. And then second of all, like, you realize, oh, when I was that, I didn't know anything, so you start learning more. And then you realize, like, wait, they don't know anything, and I know way more than them. And then it's kind of like the snowball effect. They show up thinking that, oh, they're idiots.
Yeah, and then and then there's Globers are arguing like that, and all they've seen video on whistle to dismiss the idea, like the ones they put at the top of the page these days, like. And that's basically what they've seen. It was just some wannabe scientists like mocking flat earthers, and that's how they come across the strange flat earthers. And all of a sudden they think they got the intelligence level to come and tell 100 people that they're fools, But it ain't like that. They actually put the effort in to listen to what some flat earthers have to say.
Yeah, exactly. Like the people who are the most vocal flat earthers, right? The people who are out there like debating live and public and with their faces and everything. It's like they're already in the position of being ridiculed, so they show up with very, very prepared, and that's sort of what gets people. That's what got me. It was like I saw people debating that were like so prepared and had to teach the other person's, well, like, let me tell you what you believe, because you don't even know what you believe. That was like that's a powerful statement to say in front of people just watching. Tell you about your religion.
Well, the way I see it is, the people who debate flat earthers, they're more like anti-flat earthers. They don't care to learn, right?
Right.
They don't care.
They're trying
about
to look
any of
tough
that.
in front of their friends.
Yeah, and so sometimes it's hard to tell who's an anti-flat earth and who's kind of like just a glober.
Right. Like, I don't think Pinky was anti. I think he. There's a lot of people. They like to learn. They have an argument and they want to see, like, I haven't been able to debunk my own argument. How are you guys going to do it? And then they get brought back to first principles, and they're like, "Wait, I didn't expect you guys to do that." Or like, "Yeah, you can't even prove the first rung. You think you can?"
Yeah, I mean, anti-flat earthers, they have a mission, right? They have a, they're not here.
They're the ones making the money.
Yeah, in most cases,
they're the ones making the money. Everybody's saying, like, oh, they're flat earthers are just making money off of these people, off of idiots and stuff like that. I'm like, no, it's the people like McToon or like Dave they have all the followers and get all the YouTube algorithm money. So they're the ones that have an incentive to keep everybody around. So I don't think a lot of FE people are making nearly as much as they could make, seeing as how a lot of them are super smart. Like Witz was saying, like, dude, do a lot better without this. But
Yeah, I mean, there's no money to be made in flat Earth. You know, if anything, you there's money to be lost.
you lose opportunities like crazy.
Yeah.
It's like all that's going to happen to you is losing opportunities, you know, and like you're not going to get your app at the top of a list. It's not going to be promoted. It's going to be DDoS attacked probably, you know, if it ever gets too big, if not just pulled down.
Yeah, like have like the best fucking resume possible, and then say at the bottom or like say at the top, right at the bottom, just say like, "Oh, and I'm a flat earther." Bro, I bet no one will hire you just because of that.
Right. Like you could be as accomplished as Nikola Tesla, and like show you understand the world better than anybody, and then say something like that, and then people will still talk about, well, he didn't believe in the, you know, he believed the Earth was a realm or whatever. Like, yeah, but he definitely knew it better than you or anybody else. Like, he pretty much figured everything out, and you just hit it all.
Oh, now that you're here actively talking to me, I was watching Andrew Tate. He's doing like this 5-hour interview with Valuetainment, and it's really good. And he said something that really made sense because you know how, I don't know if you follow Andrew Tate, but
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he talks about the Matrix, right, and how we're in the Matrix, right?
Yep.
And dude, he made so much sense when he said this. So basically, what happened is, right, you'll talk to somebody, right, and you're just normally talking to them, right, but as soon as you bring up something, like let's say you're talking to a Glober, right, and you start talking about flat Earth, something happens where something clicks in their mind where they just lose it, right? And so he was connecting
Agent
that on.
Smith.
Yeah, he turns into Agent Smith, right? You know, in the Matrix,
Yeah.
right? Every time the people that are disconnected, right? They somebody sees them, right? Or something triggers in them to say, oh, this is the person, this is the guy that we're after, right? This is the flat earther, right? Boom, the fucking Agent Smith just pops up out of him, right? And that's basically what's
Yeah,
happening.
it tells you to shh. He goes, shh. I don't want to talk. Like, that happened. I mean, Flat Earth is like one example, and then there's been another one, you know, in the last few years, and then there's been a few more that I can think of where that happens. You know, like Controllers of the World can't do that. There's a few of them where people are just really uncomfortable. And Flat Earth is like that's what I'm trying to tell my friend. I'm like, dude, there's only... People don't care if you know how to read. You know, the government doesn't care if you know how to read. They don't care if you know your finances. They don't care if you do math. They don't barely even care if you go to school. Like, they don't care about if you know anything. But they do care if you think the world isn't round. It's like the one thing that people seem to care about, that you absolutely must acquiesce to. You must think this.
I think it's. I don't think it just has to
dude.
do with. Yeah, I don't think it just has to do with the globe. I think it's anything that goes against the narrative, right? The popular narrative that is being subscribed to everyone.
The American president of the United States, the most powerful man alive. I'm like, if you believe that, you're like, people think like, okay, in a democracy, the people have the power, but I would put the people on the lowest rung of the totem pole. Like, governments are just the second rung, and then there's above that, you know. And I think it's even demonstrable. Like, you can look at policymakers versus policy pushers versus who fund the policymakers versus, you know, like you can go all the way up the ladder, and it's like, it's not even questionable, you know, like it's proven. And then, well, I get to pick my candidate. No, you don't. You don't get to pick who in America. You don't get to pick the Democrat or the Republican. They're given to you, and then you get to pick between them.
Well, I mean, there are some people who are more connected to the Matrix, as I would call it, and so when they hear something that's against the general narrative that we hear from, like, the media, from the government, from whatever, they freak out, right? Mr. Agent Smith comes out of them, and I see this a lot here on this Discord. You know, people get like furious about it, right? Like as soon as you start questioning their beliefs, their narrative, right? Instead of like having a cordial conversation and just discussing it, they get livid. They get angry.
They turn into the Stepford Wives, and then they end up in here, and their eyelashes fall off, and their wigs just drop to the ground.
Oh, yeah. Everyone should watch that Andrew Tate interview. It was really good. He spoke about stuff that I was like, holy shit. It's all connected. It was really
that's
good.
some truth that comes out of his mouth. That's the thing is like it all gets muddled by his antics, to keep follow. Or like there's some antics in there for sure with that really bugs people. If he toned that down, it'd be better. But it's almost like doing those antics allows him to say these other truths because he's so outrageous with like some of these other things, which I don't necessarily disagree with all the time. But like his delivery, that's why he has so many enemies. Is his delivery versus women.
Yeah, he didn't really talk about women. It was all about the world, man, and the controllers of the world and stuff like that. It was crazy.
Yeah,
I was like, dude, this guy's gonna get killed. He even said it. He's like, I can't say anything else because I'll get killed. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, he became too influential. You can't be that influential unless you have, unless you're under somewhat control. Like you abide by certain rules that I don't know about, but I'm sure there are some, and I believe that for sure.
He had spoken about the controllers, right? And like the people that are up there in charge, whoever they are, who knows. And he was saying that we live in different times, right? Because back then, right, let's say you had the controller. Back then, it would usually be like a king, right? People knew who they were. And as soon as the civilization collapsed, right? Let's say America. As soon as America collapsed, right? They would go after the king, right? Because he's the one, in charge. But now it's like, what happens when America collapses? Who gets? You think it's the president that's pulling all the strings? Of course not.
No.
Yeah,
he's got more hands up his ass than anybody.
Yeah. So then the people don't know who it is, and so guess what? Everything just collapses, and then there's no one gets blamed for it, and then they just continue to live on, and yeah, and it's crazy.
Yep. I believe it. And I used to be like, oh, it's a good metaphor, right? And like Hunger Games is a good metaphor. And now I'm more like, it's closer to just literal reality than we think.
Yeah, I think a lot of
there's
movies,
rooms you won't be allowed into.
Yeah, a lot of movies are actually low key. They're telling us what's happening in the world. I think because it's kind of like a demonic thing where it's like. Demons, they have to lie to you, but they also have to tell you the truth, right? And so they put truth in lies and lies in truths, and then they try to confuse you while also telling you the truth. I don't know, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's a cult thing, like hidden in plain sight. It's like you're agreeing to it if they told you they were going to do it.
I mean, you see
and if they don't tell you, then it's like poison. It's like you agreed to eat this because we told you there was poison or whatever. But if we didn't tell you, we just hid it. I know that whole theory, or that whole idea. It's probably true. It seems like it might be. I just think they're psychopaths and they get this duper's delight.
Those kings you were talking about, or royalty that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still the ones that control everything.
Probably.
They just went underground. They're still the same. Like, listen, the rulers of this world, this earth, the ones that control over everything, they've always been the same ones. That's the trick. They put up this facade like the wizard behind the curtain.
Yeah.
And we think the wizard is the one pulling the levers. No. There's someone else that made the whole city. And all the cities, they've always controlled everything. The money, they've controlled the politics of every country. It's just a big chess game to them.
Right. So I don't know if I believe in they think it's a divine right, but they certainly don't care if it is or not. They're going to do it anyway, you know.
Oh, I know those guys. I read about bloodlines and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy when you read about that stuff, but I know it's the same people. The problem is that they're, like you said, they're no longer. They've got puppets, right? They have so many puppets, and they just you can't find them. Like
so it's the pea in the cup trick, you know.
Yeah.
Like with that, whatever that is called. Yeah.
The magic trick. Yeah.
They just keep switching. There's no way to like really get to the core of like who they are, because it's been set up to be so diffused and so compartmentalized, and all these different front organizations that people think are individual entities. They're following the tune of one piper.
Yeah, and they probably did that on purpose, obviously, from experience.
Yeah, and that's what I used to be into, is like that till I found FE, right, which now lends credence to it. But like that's what I was really into, is like, okay, Atlantis, who are the rulers of like all this ancient history and like what they've hidden with that. That was really what I was into for 10 years or more.
I got some.
There's
really
a lot
good
of ideas of bloodlines, and there's Egypt, ancient Egypt.
Yeah, Glue. I have some really good information for you. This guy's channel talks about what Atlantis actually is, and the three and the furthest Ethiopia. They're talking about Black indigenous tribes of America. Those are those people that were left, let's say, when supposedly first people, they say the first Europeans came to America, which is bullshit, because there were all different kinds of people here: Celtic people, Phoenicians, Scythians, the lost 10 tribes of Israel.
Twice the Day of the Man or whatever.
Records of them. There are artifacts and writings here in the U.S. along the actual Nile, the Mississippi River. So hold on one second.
Right, and it's just the same thing as like Salt Lake City is Jerusalem, or Provo is like Jerusalem or Bethlehem, and it matches the exact.
Like Judah,
right?
Judah, the Judites, the Utah.
I think I have that guy's channel. I've been watching a lot of it. Like, it's hard to watch because like he actually just reads primary text, and like goes through information.
Yeah. You have to be kind of listening, but it's not bad to listen to while you're just falling asleep. Like, because I've actually gathered quite a bit of information in that period of time when I'm dozing off and just listening.
Also got into for a while a guy named Michael Tessarion, who his angle was Irish origins, where like actually pharaohs were returning to Ireland or Ariland.
They were,
and that they were going from Hyperborea, and they potentially came from Atlantis before the deluge, before maybe Younger Dryas or whatever. And he's got a lot of info because he goes back to these old researchers like Ignatius Donnelly and Gerald Massey and Commons Beaumont.
I did have a book at one time of Michael Tessarion and
Irish origins, or he does like a lot on like Ottonist cults. When sun worship, when Akhenaten came in and went to monotheism, he gets so deep into that it's like, wow, it's like a life's work. And I don't know if any of it's right, but it's certainly closer to right than what we're taught, which is
I like going by the primary sources, because let's, for instance, talk about like I'm grabbing this guy's channel, the address. 1 second. What was I just gonna say? Darn. Hold on. Here's this guy's channel. 1 second, and I'll pull out a video that's kind of like talking about what we were just speaking of, that the Greeks and the Europeans knew the Americans had sailed across from America, to Europe. So
yeah, totally. And there's Ogab writing there. I mean, there's even like you can't even deny it. Even with just the Vikings did it. You know, like there's and then you talk about the mound builders, right? And then you have Kennewick Man, which is common knowledge, and that was not a native person. That was a white guy in like 9,000 years ago.
Yeah, a red-haired Caucasian,
and that's like accepted. Yeah, that's an accepted like mainstream thing. So
yeah. And 14-foot giants on the coast of California, and I'm forgetting my city names. Near Pismo, forget what that's called.
What do you think?
Like
I know this is kind of like a conspiracy theory, but what do you think happened to the giants?
I think they were actually the Nephilim that were left here, and I think they did have a whole civilization, and I think it was destroyed, just like it says in the Bible.
Mm.
So
is the city you're talking about Slow or Tascadero?
I think the Mayans were the progenitors of every civilization, and they're the remnants of Atlantis that's been talked about for eons. Let's see.
They have Atoll, right? That prefix.
Atoll is that's an American word.
But Atlatl was like one of their. I thought
Atlatl, yeah, Atalan, Aztlan.
And that's one thing I like about Tessarion is the etymology. He gets really deep into that, which is helpful. But yeah, I think this guy, this channel you put in here is probably. Oh, we have a person here who's going to prove the ball.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. Who is it? I'm kind of looking through some videos. I'll pull up a couple of his individual.
Yeah, it looks like
videos. The videos about Shadow of Atlantis. Hold on.
It looks like it's Extremisys may be blocked. That's what Flat Plains is saying.
Oh, here's a good one.
Yeah, but that's the stuff I was like super into, man, and I like still am into because there's so much they're trying to destroy old history. Like you see tribes just destroying artifacts and stuff like that constantly, or you start a war there, or you whatever, you know.
Yeah. Oh, Extremisys. Yeah, we know Extremisys. He's been around here for years.
Apparently, he's got the smoking gun, so
that's fine. So there's just several on this channel. I suggest you go look through this guy's channel. Let me see at the playlist that he has, and there's one that's the amazing old newspaper reports. That one's pretty amazing. Hold on. You talked about ancient Ireland. He's got videos about ancient Ireland.
Yeah, the pharaoh, the redheaded pharaohs that were buried there.
About white servitude in America. Wait a minute.
Yep.
The untold. Oh yeah, this one. Untold Ancient American Truth. There's 98 videos on this playlist. So let me give you the link to this playlist. It's pretty incredible. And each one of his videos are at least 50 minutes long. 45
Yeah, that's the thing. It was like I started watching them. It was like so much.
When it comes to flat Earth, there's already so much about it, and now all this, it's so overwhelming sometimes.
Yeah, like the Pyramid of Cholula is actually the Tower of Babel. It's in Mexico, central Mexico, near Puebla, near where Teotihuacan. The pyramids in Mexico City. I've been on top of the pyramid there at the Sun Pyramid when I was a teenager. I've actually been to the top of that.
Do they still let you go there?
When I went was in the 70s.
Well, that's why I asked if they still let you go there.
Yeah, they still people go there. You can actually Go look at Teotihuacan. Just do a Google search, and you'll find videos of people doing tours there. And you can actually, I'm sure you can find a video of someone walking to the top of it with a video camera. Of course, when I was growing up, when I was there, they didn't have video cameras yet, or cell phones, or personal computers. There was.
So you had to live your life.
So what's that?
You had to live your life. You're forced to look at reality all day.
Yeah, like there was just like real things you did. Like you had a landline. Sometimes people would call you on the phone, but most of the time you were out in the neighborhood and you were talking to the people you were interested in hearing from, or they from you, or whatever was going on. The neighbors were mingling. They were having gatherings. People were actually doing real things in a neighborhood.
Yeah, I grew up like. I grew up like 80s, 90s. So I was born like 79. So I remember, car doing that. Like I didn't have a personal computer until I was like maybe late high school, and it didn't do much. Like we wrote cursive, we stayed out, we played. I roller hockeyed. I swear to God, for 2 years straight, every single day. If it wasn't,
you were born in 79. So you're talking like when you're 10 was 89. I was already in the Navy for 4 years. I was getting out of the Navy. I was 30 years old when you were born.
Right, but like I'm like just before whenever, like I didn't have a smartphone until I was in my 20s, I don't think so. Like I went through my whole childhood as like a
90s. Yeah, I get it. Well, that's when everybody. Yeah. That's when everybody did. That's when they hit. So it's just what happens with us is it hits us at different ages. So we have different kind of like, I don't know what you call it, like because you got all that technology at the age you were, like let's say in your 20s. Other people had that technology and saw the predecessors of that. Like I saw all the predecessors of all that technology come and go, which is freaky, man. Like that stuff is like antiques now. The things we used to play like records on and things like that are antiques now, and so we get nostalgic about those.
I think. Yeah, I saw it the other day at at my family, my sister's house. My niece, one of my nieces, she's like 11 years old, and she wasn't doing her homework. And so my brother-in-law was like, "All right, you can't use the phone until you're done using homework." And she freaked out, dude. Like, I mean, it's like they're losing like a body part, like they're losing their eyes or they're losing something that they need. That's how bad it is, man.
We were just bored, like we just walk around and be like, we're bored. And our parents are like, sounds like your problem. Go outside. Don't come home. Go get hurt. I think I had a scab on my body every day of my life. And now I look at kids now, like they get a scab and they don't even.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? When we grew up, right? I was born 84. So when we grew up, right? We only had our bodies, we only had our minds to play with. We didn't really have anything external that kind of would control us in any way. And so that's probably why right now I don't even use my phone for anything. Like maybe just to listen to something while I'm walking the dog or something like that, like on YouTube or go on Discord. But I'm not like constantly going on any apps or anything like that, or like Instagram or any of that shit, right? But people now, they're being raised as if that's a part of their body,
like
right?
It's they have an umbilical cord tied to it. So that, I hardly ever carry when I go outside and do my regular activities outside. I don't carry a phone. Like I can't understand people that want to be connected that closely to this surveillance device that they have, and then sign up for all these things that track their movements and all kinds of stuff. Their buying habits, they put everything in their phone. I'm like how much? Wait till they see what happens in a few years. What happens to all that information they put into that device? Let alone all the we know about the mind control.
Could you imagine if something happens in the next few years where like technology gets fucked
Like they just cut it off. Like that would be a logical step for anybody trying to control something.
NASA announced that, didn't they?
Down. If they wanted to lock shit down, lock cities down, they would shut off the technology first, and everybody would have to scramble to find out what's going on, and then they would just gather you up.
So how many
Because you'd have
switches?
no other place to go but
Didn't NASA
outside.
just
You'd
say
have to figure out. Somebody'd have to be figuring out what's going on. We have no technology. You say, yeah, they can just lock the cities down.
How many switches do you think there are in the world that they'd have to flip to totally turn off the internet? You think there's one switch, or do you think there's 2 or 3 or 4? All they got to do is go, okay, bye.
Well, there might be hundreds, but that's besides the point. That could be orchestrated with the same technology.
I mean, the Gen Zs. If something happened to like that, the Gen Zs would freak out, dude. Like, I think there would be like chaos.
Yeah, because like all their social activity is done through the device.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to knock on my friends' doors, and like, you hope you got the nice parent. Call them. You know, you talk to your friends' parents. Kids don't even know. I know all my friends' parents, and they know me, and like I'm still friends with them. I don't think that's the case for unless like sports kind of keeps that. That's why I think sports are kind of important now, or like these after school things. Like you can actually make a friend, and parents know each other, and it's like a community. Or like band. There's a lot of things other than sports, but you know what I mean. Like these programs.
Well, because like people are working together, and it helps people learn to socialize, you know, and any outliers that aren't able to socialize, they either conform, they learn how to, or they get ostracized, right? So, yeah, there's that.
I just saw
But
something saying
anything-
there's 2 people ready to like prove a ball or something.
Yeah, where are these
No.
people?
There's Riding on Eggshells, Guy Incognito, and then there was Extremesis. I don't know. I don't see
I'm
him.
not sure where they're at. I don't know if any moderators or admins are listening or paying attention. I'm not sure where they showed up, if they were in the lobby or what's going on, or if they're banned and not able to even go to the lobby. I'm not sure.
Just want to give them a chance to have their time to shine. You know, shut the server down.
Yeah, we're we're trying to have a kinder, gentler machine gun hand these days. Some people say bullshit. If Mayhem's listening, he's like, not on my watch. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you came here for a reason. Now give it to us. Tell us what you know.
Yeah.
Now's your time.
So, Flat Plains Drifter is where are you finding these people, Flat Plains Drifter? I'm not sure if you're just on
I don't think they're in here.
Oh, okay, Jedi. Gotcha. We'll see what happens. Give it some time here.
We do want Extremesis to come in because last December he told Earth Awakenings that 99.999999% of the world agreed that they lived on a spinning space ball, which leaves 0.00004% for the rest of us. And he's updated it recently. He added 2 nines to the amount of people that believe that we live on a spinning space ball. So I would love to hear his explanation how 0.00004% of the world believes we don't live on a spinning space ball. That would be fun.
I just, if you believe this kind of Copernican story where like he came up with the idea that we were heliocentric, then wouldn't that mean that 99.99 whatever thought he was wrong?
At the time, the majority did.
Yeah. Right. So what I'm saying is like and he believes Copernicus is right. So my point is, like, a person like that is almost always going to be on that side, whether the person's right or wrong. You're just going to stand with the 99, whether the person's right or wrong. So, like, he's on this side now, but he would have been against Copernicus back then, which would have means he would have been against this side now. It's a more of a mindset than a logical thought process for them. So, that whole 99.99 thing is like, okay, well, go stand with that then, because there's been a lot of times 99% of people were wrong.
The fun thing about
That's what
Copernicus,
science is based on.
the fun thing about Copernicus is he looked into the sky and came up with his Copernican theory. All of us who are listening right here could go outside tonight, look into the sky, and come up with our own theory too. That's all Copernicus did. He looked into the sky and he came up with what he did. So I think Sonny could do that. Sonny, why don't you go look into the sky tonight if it's clear in California, and come back tomorrow and give us a theory of how the sky works.
Yeah, I'm sure I could imagine something really colorful and fantastic.
Here's the fun thing. If you actually believe their heliocentric model or heliocentrism, they tell us the Hubble constant or the Hubble law tells us that the ever-expanding universe is ever expanding at 400 times the speed of light, or 186,200 miles per second. And so if you want to believe, first of all, if you want to believe in the speed of light, that a photon travels at that speed, that's fine. But if you want to believe that the ever-expanding universe is going at 400 times more, it's redshifting, right? If it goes more than 400 times the speed of light, then I don't know what to sell you, because you don't deserve to buy anything.
Yeah, it's just keep.
Which instruments would we use to measure how fast the speed of light is?
None.
The audacity.
The people that believe Einstein, when he stole everything and he never spoke without a script. Today it'd be called a teleprompter. He never spoke without a script, and he literally stole everything. And the guy was a pervert. And to actually have the last 104 years of physics, or he's in February of 1917, he came up with cosmology. And so, so everything in the cosmological scale outside of our Earth is basically based on Einstein, one person. And they actually go with that. It's just unbelievable.
I think he was like another sock puppet. I think maybe that he didn't have an original thought in his body.
I 100% agree.
That it was all created for him, and he was just trotted out. Now, I wonder this. This thought just came to mind. How did they scrub from all the information his secret gathering or meetings? Because no doubt people like that are going to some kind of Masonic meetings or some kind of secret groups or something. But where is that information from? You mean he just stayed to himself with his local family group and his first cousin, and that's it? He didn't have any other friends besides Georgi Lamata, which we know he met with him several times. Oh my God. So who was he meeting with? Like who? Like honestly, when he was sitting there writing on all those chalkboards, who was in the background? Who was he talking to? Who was the little birdie in his ear, or vice versa? Who was he whispering in their ear and they in his?
Copernicus was a Catholic priest, and George Lamet was a Catholic priest. Yeah. And so I don't want to throw a whole belief system under the bus, but I'm pretty much ready to. Oh my God.
Well, it's not just the Catholics; it's the Jesuit order.
Yes.
Seems to be.
Yes.
Because they were involved with everything. The Jesuits were the order. They had soldiers with them. They had they had guards and all this thing. They had a military order that went with the Jesuits. They were the spearhead of every freaking exploration. They were on every ship that went over there, except for maybe some of the pirates, like the Dutch pirates. They were actually Moorish people. There were black Moors. There were black Dutch, black Irish, black Germans, black British. A lot of those people were Moorish people. They were conscripted during the age of exploration to go do this because they were very good at navigation and shipbuilding, and they had skills.
Yeah, everything you can base, if you want to, you can base the whole heliocentrism history hoax on the Jesuits going back to Ignatius Loyola in 1540, and then the Council of Trent from 1545 to 1563. And when the Council of Trent was over, the Jesuits had taken over the Catholic Church. And so you can make that argument that you don't even have to talk about measurements, observations, relativity, special in general. You don't have to speak about any of that stuff. If you want to just stick with heliocentrism history, then it's all pagan sun worship. There's nothing but pagan sun worship. That's all it was. Hermes Trismegistus, maybe even going back to the Tower of Babel. But Copernicus gave homage to Hermes Trismegistus on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, May of 1543. And even Newton translated the Emerald Tablet that was supposedly written by Hermes Trismegistus. And Hermes Trismegistus said that, I have a quote, he said that there is an invisible force. There is an invisible force that governs everything. So Hermes Trismegistus gave Newton the idea for gravity because Newton in all his writings never mentioned 1666 and the apple falling on his head. But he translated the Emerald Tablet by Trismegistus that actually talked about gravity. And so you have somebody who maybe never lived, Hermes Trismegistus. Newton stole gravity from him. I mean, the whole thing is a joke.
Well, history is told by the victors, so
Here's what Newton translated from the Emerald Tablet. The Emerald Tablet was the operation of the sun. Trismegistus supposedly said in the Emerald Tablet, it's the sun's force is above all force, for it vanquishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. That's what he said. And so it's just unbelievable. And then Copernicus, at the end of his On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres, which is what we've basically gone by, he gave homage to Trismegistus. He said, in the middle of all, however, resides the sun, for in this most beautiful temple, who would place this lamp in any other or better place than this, where it can illuminate the whole universe all at once. Not unjustly, then, some call the sun the lamp of the cosmos, others its mind, and others still its governor. Trismegistus calls it a visible God. And that's what Copernicus wrote on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, is what we basically go by today as far as the Copernican model or the Copernican theory. It's unbelievable.
So what you're saying is this is just a religion?
as it's a religion or it's a philosophy. Kepler, who's one of the five big boys, Kepler, Galileo, Descartes, Newton, and Copernicus. He said it was the philosophy by which the Earth moves around the sun. It's a philosophy or it's a religion. Some of us call it a fairy tale. And we just gotta laugh at them, guys. I'm sorry. We just gotta laugh at these clowns that come on. I'm sorry to use the word clowns, but to come on to Globerville, population 5,000, the city of the village of Globers, and come on to Discord and TikTok and tell us that we're living on a spinning space ball when their whole spinning space ball is based on pagan sun worship.
Hey, Jim, can you laugh at something that is not funny?
Hey, Jimsy, parasites are not funny, and I still laugh at them. How's that?
Yeah. They're not funny, but they're laughable, just like the globe, right?
I watch him appear and disappear. I made I made bugs disappear with rosemary oil. 1 minute they were there, and the next minute they were not.
Yeah, they'll do that. Leaves and roots will have that effect. Extracts rosemary oil. Yeah.
Literally, I had something.
Is that the secret then? Maybe that's the secret. When you spray rosemary oil, the curvature of the Earth disappears.
Yes.
Pretty much.
The Globers disappear.
They literally extricate themselves and just fall to the flat foundation.
How long does rosemary oil linger?
Minutes?
How long does it what?
No,
Lingers.
I didn't catch the last part. How long does it what?
To get rid of bugs, how long would that repellent remain?
Depends on what. Are you trying to use it externally on surfaces or something?
Yeah.
Pretty thick. So it depends on what kind. You can get the rosemary oil for hair, skin, and nails. I've put some of that in the spray, but it needs to be diluted. But the best thing is probably rosemary pure essential oil. Usually you can get it from like health food stores, things like that.
There's a lot of oils that will.
Yeah,
will
tea
kill
tree
stuff.
is good, but I started getting an allergy to tea tree oil where it started erupting my skin. I don't know. I started having a reaction with my skin, drying out my skin too much. So I started using this rosemary oil, and
You don't want to use that
really good.
It's not like 24/7 flutter Discord. It's not like that. Definitely not.
Not like that.
Not like that.
Not like. It's like flat.
There was some. I seems like there's a lot more in there, and I just feel like I'm out of breath all the time. I think having something like eucalyptus oil is brilliant. I find for anyone who's got breathing issues. In one of them vaporizers where it produces a bit of smoke. Eucalyptus oil is brilliant. Quite expensive though.
Yeah, a diffuser. You can use a diffuser.
Yeah, that's right.
That puts out a vapor, and actually, a lot of those essential oils, when the vapor goes out into the room, into the air of the room, it actually attaches itself to particles in the air and kills bacteria while it's in the air. You can make a spray with that tea tree oil and eucalyptus oil with some water, maybe a little bit of dish soap, like a drop or two in a spray bottle, and it'll kill bugs in one spray.
Yeah, be careful with some of that stuff. I don't know about that one, but just not everything is as good as for your skin or your breathing areas just because it smells good. A lot of stuff is good. Oregano oil is good. Neem oil. rosemary you're talking about. That's that one. That one's quite good, yeah. But just be careful with some stuff. Don't just be putting everything on your skin.
Yeah, you got to be careful on your skin. That's for sure. Yeah. Now with the eucalyptus oil, you could actually boil it in a pot of water and in your room, like hopefully, and maybe use a fan to have it, spread out further. That's another method if you don't have a diffuser.
What's the problem in adding chemicals to a sponge, like our bodies, like our skin? Absorbs everything it comes in touch to.
Did you say distilled water does?
What do you guys think is the best natural thing to put for like dry skin?
With all honesty, it's probably in your diet.
Thank you.
You probably want to get all the oil and everything that you're supposed to have for your skin naturally through your diet. So you have natural protections, but I would say coconut oil is probably the best. Now, some types of skin don't tolerate it.
Yeah, it definitely depends on your skin. But I mean, like, coke, brilliant.
No, my skin doesn't tolerate coconut oil.
Cocoa butter is brilliant. It smells beautiful. It's very, but you can't go wrong with dermatology. Using a bit of talcum powder, although they say that's quite bad for you, I'm not sure if it is. But it seems to work well for my skin.
Talcum powder has mercury in it, so I don't suggest using it. Or it has some kind of like poisonous.
I use olive oil lotion right now. It seems to work good.
Olive oil's not bad either, but like once again, some people's skin can't take oil and others can. So some people's skin is really oily enough by itself. Like you notice that? Like it's funny too, it's the olive skin people too that usually have oily skin. Isn't that interesting?
Just make sure whatever you're going to apply in your skin is petroleum based.
No, not petroleum base. Yeah, exactly. That's what.
Yeah, like Vaselines, petroleum based creams that we all apply at some point in our lives. Even to babies, we apply petroleum based products.
Yeah, that's why. Now, there may be some uses for petroleum oil because of its skin protecting, but I don't know what it does to the skin itself. Probably has a drying effect in the long run.
Yeah, because after I take a shower, my skin gets decently dry, and I have to put some moisturizer on it.
It's the water. It's the water.
You think it's the water?
Yeah.
Because I don't know. It only happens when I shower.
It's either the water or anything that you bath yourself with, whatever product you use to wash yourself with. But I would put it on the water.
Yeah, like you can be allergic to soap, to the laundry soap. You could be allergic to certain types of fabric.
Yeah, I don't put soap on my face.
Don't leave me now. Orange juice. So, what's the main goal? Is it between two posts? No, I'm lost. I don't know.
It's relative to the game.
Yeah, it's relative to the game. Like George got his pool. He's got a triangle, a rectangle, but he's also got circles, and a vertical stick. But his whole goal is to get the ball
level
down.
table.
The level table, yeah. See, just because there's a bunch of spheres on his table, does that mean his table a sphere?
You got it as to why he's there.
Well, if you were like an ant, you would assume so, yes.
And how long will it take for the big bunch of balls to attract a small ball?
Yeah, how come we can't repeat any proof, any
All depends. All depends how much banging the balls do. Then they might become a bigger ball.
Yeah, but like
it's like playing snooker in a fishing boat, you know.
For something to be scientifically proven and and you need to be able to provide evidence that it can be done in a small ratio. So, like 2 parts water, 1 part sort of mixed solution makes a certain amount of changes, and they'll shrink that down. So everything, so you can do an experiment. You can have 5 tons of something and 2 tons of one other thing, and get so much product. Say it was a chemical reaction, you would get an end result of a different material would come out, and something would happen, like heat would be lost or gained, light could be made, a sound could be produced, and you would not lose energy or gain. Nothing would disappear, and you could not gain more substance from what is already there. You can only transform the energy, and that is basically basic chemistry. But as far as physics, and when it comes to gravity, like if a large object can attract a small object and cause it to orbit around it, why can't we see that on a tiny scale? Like, say we have these such tiny, minute materials. Why can't we get something that's in proportion to how the moon orbits the Earth? Supposedly, why could we get like an object that represented the Earth and an object that represented and was shrunken
You're asking
down?
for the model, basically. It doesn't exist.
It's because the Earth is special. That's why.
No, it's just basically we can't, because
You can't replicate God's work.
No.
Are you saying if it's based on relative mass, then it should work on a smaller scale?
Yeah, that's like it should be able to be scaled down and shown. Yeah, that's like.
Because it's relative, right? It shouldn't matter about like how much of a substance there is. It should be relative.
Exactly. Like if something is the other object is, it would happen on a larger scale. It should provide the same effect. There should be some sort of orbit going on and a force of effect. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't matter that it's on a small scale, because everything is proved and repeatable and shown to be proved, and it is one we say it is. It should be scalable, relative.
Yeah, but it should observe the phenomena first, no? First,
Well,
you
we'd
should
like,
observe the phenomena, and then you can try to put it in a smaller scale.
yeah. So we
You
haven't
can try
seen,
to science it. Yeah,
we
that's a
haven't
good
even
point.
seen the phenomena for in the first place.
Yeah, but we don't observe things falling, do we? And look
Like
around
that.
me now, I see nothing falling.
Well, I observe some things falling sometimes. Like I've seen things falling, and in
Yeah,
nature
and
as well.
some things go up, and some things go
Yeah.
sideways.
Well, the only way
Yeah.
you observe something falling is if something equally used force to get it up there and to drop it. At least
What we
that's-
definitely,
that-
well, what we definitely don't observe is orbit. That's something we don't observe. I don't observe orbit.
I guess you could observe raindrops falling or hail.
How did they got there in the first place?
Well, yeah, they got brought to the clouds, and yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it went up then. So it's nonsensical to say that everything falls. Yeah, everything falls on air. Yeah, Earth is based in three things, isn't it? Solids, liquids, and gases. And the behavior of the objects in these three mediums, basically, have different effects. Not all things fall. Air is not falling.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I've never seen anything fall that just falls. There's always something that happened to cause it to fall.
We know why the apple falls from the tree. Because it's the end of its cycle. It's the end of its life. It's ripe enough to detach itself from the tree. Has nothing to do with mass, has nothing to do with anything else. It's the circle of life. Even
Well,
the
there
tree
was an
itself
area.
will fall eventually.
Yeah, there was an area between the apple, wasn't there? There was an area between the apple and the solid surface that was incapable of supporting the apple.
Yeah, there was nothing.
Yeah, there was no longer enough force on the stem to hold the apple.
Yeah, and basically, I believe there's 10 sets an actual factual number of pressure in the atmosphere, buoyancy and density, and everything within it that has a mass and has a density and its own weight will be affected by the constant of what the lightness and density of the atmosphere is. You take away something. If something is being held up, and it will fall until it lands on what's left, and which is the ground. Doesn't mean the Earth must have to be traveling upwards for that to happen. No, it's a contained thing. Like if we have a fish tank, you put the sand, the soil, the rocks and stuff. Even if there's already water in there, it'll sink down and it'll land at the bottom, stay there. It doesn't need to constantly be traveling upwards for the things inside the tank to stay at the ground level. It's contained.
You know what's something that goes against what I mean, it is what it is, but the sea is very interesting. It's a phenomenon that I find I don't know, like it's very interesting. It's very different from the rest of the world.
Yeah, the fact that it's almost alive,
Yeah, but in what sense? I mean, interesting.
Yeah, well, like we look at freshwater, like we look at lakes, we look at big bodies of water, fresh water. Yeah, there's really no movement. There's really nothing. But in the ocean, I mean, there's constant movement. Like, where is that movement coming from? Well, I mean, I don't know. Some people say it's vibrations, but
where does the beginning at the?
Have you ever been out at sea, for example, or in the lake, and you have a high pressure system approaching, meaning lots of clouds and dark clouds? You ever been in a situation like that?
Yeah.
Right. So you'll see that once that this high pressure system approaches, the sea starts to get mad.
Yeah. The waves. They're the waves.
Correct. So something is pressing on it in order to have that behavior on its surface. Now, if you dive on that water, the water is peaceful underneath. Nothing is happening. It's just oscillation on the surface due to the system itself. It's a dynamic system.
Well, I
Thank
used
God
to
for
believe,
that,
I used to believe that, but then you look at the life, right? You look at coral, you look at some of the soft corals, some of the other types of sea creatures, and you can't have those animals living in like a stale, like just non-moving water. Like you can do that in fresh water, but you can't do that in salt water. Like there needs to be like movement. If not, everything just dies.
It's difficult to understand and describe God's creation. Yeah, I understand that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said the sea is very.
But ultimately, it's just a giant pond, isn't it? All the oceans connect to each other.
It's a giant pond, but it doesn't have the same rules as a freshwater pond, for sure.
Obviously. It's way different, yeah.
That's all I was saying.
And there's lots of movement even on the seabeds, There's currents in the sea. There's a lot of things happening in the sea.
Yeah.
Freshwater currents in the sea.
George, we've got Bra L here. He's typing in the chat. He wants to know what force causes that motion of the apple when it can no longer be supported by the twig on the tree and it goes down to the ground.
There is no force.
There's no force.
It's the density of the apple. The apple is more dense than the air. But if the apple falls on a puddle or on a lake, it's not going to sink, is it? It's going to float. Why? Because now it's in a different medium. Again, the Earth has 3 different mediums, isn't it? The air, the liquids, and the solids. The 3 states of matter as we understand them.
So
the behavior of this matter in the 3 different mediums is different. It will behave differently. Now, in the medium of air, more dense things tend to fall. Yeah, but not on the medium of air. Things intend to go different vectors. Air itself goes different vectors. Like water also goes different vectors, isn't it? When you pour water into a tank, the water rises horizontally. So it spreads out. Once it reaches the margins of its container, it starts rising. But the first movement is sideways to its container. So the movement of nature it has to be like that. It's cyclical. That's how the seasons work. It's the circle of life. We learned this in primary school.
Yeah. No. Well, I was just pointing out Bra El seems to think that a force is required to move something.
But not even in the current rhetoric would say a force will come, It would be, according with Einstein, is the ground is in the future of the apple. So it's the ground that meets the apple, not the apple that meets the ground. In other words, the bending of space-time.
Right, so that would be something following a geodesic curved path. A geodesic curved path of space-time, which has been
But it's a concept, though.
It's been curved by the disproportional distribution of mass.
Yeah, it's a concept that has been reified into reality. What is not observable in any shape or form.
So that means
it's the reification of it. If it was projected, look, this is just a concept. It's the same as reading a book of Shakespeare or studying a book. You need to study; it's part of the curriculum. Yeah, it's a concept. Yeah, we all know it's a concept. But the problem is that it's more than just a concept. They reify it. This is how it is. This is how it works. This is the reality, and we live by it. That's the fallacy. Reification fallacy.
Newton's laws of motion are no longer considered to be true. Is that right?
Yeah, since 1915. Yeah, superseded by Einstein. Yeah, all of them.
That's interesting.
Well, an object in motion stays in motion until acted upon a force. Yeah. And that motion is constant. Yeah. I have a stone. It's going 0 miles per hour. Is it constant? Yeah. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Is it constant? Nothing. Yeah. Until something comes and removes that stone, it's not going to move from there. It's happily there. Not contradicting in anything. But they need to come with these other forces, even though you stopped, you're going 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. I mean, nonsense.
The problem you had with Newton was mass attracts mass, and it had only one, test or experiment, whatever you want to call it, and that was Cavendish. And that was 100 years before, and that's all they really had. The fascinating thing about Newton's third law of motion, it works perfectly well down here on the terrestrial. You have, a car, a car's going forward, it has the wind, the pavement behind it, submarine with water, airplane with air, so you swim against water, runners have ground and air, they go against the rocket, and Earth's atmosphere pushes off the air. But if you pick that car up and tried to make it move, away from the ground, it wouldn't go anywhere. If you picked a runner up from the track, when they're out running track and field, they wouldn't go anywhere because there's no opposing force going against it. But we're told that a rocket can push off of nothing because there's something inside the rocket that can push off of nothing. It still pushes off of nothing, and that's their fairy tale. So Newton's third law of motion, does work because we see it work down here on Earth.
So the question would be, why to abide by a pseudo-Riemannian force space of Einstein? Yeah, why to supersede? Why is still accepted today? Why?
Well, I think
why are we teaching these things? We're still teaching these things in school. The two versions of gravity. That is. Yeah, why is we still learning it in school? Even Einsteinian is not the current rhetoric. So I understand that the next generation still have to understand the concepts, but they need to be stressed out that they are just concepts.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is. This is just my opinion. I think the whole thing is moving away from relativity, special and general. And they're going to take, there's a push toward world government, world religion, world economic system, and a world. I think there's a push toward world science or world physics. Right now, we're living under string theory, and everybody's been wanting this unified field theory forever. And even Einstein worked on it his last part of his life before he died in 1955. And people thought he was nuts for wasting his time doing that. So I think that they're going to use this is just my opinion. They're going to use they're going to use quantum mechanics, subatomic, particles that we think that form the foundation of our world. They're going to use quantum mechanics, the best of special and general relativity, and they're going to announce on CNN someday that they came up with the unified field theory, and people are going to go, yeah, we got there. Fantastic.
But that's how the trick has been working so far, you know. And they need to throw a big party, and it needs to be televised, you know. And you need to see these guys with the big computer screens in front of them, pressing on keys, you know. And the party happening because these guys they found out everything.
It's
There's
all
nothing else to there's nothing else to discover. Don't worry.
it's
We live in the
all
ball. Any vector you go will come back to the same place. So no worries.
it's all magic. And as heliosorcery said, Chris said in heliosorcery, if the evidence of one's senses are believed, then in the mind the magic is made real. So if we can trick the young people starting at age 5 and adults that in our minds that outer space is real when it's just magical, then the magic is made real, and that's what they've done to us.
Yeah, once that you learn the trick, how the trick is made, the trick doesn't work out on you anymore. You can only appreciate how swift the magician is with his trick. You know, and you will say, "Oh, the guy was very quick, even quicker than my eyes." Even though I know how the trick is made, even eluded me. Yeah, but once that you know the trick, once that you peek behind the curtain, there's nothing they can throw at you. Can someone explain to me the difference between weight and gravity?
Weight and gravity?
Yeah.
I'll let somebody else take that. I don't know.
I think you can prove weight. You can prove that because but you can't prove gravity. And so a lot of it is prove all things, whatever you can prove. Whether you believe that I'm going off the other direction, please forgive me. Whether you believe that 100 volts per meter is possible, and only one person by the name of Feynman in 1957 talked about it. You have two Gaussian surfaces, and as every meter you go up, there's an extra 100 volts per meter. You would think there would be some sort of demonstration of this, but there hasn't been. So when we live in the real world, we need to prove things, and that's the problem with physics is it can't prove anything really. Weight you can prove, with gravity you can't.
Haven't you realized that every time that they describe gravity, they're describing actually weight?
Well, the people will go, you want to see gravity? Go step on a scale. And how much do you weigh? That proves gravity. Thanks. Well, it doesn't. No, it just proves that that you're heavier than maybe you were last week or the week before, and you exercised or you ate too much. It's just weight. It has nothing to do with gravity. You're bigger or you're smaller because you ate too much or you didn't eat too much. It's very simple. You can prove it. But you can't prove gravity.
Yeah, that's correct. Gravity attaches itself somehow to weight because that's how they describe it.
I don't know if this is where I came up with it or somebody. I just stole it from somebody. I usually steal everything. Everything is explained to adults, it seems like, on TV and entertainment and education at a 4th or 5th grade level when it comes to science, because we can't think, not us here, but the general public can't think deeper than 4th or 5th grade when it comes to science. So they tell us things that are, quote, very elementary. And because we don't want to spend time researching what they told us, they can basically tell us anything and we'll believe it as long as it's at the level that they understand, which is 4th or 5th grade.
Yeah, but even Newton, he describes gravity like a scale, equal force on opposite sides of the scale. So once you have the equal amount of push in both sides of the scale, you have a reading. But that's not gravity, though. That's way. And that's what I'm saying. Again, they had a name for it, and they cannot describe what it is. And they describe it as many, many different things, like a Trojan horse almost. We just fell for it. It was a very elaborated trick. You cannot have two names for the same thing.
Here's just a thought, and it's just a thought. You can make the argument, very strong argument, that Copernicus never lived. And you basically get your information from Copernicus from the Catholic Encyclopedia, because Copernicus was supposedly under the employment of the Catholic Church his whole life. And then you can look into Galileo and his whole trial and say that was made up too. To make the Bible people look bad during the trial, and to give sympathy to Galileo and the Catholic Church. And then you look at Descartes, and you look at Kepler, and you look at Newton. Newton never wrote a word about 1666 and the apple falling on his head. You can make the argument that those five people are a figment of the imagination of somebody, whether it's the Catholic Church or whatever it is. You can say Darwin lived, but Darwin wasn't the first person that came up with the evolution. It was Erasmus Darwin, who was his grandfather in the UK. Erasmus Darwin actually started the theory of evolution, and his grandson just basically took it in 1859 and wrote a book about it. And so it's interesting how history is written by those who run the world, or people who own the gold, own the money, and we believe it because it's in a textbook. We believe it because somebody with more money than us and more influence got it into a textbook.
Of course, look at the time of the Spanish Inquisition, for example. For you to go against the church and say, actually, it's flat and not a sphere. That was because it is blasphemy. You're going against the church. The church is the cause of all of this. The Vatican, that is. When I say the church, the Vatican. They're the ones who approved and didn't approve, the bishop, the popes at the time, and so on. This is all they're doing. That's why, even today, people don't dare to question the model. That is not existed. What is this model?
Yeah, it's a model that tells you that there's an ever-expanding universe, redshift, Hubble constant, or Hubble
You
law.
may want to see the model.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And you know what? About 40 years ago, I would have loved to marry one too, but I didn't. So, I like the idea of a model when I was 25 years old, but, I'm a little bit older now. And so I don't have the opportunity to sweep a model off her feet and marry her. So that's the only model I care about.
Oh, well, if you're going to reify it, the model has to be reality, better be a good model.
I got this globe. Forgive me. I got this globe here under my desk, and it's cost me $18 at Target. I got it about 6 months ago, maybe 9 months ago. Got it $18 at Target, and it's tilted at 23.4 degrees or something close to that, and it spins. And it's cool, man. Australia's on the bottom, and the North America's on the top of the ball. So it's real cool. It's a nice model. I appreciate it, but it doesn't make it real.
Yeah, but it's not educational, is it? It's just the decorative purpose. It's not a model, though. Far from it.
Do you think there's any kind of say?
You're breaking up, man.
Michael, yeah, you keep breaking up, man.
All right, what about now? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you keep cutting out though. You might want to rejoin. Yeah, go out and rejoin. Yeah, so the classroom globes they're actually room decorative. They're just room decorations. That's all.
Any better? Am I still breaking up?
No, you sound good now.
Sounds better.
So guys, like, thinking, like, say, the first group of people, like, the most powerful group of people that would be able to control the narrative, before they actually found out whether it was flat or a globe, and they went up high enough in the sky and actually discovered it, do you think they had any moral reason to hide the fact that it was flat? For, like, religious reasons to prevent war, to prevent panic, because it was what we already were believing? Do you think there was anything that, like, pushed them into going along with the idea of the Earth being a ball? Has anyone contemplated that? That they tried to do it for the right reasons?
I think they were already sold on it.
I don't know the answer to that.
Basically. That's my personal opinion. I think they were already sold. They'd already invested too much into the idea. So anything they discovered had to be tried to squeeze, be pushed and squeezed into that paradigm.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think they had too much pride in the people they had put on pedestals to push the narrative that they already knew the way things were, that it was a heliocentric model, and that it was better for them, and there was some kind of gain, like monetary gain, control, knowledge is power, to then propagate it, but then know and research and find out the actual truth and keep that to themselves. Because look at all the things they must know, the people who actually know how the Earth actually works, like how the ocean works, where does the power of the wind come from, what is beyond the poles, They must know a lot that we don't know.
Poles, plural.
I mean, do you think some people just think, oh yeah, well, they're keeping it a secret, but it's for the benefit of the people? Do you think people just because I kind of use that just to have a break from, like, looking into it every day, do you know what I mean? Just to have a break from it. I just thought, well, if everyone found out all of a sudden that the Earth was flat and they were lying, that it would cause so much chaos that we just have to stick with the way, with this is the way, and try and be accepting of it. But God,
we might have to be rehabilitated. They might have to send us to a correction center in order to accept the doctrine. Can
you imagine what would have happened in November of 1919 at the Royal Society, November 6, 1919, when they got together to talk about two pictures or two plates of the 35 they took on May 29th, 1919, and the two eclipses, and the one eclipse with two expeditions. If they would have announced that Einstein's relativity was crap, instead of giving it total endorsement like they did and leaked it to the UK and the USA press, and Einstein woke up November 7th, 1919, savior to the Earth around the sun. Imagine if they would have come out and said, no, vein and warp in space-time is malarkey. It's terrible. We have to continue with Newton's, mass attracts mass. Do you think what would have happened to the scientific community if they would have said no to Einstein back then? They would have.
Yeah, I think there was too much pride in it, and there would be a lot of embarrassment, and that their integrity and their intelligence and their authority would be would be damaged, because science has a lot of influence over authority and control of what we consume and what we use and what's deemed to be safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Einstein denied the sphere, with his theory of relativity. Because if gravity is not a force anymore, there is no more sphere. There is no water conforming to the shape of a sphere. It doesn't exist such a thing anymore. It doesn't exist a center of gravity anymore. It stopped being a force since 1915. So not a force. Okay. So bye-bye ball, bye-bye heliocentric model. That's why they still needed to invoke a force. They need this force.
Like, how come another thing is like Islam and the major religions and the masses of people that believe in creationism and that God created the earth, like breathed earth into existence. They kind of do, when they speak, they say that the earth has four corners and is held up on pillars, but they don't seem to it doesn't seem to change the way they teach their society, and it doesn't seem to affect them the way it affects us, the people who just want to know the truth. It's like they'll say that the earth was made on 4 pillars and four corners and breathed over by God and sound and existence, all that
and why
stuff.
not?
But they won't do anything about it or go against the way things are set. There's that famous image where the sheiks and the Arabians, they all got their hand on that glowing globe. Does anyone know what the footage I'm talking about? Where they all got their hand over the globe. It just seems to me that there's some groups and people way at the top with the super elites. They've got some kind of agreement, like even Russia, China, the West, that they've all, because they all got their own little space stories. Look how rubbish the Chinese footage and stuff has been, and the fact, they're the ones it's like they all get delegated little things of the things that they're discovering, like China's discovering water.
I don't necessarily think that they're sorry to interrupt, but I don't necessarily think that they're cooperating.
Really?
Yeah, that's possible, but I just because I think about other things like what does space travel, outer space travel represent? What did it in the beginning? What was the whole race about? It was about superiority, right, and giving an image to the world that we're the greater power, right, and you should listen to us. Look what we can do. You can't do this. Other countries can't do this. We can do this. Right. So it became a race, like who's going to be the superpower, and since then, other countries have developed, financially, economically, and socially, in population, and they want to give the rest of the world that image, that impression that they are also superior and great, and that they are a contender, whether they're have each other's hands in each other's pockets, I don't know, maybe, but I don't necessarily think that it's necessary that they should be in collaboration with each other.
Yeah, but there does seem to be a period of time when each and every one of these nations, or even just each different culture, like you talked about the Muslims, like the Catholics. So there's a period of time when the globe was introduced into every single one of these. So it makes you think. So when was that time? It was pretty much the same time after the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, it's like how, their religion and what they believe and what they deem to be true is an opposite to what they accept and what they agree to go along with. So how can there not be some kind of secret agreement going on? And like you say that they can't be organised and they can't be in agreement, but how can countries be enemies? But then in the space technology and in the news and stuff, it seems that like China's finding water on the moon, Russia's helping with the ISS modules. That they're working together on something that, in our eyes, is completely fabricated. So how would they unknowingly do that, thinking and believing that what they're doing is real? How is that possible? Do you get what I mean?
Were countries, there's now 206 nation states that the UN recognizes, 56 are part of the Antarctic Treaty. Is it possible that nations were created or invented to keep us divided? That there are certain families who have extreme wealth and power that basically govern everything that happens, and they use countries as a way to keep us divided? Because all we have to do is look at the Antarctic Treaty, 56 countries, and the 12 signers back in December 1959 went into effect June 1961. 12 countries, 3 of them were China, communist, USSR, communist, and the USA. And we were supposedly in a Cold War with the USSR and shoving nuclear weapons in each other's faces, but at the bottom of the ball they were holding hands and singing Kumbaya.
It seems like they're laughing at us in the background, like the Eric Dubay memes, like.
Isn't that obvious? I'm sorry, it's obvious to me.
It's a bit off topic, but it's still about the globe. This story about Bill Hicks being Alex Jones, and the fact that Bill Hicks's last comedic stand-up show, he had a globe on the stage on a stool, and he basically booted it off the stool. And when it all came out and people started talking about it, YouTube removed that show from it was removed from the internet, basically. And he was talking about that a big pile of cash landed in his lap, and he'll be back next month with a new show. And then, literally, like a couple of months later, he was dead, and then Alex Jones was about. But then it looks to me that there was a real Alex Jones that looks like a different person to who Alex Jones is now. But I loved Alex Jones and still do love Alex Jones. But I'm worried that I'm giving homage to someone that's potentially got rid of a genuine person and is now a puppet for the New World Order and is playing a role for monetary gain. And credence to that is that he constantly promotes selling stuff.
I don't want to interrupt
we
you,
still
but
in Speculation Sunday, or what?
yeah, I don't want to interrupt him, but you should watch the episode of where Alex Jones speaks with Dave Weiss. It just happened like a few weeks ago. He was on Alex Jones' show, and yeah, that'll tell you exactly what kind of person Alex Jones is now. It was basically a shit show.
What episode? Where will I find that?
I could probably link
You'll
it
have
to
to
you.
get it on You'll have to get it on BitChute or on Dave Weiss's app.
I think you can find it on YouTube.
That monologue you just did was pretty speculative all round. I counted about 8 of them.
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
Yeah, okay. Well, Speculation Sunday's over.
So now we're on with the real.
I think
I just couldn't listen to someone saying I like Alex Jones.
Yeah, I think the problem is that a true person that likes to know the truth. I don't know what you would call them, truest or the truth believer. I thought he was one of those guys, but nah. When it came to flat Earth, for some reason, he can't see the truth in it. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's where I am at. Like, it's like I had respect for what he stood for and the kind of knowledge he put out. That a lot of things are very important in this world, and that he makes out that he's like a man of justice and a man of truth. But then there's all this speculation that makes myself almost have to come to the conclusion that he is a man of deceit. And that he works for them.
Well, the thing is,
why would they then just try and take him to court? Because he went against. Did he make a mistake?
Called the freedom fighter. They fight they fight freedom. They don't want us to be free.
Yeah, is he fighting for freedom or is he selling us stuff? And then,
characters in a play, mate. That's all they are. Anyone who's in the media is a character in a play.
Yes, but then has he made a mistake by allowing his audience to convince him to talk about Sandy Hook? To talk about Sandy Hook.
We don't talk about that. But
no, don't say that.
Stuff like that.
Shit. Yeah, I forgot we're on live. My bad. No, it's just Alex Jones going to court. I have no opinion on whether it's true or not.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter. Like if he's a character in a play and he goes to court, is that court part of the play? Like, who cares? And there's nothing that you can do to find out whether that court case is true or not.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
There's no way we can know those things for sure. Anything that we have purview of has been orchestrated. There's no way else to say it. So we have no idea what they're doing, what their motives are, or who is who. But anyway, I just want to say there's a new person here with no roles called Distressed.
Who is they? Yeah. Let's do it.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Timbo.
Oh, sorry, mate. I'll mute while you talk to them.
No, try it again. Try it again. I missed what you said.
That better?
Yes.
So, Destratized. If you'd like to head up to VC check-in 1, well, he's gone.
Yep.
Wow. Isn't that interesting, when you call somebody out and then they just flip and disappear? Crazy, man.
It's like when you turn on the lights at night and all the cockroaches run away.
What do they think? They're just going to come in and they think they're just going to come in and hide or something? Hide in a corner and no one's going to notice them? No.
I'll just say this about that last topic. I'll just leave it at that. When I see somebody talking and they're like anti-government, they want to know the truth about everything. But then for some reason, when it comes to NASA, when it comes to flat Earth, they just won't touch it. So I don't know.
Yeah, and what people leave out does illustrate kind of like what side they're on, or if they're taking a side, or which dog they have in the race,
I respected Alex Jones a lot until I saw, I had to see it for myself, right? I saw how he spoke about flat Earth and how he made fun of it, and he basically just made it into like a joke, this is even worse than this. This is more of a conspiracy than the stuff that I talk about, right?
I used to
and I was like, He's crazy.
I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. He had a lot of good things to say too. Now,
R.I.P. Rush Limbaugh.
Here's speculation. Is he is
James
Rush
Morrison?
Limbaugh Jim Morrison? No, listen. But listen, I used to live in Cape Girardeau, where Rush Limbaugh grew up. For a year, I went to school in that part of southern Missouri. For 1 year, we rented a house down there, and so like afterwards, growing up and moving away and being on the West Coast after the Navy and all that stuff, and like I listened to Rush Limbaugh because I was very more conservative, at that time, and it's just a trip how we all change. I mean, I think he was kind of a shill too, But anyway, we're off to another subject. We're off to the flat Earth topic.
I don't think you can become wealthy and not be a shill. I'm starting to believe that.
Yeah, like what about Joe Rogan though? I mean, you look how wealthy he's become. But I think like since Bill Cooper, I think they've like taken the idea of what that kind of person, that role that person has, and they've placed people in there. They've put their work into it, like of what they do all in every aspect of our life, well, from a news anchor to a podcast creator to a book writer to a comedian to an actor to anybody that's relevant. Basically, they have their people in place. That's part. Anyway, I just would really like it if Scott Kelly could. Can you do a backflip? Wow!
Hey, I heard you talking about that, and I was gonna. It was a bit busy in the chat. I was going to say something, but that particular clip of Tim doing the backflip, right? I find it interesting. Isn't that the interview where right before he's asked to do that, doesn't the interviewer, the TV host, say, and in case anybody out there thinks that this is fake, doesn't he say that right before Tim does the backflip or the front flip, whatever it is?
Yeah, it's like the I just saw Level With Me yesterday, and they showed the video of this chick who she kept like showing all like the NASA satellite footage, right? And every time she'd show it, she would say in front of the sentence, "Now this might look fake, but it's actually real." And I was like, "What?" In every single clip, she would say that.
Yeah, I saw that too.
She had to point out the obvious, right? And then make it sound like it's not obvious.
Yeah, why preface it with that? I don't get it.
Oh, it's because words are wizardry, dude. So like they tell you something that you see right in front of you that's real, but then they tell you that it's not real to confuse your mind. That's what they're doing.
But as a Glober, like I was not one to doubt it. As a Glober, I wouldn't have. They wouldn't have needed to say that. I just would have still been like, "Wow, cool." Regardless, like I don't understand. Is it for those out there that are? Like, I mean, it's almost like they're asking for people to doubt it. It's weird.
It's the theory that I have where they have to tell you the truth. Yeah, they have to put truths in the lies that they tell you. I don't know. Some satanic thing, I think.
It's called the law of attraction. They have to have your consent.
Yeah, that too. I mean, because if NASA really, really wanted to, right, they could put ISS videos, right, and they could be better than any movie that we see. Because I mean, they basically get like $1 billion every year, or more than that.
And like on that point, it's almost like, well, we'll tell you and we'll give you the chance for you to be responsible to make your own mind up, and so it's not our fault if you believed it, but what we were doing was right for you, and we're smarter than you, and whether you believe it or not or find out doesn't matter, because what we're doing is the way that it has to be, because we're smarter than you and what we do is right, and I'm big, you're small, I'm right, you're wrong. But we'll tell you anyway, or give you the opportunity to find out for yourself, but we'll still have the authority over you because we're in the position to do so, and you're nothing.
Yeah, they're just throwing it in your face. It could be it, too.
Yeah, so it's funny because it doesn't really matter, like, how attractive they make the false narrative. Because as long as they're feeding you part of the truth as well, I think they just kind of go, we told you, like, we made it almost imperative that you go the other way, but we did tell you the other way and you didn't listen, so all's fair. Like, they're snake oil salesmen. You got to remember this.
Yep.
It's like, you didn't read the fine print? Is that it?
Yeah, we have that on page 34 in the encyclopedia, and the reference to that is in the little tiny print that you see on the package. Says go to page 34 in the encyclopedia of this particular medicine. You didn't look. It's your fault. But it'd be more like no, it's actually page 3,339, and it's version 6, volume 7, and edition 25.
I got 21 in mine. 17, 21. Hold on. I got a new member of the family.
Is that someone hot micing?
Succulent. He looks mean.
All right. What?
Very succulent.
What are you
Someone's
talking-
hot micing.
Are you hot micing, Jim?
Oh, you got it in yours too?
Hold on.
Try and go not out. But
I'm going to mute him. Just so he doesn't give away any family secrets.
I was hoping his bank account.
Well, sounded like he said, I have a new member of the family, so he might be at a birthing. I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
That's cool, man. Just kidding.
Jim, when you come back, if you're muted, let me see. Just let me know in text. I'll try to pay attention. If I miss it, everybody else, let someone else know, because I get distracted. Oh boy. Well, another kind of cloudy day. June gloom
So,
on the west
can
coast.
someone enlighten me on what's the latest with Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Space Travel? Like, what's happened with the latest SpaceX rockets and the Virgin spacecraft? Like, the aircraft went pretty high up, didn't they, like a couple of months ago? What's happened? The last launch blew up, didn't they? Elon's rockets blown up again, haven't they?
Confused, man.
Like, what's going on with the two private space companies?
He said space travel. Can you travel any other way?
I'm just saying what they would call it.
Yeah, but traveling is walking through space.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
No.
language. Yeah.
That's
They
traveling,
are.
yeah.
So what you're saying is they are moving through length, width, and height. Oh yeah, okay, I understand that. Like everyone else is moving through length, width, and height. You know,
Correct.
space.
Hello, correct. The space travel. Yeah. Can you travel any other way?
The answer is no.
We all live in a submarine, a yellow submarine.
But they do mean something else, though, don't they?
Underground.
We are living
In a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine.
Yellow submarine. It might be time to watch that psychedelic cartoon once again to see to pick up any leftover breadcrumbs. Oh, leftover breadcrumbs, my favorite.
Kind of is already, isn't it? We all live in a contained pressurized system.
Pressurized system, pressurized system.
Oh man, it's like a daunting feeling like the earth is flat, hell might be underneath us, and we can't even save people from it. From like what? No, we'll leave that one alone.
Not just that. If you're doing celestial navigation, you need to go to hell in order to do so using a sphere. You need to go to the center of the sphere where all the angles are taken from. In other words, hell. Yeah. So the ridiculous claims these guys make, man.
Yeah, that's where they measure the rotation of Earth at the axle that no one's ever been to. It's funny stuff.
But it's molten iron core. Definitely it's molten iron. We know that.
That's another hilarity of it.
Now imagine if the core would stop. Whew, would be dead.
So, yeah, welcome in the .pb. We have the .tb has just joined the live stream. I think I saw the .pb typing in the lobby. Has it been verified? No. The dot, if you'd like to head up to VC check-in 1, and we can have a chat with you up there and get you up to speed with the server. And if you'd like to open your mic and get you some VC verification, so you can come back to the live stream and open your mic and say hello and discuss your views on the nature of reality. But if you just want to sit in here and listen, that's okay too.
Hold up, one moment. Let me see. Is it?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Miggy, how's it going?
Pretty good. I can unmute the .pb in here. The .pb, if you're there, go ahead and unmute your mic, man. Say hello to the panel.
Hey Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Mickey. Hey Mickey.
What the hell? All right.
You got
What the
fan.
fuck? You got a fanboy, man.
The .pb, if you're there, say hello. I don't know if you're there or not. But what's up with everybody? What you guys doing? What you up to?
We're just kind of shooting the bull. Actually, you know how it
Why
goes.
is Jim muted? Jim got muted?
Oh, I muted him because he sounded like he was at a family get together. Let's unmute him. Make sure.
It's a hot mic.
Yeah. Well, I'll take care of him real quick.
I always like to test the waters with moon landings because
We'll deal with him like this.
Hey, Jim, are you there?
Nah, I got it. I just disconnect them when they're hot micing like that, and then that'll make them realize it. And when they come back, they'll just mute up.
Yeah, that's better.
Saves us the time.
Oh, no worries, Jim. Just reconnect when you're ready.
Yeah, only mods can do that at this stage, I think.
Yeah.
Golds can't. Yeah. Hells can't kick them out.
Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, can't have golds and gold pluses randomly disconnecting people. Just kidding.
I do like I do that. Usually I'll do that, and then if not that, I'll just do like if I'm asking the .pb if he's gonna respond, and if he doesn't respond, I'll just give him a friendly disconnect to see if he's actually there or not.
Yeah, that's handy. Yeah.
But not always. I mean, right now it doesn't really matter. You can just
It's
sit
like
there.
It's like the courteous thing to do, actually. So we're waiting for someone, Staunch Glover, to come in. If there is such a thing, where are they?
Where are the who?
For a Staunch Glober, we're waiting for a Staunch Glober to come in. Are we not?
Well,
Someone
just
that-
anybody who thinks the Earth's a globe. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, Mayhem. I don't know if you listened to Andrew Tate. Do you? I don't know.
I know who he is. I've listened to some of his work, but I'm not like a follower of his.
Oh, I'm just saying he had a big interview, like almost 5 hour long interview. It was actually really good. Spoke a lot about like stuff that we talk about here, like the controllers and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was on Rumble, wasn't it? That interview?
No, it was on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I saw something on Rumble saying that they were gonna have that on Rumble. I'm trying to get 100 followers on Rumble so I can do a live stream on Rumble. Because YouTube is, what they are.
Yeah. YouTube is fucking weird.
But Andrew Tate, he's okay. I mean, some people think he's the devil incarnate. Like some one might think he's the devil incarnate because of what he says. But he's a bit bold and brash, man. Like he does shit his way, and he's like an alpha male on steroids. Just a bit out there.
Yeah. I was just saying, I saw the interviews. It's pretty good. If you're ever bored.
Some people feel some kind of way about like if you say I like Andrew Tate, and then somebody's like, dude, Andrew Tate's the worst. Like, can't believe you listen to that guy. He's crazy.
Well, he talked about something that I thought was like, it's really like, we see it all the time on this Discord, like when you talk to Globers. It's the whole Matrix phenomenon with, like in the Matrix, right? Whenever they're trying to catch the guys that are outside of the system, right? What would happen was when a normal person that's in the system would see them, right, or would talk to them, they would turn into Mr. Smith, right? And so it's kind of like every time you talk to a Glober, they turn into Mr. Smith when you start talking about certain things. I don't know. It was really good. He talked about that.
Well, yeah. I think to some level, everybody has the Mr. Smith kick in.
Yeah, the mind virus.
Yeah, well...
He calls it a mind virus, believe it or not.
Really? That's how he said it? Well, that's good. I mean, that's because that's what it is.
For sure. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get that type of reaction when I talk to people. Well, obviously, because I feel like I'm not in the Matrix, even though I'm still in it. I'm not really in it.
Yeah, let me go back to earlier.
The analogy, there is no spoon. Yeah, the same analogy applies here. There is no curvature.
All right, let's. This happened earlier with Peaky Blendinski.
Oh, you know what's talking about Pinky, right? He came in here earlier and was like, "Hey, who do I need to talk to get all the stuff that was recorded from him off the internet?"
Well, like sorry.
He didn't want his stuff on there.
As a matter of fact, I'm about to play some of his shit. So check this out. Watch this. Can I ask a question? Can I ask 2 questions? All right. Just really quickly, Jedi. I know you want to... Just real quick, and then Jedi, you can continue the conversation. All right. Oh, so we're talking on Discord right now, right? At the moment? Pinky, you and me? And everybody else in here? All right. Do you 100% know with all certainty that we're talking on Discord right now?
I would say what I know for certain is that there is a conscious being who is perceiving talking to someone on Discord in this moment. Now, I know this seems like I'm weaseling out of saying that I know it.
No. You go ahead and say how you want to. You go ahead. So we're not talking. Me and you, we're not. You're not certain we're talking on Discord. That's all I wanted to know right now.
Well, for instance, if you ever seen the movie The Matrix, you could there could be something like that. I mean, but what I do know is that, in this.
Hold on. Do we live in the Matrix?
I don't know. It seems like a very low chance for that, but I have no evidence, I would say.
Do we live in the physical and natural world where physical and natural laws apply, and we can know those things to be certain?
I would say I don't know about that. I mean, for instance,
you don't know about that.
Been,
so
yeah, we got a lot of clips out of him, so.
He's already a star and he doesn't even know it.
And now that he does know it, he wants to recant, take it back. Too late. You should have thought about that shit when you were saying the things you were. Plus, this is an open forum, and you already know that when you're entering a forum like this, especially if it's not your forum, you could be under, recording, so. You're supposed to live life like you're always being recorded, especially if you're in public. But at the same time, it's just made known that if you're in a public forum, it's like the streets, They can't stop you from recording shit. It's public.
So you're up to
it's the expression, the walls heavy.
Oh, you guys...
Cool.
Yes, 24, yep. Thanks to Grim. I think Grim just followed me. I need 100 and then I can get to my streaming. So I'm sure I can crank out 100 followers within this Discord.
Yeah, the dude was talking about how he's like I don't know, I was tired and like it was weird. He wanted the playlist videos taken down. I was like, you got to ask the channel owner.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? Sue the internet? The fuck?
Like he didn't conduct himself in an embarrassing way, you know. He was calm, you know. It's just you just lost, you know. You got to take a loss every once in a while.
Yeah, he came in here, was like, "Oh, I didn't know this Discord was live on YouTube, this and that." And I was like, dude, it says it everywhere. Like,
yeah, the bot literally says 24/7 live on it.
It also comes in a script in different languages.
The place that he joined is called Livestream. What the fuck, dude?
Cut him a break. He believes he lives on a giant ball.
that's true. You gotta give him a break. He lives in the Matrix. Like,
Man, fuck that. No breakies. Tough shit.
Oh, I vote no mercy. I was just making a joke.
yeah, poor guy. You know, gotta feel sorry for him, but not really. Just say,
you hate,
dude, if your name,
I say it like this, man. You hate to see it, man. You hate to see somebody in that kind of mindset. But
yeah,
you know
exactly.
what? Like,
you feel sorry, but you don't really feel sorry.
it's like the song says, "Sorry, not sorry."
yeah, unless your name's really Pinky Bandinsky, I don't really feel bad for you. You know, like it's fairly anonymous. What if his name's really Pinky Bandinsky?
Who knows, man?
Man, his parents must really love him then. Jesus.
See,
dirty.
I think.
Who knows his name?
No, I mean, I don't think it's that. These are just handles on Discord.
Like the parents that give their kids like
Could be Japanese.
weird names.
Who knows?
No. I don't think that guy in here is named Liquid or Grim or Glue 25. That's not your name, you know. These are just handles.
Hey guys, Liquid here. Just had to jump in there just at the right moment. I literally just fired this channel up. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, no, Liquid is definitely my name's Ants or Anthony, but Liquid is a abbreviation of Liquid Nitwit. And I've used the handle Liquid Nitwit for over 30 years. Yeah, it was just a name of a tune that was laid down in a studio by Mr. Andy Weatherall. I don't know if you've heard of him. I was lucky enough to be in a studio when one of the godfathers of UK house was cutting that tune, and and I've had the name Liquid Nitwit, the name of the tune, for many years. But yeah, I've just abbreviated it to Liquid. But loving this channel. I was here last night and I was having a good old listen. I noticed that Orson buggered off pretty quickly. I really wanted him to stick around because everyone.
Oh shit!
There
Did you
he
cut out for me?
goes.
Yeah, he lost the satellite.
Yeah, that's the satellite.
Yeah, a couple of things I will say for the veterans in here. So long as we're on a roll, it's all gravy, man. Just don't interrupt the flow. Don't come in here and white knight for anybody, because you're gonna get fucking lambasted by one of the veterans. Like, that's like, fuck no. Once we're on to somebody, we got him clamped. We got him, clamped down. Don't come in here and say, but guys, why can't we just let him speak? Because you'll get a red mute.
Were you
Quickly.
here last night, Mayhem, with
I was just messaging you about that. That's crazy, man.
What? I didn't even see it. I haven't. Well, I saw the DM, but like I didn't like read it.
I've been waiting for you to get in the chat.
Oh
And I'm
fuck,
like,
dude.
okay, look, I see. All right. So I'm like, I'm on high alert with someone.
I know. I know. I read what you said. But
Hey,
does Mayhem have to choke a bitch? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Mayhem, we just have to agree to disagree. I'm sorry.
Oh fuck that, bro.
Bro, last night that chick was insane.
Well,
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go 80s. Shit, dude. I'm gonna have to go 80s fucking gangster on you. I'm gonna break you off something real proper like. If you fuck around in this chat, bro, don't do that. Come on, man.
Have you ever Have you ever spoken to somebody who doesn't know how to speak to other people and let them talk? Have you ever spoken to people like that? It's so annoying.
Well, I mean, we have to deal with what we do. It's the internet, bro. Like we get all types in here, so.
Yeah, I've been accused of breaking in, and I don't want to be suspected of creating what is it called? A 5-cook fallacy.
5-cook fallacy. Okay, Sonny. Sometimes you I don't know, man. Like you feel good or something, man. You're throwing haymakers, and we're like, God damn, Sonny. Like, fuck, dude. You're in there just swinging, bro. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sonny. I had said Sonny is smart as a whip, man. He picked on. I was annoyed because it's like yesterday it was Sonny, but honestly, it could literally be any one of us, and it's like, damn, why do 5 of us have to explain the same exact sentiment the last person before it explained? It's like last night after Sonny talked, I said, okay, I'm gonna coin the new term of the 4-cook fallacy or whatever it is.
Well, because like Elijah said this before, man. He's like, all right, can some other motherfuckers just explain to him one more time? Because we didn't get like all 5 of you yet. So we need the 5th person to jump in and tell him, like, again, the same thing that the first person said. Fuck. Like,
but listen, it's funny as hell because if you saw my expression when, that's when I've been called out at something, I usually have 2 different things that'll happen. I'll either smile real big at myself and go, shit, he's right. I probably came in too abruptly. It came in like spontaneously, not having been listening for as long as I should have been, and like thinking I got a moment that I have to just get in right then at that moment, like otherwise it's lost. And then the other one is like, the other part of me is like, shut the fuck up, Eli. But to myself, I'm like, no, I disagree. But I keep my tongue. I hold my tongue because we're all.
One of these days, bro, Sonny. One of these days, you let that shit fly, dude. You're gonna get a red mute and a red deafen, dude. Okay, but what the fuck is Sonny? He's fucked, dude. Like,
no, I don't want that, man. I mean,
yeah.
I've rubbed some people the wrong way, and I we all need to be cordial with each other. I hate to use that term because it seems too nice, but cordial is a good term, actually. So we could be good to each other. We can be just, fair. We can still be firm, but we have to be giving. We also have to be giving. Well, no. Okay, let's. I want to say this that. Every side of everything is a yin and a yang. Now, you know what I mean when I'm saying that. So,
yeah.
Well, there's only one person I don't like in here, and that's Orion. So everyone else is cool.
I can't understand what he's saying.
I didn't understand.
Your mic was muffled, Eli.
No, I said the only person I don't like in here is Orion, so everybody else is cool.
Oh yeah, he fucking yeah. I don't know, for some reason he starts talking and Orion really doesn't say too much, and Eli's, dude, Orion, man, what the fuck? And Orion's like, what? What did I say? He just his voice or some shit, man.
He does. It's kind of a illustration for me, like because he does bust in like at different times, and I'm like, whoa, that's really forceful for like just like jumping in. I don't know, but
he's I don't want to say perfectionist, man, but he corrects you. So if Elijah was saying something, he's like, well, really, you got to say it the right way, and that's not really what he's trying to say. And if Elijah, I know Elijah's rolling his eyes, bro, when he's talking. Like he's like, "Fuck, dude." It's just like we understand the dynamic in this group, like already, because it's just like when you're so used to like the person. Sometimes, like I don't know if it's latency or something, we start stepping on toes. You're like, "Oh fuck, I just ran over Sonny," like it was talking, or you ran over me, or whatever. Like it's just the way shit works. But don't run over Jedi, dude, when he's talking, because he's gonna fucking let you know. You know what I'm saying? Like Jedi will. Oh, he's here.
Yeah, hiya. How you doing? Good
What's
evening,
up,
gentlemen
man?
and ladies. Yeah, everything's fine
Yeah,
and
good
dandy,
evening.
my friend. How's things going in here?
Nah, we're just kind of talking about the chat room dynamics. You know.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. What happened to Orson and his satellite theory last night? I mean, I was there for I think about 90% of it, but there were a couple of times where I had to leave my phone, and then the next time I came back to it, he disappeared. Did he disappear silently, or did he flip out, or...
Who? Who did you say?
Orson, the dude from last night that was
I don't
chatting
know who
about
that is,
satellite.
man.
Are you talking
And he
about with it? Are you talking about
and
with
he, no, Orson, and he just didn't get it. Orson, yeah, you don't understand my point about satellites. I feel like nobody's listening to, nobody's addressing my point. That dude, and yeah, I was there. He went on for ages, and I had to leave my phone a couple of times. And there's one point I went away for only about 5 minutes, came back, and he'd left the server.
No.
There he goes again.
Yeah, Orson Welles. That's a clip. That was about 3 hours that we should get of that guy, man.
It was a long time. Did he just leave silently, or was he sort of?
He basically got to a point where he just like would get silent, uncannily silent for long time, and it was really brilliant though how everybody handled him, because we were all really patient. He had plenty of time to like step into his own little trap, and it was working.
Was anyone aware of his exit though when he left the channel?
That guy Indio and I was talking.
Did he just silently leave?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear Elijah? Because he's asking a question. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard him and I answered him. Yes, that was the guy you were talking to yesterday, mate. Yeah.
Yo, this guy didn't know, and like he didn't want to talk about anything other than satellites, which I've now turned into a trap. Like, so people, like, if you guys don't know, anybody who's saying level is equidistant from a sphere is a trap, because the only definition they can find for that is in Webster, and it's a contradiction. And when people start talking about satellites, I don't even wait for them to go there in space and orbit, and all of that is bunk. All of that is fantasy. What they're actually doing with satellites on the ground, whatever those things are up there, before anything, you need an elevation angle measurement. So he was like, no, you don't need that. It has to do with the speed of light. I'm like, are you looking at what I posted in the chat? Did you look at the video? Like, I cited the part of the video by recording just the part that was pertinent. And he is like, no, all you need is the speed of light. So I'm like, well, the guy right there is explaining like all of the equations right there. He's talking about the speed of light and all that, but before that, you need a measurement, and it's an elevation angle measurement. And he wasn't sure, blah 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 blah. So I then posted like another 9-second video of that, And it basically says, yes, we're only concerned with this elevation angle. And I'm like, explain that. What did I say that was wrong? And like, dude just kept like these long, pregnant 9-month pauses. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
like,
you know,
you give birth.
Fair play to the amount of patience you had with that dude, having to explain over and over and over. But when he left, did he make any statements or any comments or affirmations, or did he just leave silently?
Oh yeah, that's right. After I had provided what I provided, and I told him to provide what he could provide, I put him on mute, and I put him on mute, and I said, "You can be unmuted as soon as you provide what you said you had." And he never came back. So.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the amount of patience you guys have for people like that is, admirable. I don't think I'd have that kind of patience.
Well, it almost becomes like an art form, man, to actually like go into their minds and undo all of how they think in front of a live audience. So it takes a lot of nerves of steel and. Sorry? Did someone say something? Okay. So, yeah.
It was an accident.
Hello? Haas, man, you're hot micing, bro. Here, let me give you a love tap. All right. Oh shit. I was gonna say somebody new just jumped in here. Damn it, I hate getting distracted. Yeah, it's just when somebody comes in here, it's an art form to actually take apart their argument from the inside. So, you know, when one of us engage with him, like the people that have been doing it for a while, you know, it is a sight to see, but you have to kind of let the conversation develop and the points kind of run through. So I don't know what that guy Orson was on. According to TOS UK, that's the clip there. It looks like Jedi engaged with him first. So, Jedi, I think you talked to the guy Orson at the very beginning.
I did. I think I remember a very long conversation with him yesterday. We've got somebody new in the server that hasn't got any roles, though, buddy. If you want to give them the opportunity to speak, we have somebody called Scarlet. I'm colourblind.
I got 5 on it, man.
But Scarlet is in the server without any roles, mate.
Scarlet, are you there? Yeah, he fucked off, Jedi.
Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, that conversation yesterday with Orson did go on for a very, very, very long time. He really wanted to talk about his satellites, which was, you know, I was kind of confused which way to start taking that apart. Elevation angles to, you know, your satellite, or the place where the fucking satellite is. I think we did both. I can't remember.
What angle did you get him through, Eli? Or would you tell him?
Yeah, Jedi had because I wanted to get into elevation angles. I started posting stuff in the chat, but Jedi got into a flow, so that went on for a while. And I mean, he didn't have any arguments for that or the lack of curvature, so he just kept saying, "I just really want to make my point." So I was like, "Okay, you want to do this with the satellites? We'll do it then." So as he began talking, I'm like, "Well, the prerequisite for the calculations is the measurement." He's like, "Oh, no. I was like, "Time out. That's not how we roll here." So, okay, based on what I've posted, where am I wrong? And like, you know, he gave a little pushback, then he conceded, but then he would give pushback again and concede again. And again, ultimately, when I told him that an elevation angle is needed, he didn't really have much to say. Like he just kept saying, "I'm just trying to make my point. I'm not trying to do anything." And I'm like, no. You made your point, but here's the thing. I've given you a justified rebuttal, and all you're doing is repeating the point like I didn't rebut it. Tell me where I'm wrong if I'm wrong. And every time I got to that point, he would just go quiet for like 30 seconds. It was weird. Am I lying, y'all?
Interesting.
He also going to need a coordinate system for his satellite to work.
Yeah. It was
That's,
like
Yeah,
well,
there was
that's
a
what we
point.
kept pointing out to him. I think Sonny, I think that's what Sonny was trying to help him out as well. So yeah, he was trying to talk a little bit about navigation. He said words that for us, we really wanted to get involved with. Elevation angles and navigation for ship.
Oh yeah, that's right. So we were kind of simultaneously talking about both. He was trying to strawman us by saying that the satellites needed triangulation. I was like, I didn't say that. I was like, you're just confusing the two different points that we were trying to, address.
What's fascinating about Orson is he has two things that, as well as 3 or 4 or 5 things he can't prove. One is, if the satellite is 300 miles up in the air, for example, in the outer space, and you can track it by the speed of light, then he would say you can track 1/620th of a second. You can actually track that 1/620th of a second. Second, satellites work off of time dilation as well. If in their fairy tale outer space. And so, he wouldn't know anything, just like he didn't know about triangles and triangulation. And so it's just interesting to hear these people come in and back up these things that they got no clue about.
Hey, I'm just gonna make a quick shout out to Pinky Bandinsky. I see you in the YouTube live stream checks chat, bro. Get your ass up in the VC, man. We want to holler at you in here. So stop piddling around in the chill chat. Come up here with the big boys in VC and come have another try to see if you can provide any evidence for your globe.
Yeah.
Quit fucking around over there in
Remember
chill
that first
chat, bro.
question, Pink. I'm sorry.
What is he doing? What?
Sorry, Pinky and I have got unresolved business. I wanted to tell me what a fucking triangle is.
Yeah, we gotta hear that chat at least.
In the
At the very least.
Did you put out the fire? Yeah. In the box.
Elijah, hot mic.
Eli, your business is coming through, bro. All right, so Pinky, come on in.
Elijah,
what the fuck?
Put it in the box.
You told him to put it in the box. That's funny.
That's what it sounds like when a woman from Brooklyn is cooking, guys. Don't be alarmed.
So you're saying, what's the name?
I'm having some
Indio's doing
tacos tonight. Let's go.
Street
Let's get the
tacos?
party started. Hell no, man. Home cooked.
And now we're waiting for Pinky to come in here, man, but I don't know what the fuck he's doing in chill chat.
I'll get him out of chill chat.
All right.
I think it's because, well, yeah.
Wow, listen to the convo, and truly Jim is so quick with his answers. The .pb. .pb, get your ass up in the VC, man. Quit fucking around. Stop chat skanking, man. Get in here and talk to us. So we gave the .pb an option to speak, but I don't think he did, and he left. Let's see what kind of talent we got in the lobby. Let's take a look. Let's see. We got Scott, and he's on the fence. Sanjana Vermo.
Careful not to fall from the fence.
That's it.
Jimmy Cook says spiraling.
Jimmy Cook spiraling? Is that what you said?
Yeah, in the lobby. Spinning around.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, in the lobby.
Ah, let's have a look.
245. Or maybe he's just spinning like a globe.
You mean he's wobbling? Three different directions.
Oh. Yeah, whatever that video is.
Reminds me of that song. I'm so dizzy, my head is spinning. Please excuse the crappy vocals.
It's not about the vocals, dude. I think that music was way before our time. And most of us don't recognize that song. Well, for those of you that do, kudos. Now we got 24 people listening to the live stream right now, and not a soul wants to come in here. I wonder why.
Do you have like a welcome mat?
Yeah, it's in the form of a fist.
Right. Yeah. I think they can tell.
Or a big foot kicking down a door. How about that? I even got a gift to follow that. Watch this.
Okay, there's some music to go along the spinning troll. It says the dancing troll. Dizzy Tommy Rowe, 1969.
Did you get him over here? What did he say, Jedi? You didn't want to come over? Red Rover,
Nah, I didn't want to come over.
Pinky come over?
They were having a nice little conversation about celestial navigation in the chill chat, so I extended the invitation for Pinky to come back to the live stream and explain what a triangle was and how you can use it with celestial navigation. But he's kind of cozy at the moment, so he declined the offer, so maybe he'll be back up in a little bit, but unfortunately he didn't succumb to my dulcet tone.
Nah, I heard it through the grapevine that he doesn't want to be recorded, and furthermore, he wanted his recordings to be taken down.
Well, he can fuck off then, can't he?
Yeah, I think so. That's why he doesn't want to come in here.
Why would he want that?
Why would... Because he doesn't want his stupid shit to be recorded, so we can play it back to him and remind him of the stupid shit that he said.
I just got here. Who are you guys talking about?
Pinky Banditsky.
Oh. Too late.
I know. It's too late.
Last night he was making an argument against logic.
Whilst appealing to authorities and saying that was fine.
Yeah, he was making an argument for logical fallacies because, that's all he has.
Well, I bet you I know who can rescue you from that, that dry spell of Pinky not coming in here. We got the .pb who's going to resolve all the issues.
No shit, the .pb.
Wow. That's the man right there. Everybody doesn't think so, but I think he is. I think he's finally going to break the spell and bring forth, globe proof. So go ahead, .pb. Tell him how you know the Earth is a globe. Don't let me down now.
Trust me, I didn't join the server to prove it. I'm just
well, I'm telling these guys that you're going to tell them how the evidence for the Earth is a globe, bro, and you're letting me down, bro. Come on, let's give him the old thunder punch.
Nah, man. I'm here to the Antarctica stuff and all.
Oh fuck,
I'm more into that.
What about it? What?
I don't know. They never published the the stuff about the expedition, so I was super skeptical. So yeah, I joined here. Like,
super skeptical too. That's awesome.
Hey,
yeah, I'm mostly here for the resources. Trust me.
Well, oh, you want me to trust you? Okay, I'll trust you.
We're the resources.
I didn't know that's what you wanted me to do. Now that you said so, I can do so.
Yeah, like I joined the channels and I can see like a guy also DM'd me. And how I guess, yeah, I saw the folders.
Right. Hey, but listen, you do think that the Earth is a globe, right? I didn't get that wrong.
Yeah, like see, I graduated school last year, so yeah, of course.
Okay.
But I'm
like-
not here to. I'm not here to argue about that.
Argue? Who wants to argue? We want some evidence, man. We fuck arguing. We don't care about that.
Hold on. 2 seconds, Mayhem. There's no debate here, my friend. We're not here to argue.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, what usually happens is... Hold on. I hadn't finished my sentence, bruv.
Yep.
So basically, we're not here to argue. We're here to present evidence. It's people that believe that they're on a ball that start arguing against a brick wall, like natural science and, I don't know, laws of nature. They don't argue with us. They argue with laws of nature. There is no debate regarding the Earth being flat. It's required to be to navigate across it.
Truly, yep. See, like, I joined this server, like, not to prove any evidence, not to prove the side. I'm just here for the resources. That's it.
Okay, well, let me give you one of those resources. One of those resources is a triangle. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So we use this for celestial navigation, navigating by the stars. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah, actually, like, yeah, the distance calculated. Yeah, I read about that.
Yeah. So you understand with celestial navigation, what we do is we read elevation angles up to stars. So that star, we call it Polaris, is 45 degrees above the horizon. That's how we use celestial navigation, correct?
Okay, yeah. Maybe I'm like not sure.
Yeah, basically, let's put it like this. If you understand what a triangle is, 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can read 3 angles reaching 180 degrees on the interior of the triangle, and you understand that we use triangulation to navigate across the stars. And if you understand that if the Earth was a curved surface, that would bastardize your triangle, make one of your lines curved where you could no longer read 2 angles. So if you want the resources, I suggest you look into celestial navigation, navigating by the stars, which demonstrates the Earth has to be flat to get around.
Okay. Yeah, Celestine. Yeah, I found the channel. Yep.
Awesome stuff. So if you're just here for the resources, there's one.
Oh, that's the horizon. Yeah. Like, I guess, like in Euclidean geometry, triangles only work. Like in non-Euclidean, I guess triangles don't work. Like, there was this.
See, the thing is with.
Sure.
No, go on. You finish your point. My friend. I interrupted you.
The thing was, like, I'm not good into maths. I'm more of a bio person. I'm in med school. So the thing is, in non-Euclidean geometry, you can have like 360 degrees in a triangle.
That's awesome, but we don't use non-Euclidean geometry when we're triangulating angles to stars.
Yeah, we don't.
We use Euclidean geometry, which is 3 straight lines, 3 angles. Yes, we do.
Yep.
What was the strongest evidence you have for? Oh, sorry. Were you done, Jedi? Or were you still going on?
Yeah. No, I'm done, man. You're right.
All right. So what was the strongest evidence that you have for the Earth being a globe? .pb?
Like, I'm not sure. Trust me. I'm not here to, I try.
You don't really know. Yeah, that's cool. But you don't know anything about the globe. Then that's fair to say. You just left high school.
I was like surely never bothered about it. Like, I'm now in free time, so I was like, yeah, let's explore stuff.
Yeah, but you never bothered about it, meaning you never really retained any of the information. It's just like you learned what it was about, and you just forgot about it. You don't.
Like physics was my least favorite subject in school, so yeah.
Physics. No. Okay, so the study of the physical and natural world, per the idea that you live on a globe, there's planets. You know that story. Were you told that story in school?
Of course, like last year we were taught about gravitation and the stuff what they say rotate. rotational circulation, so tangential
Okay.
acceleration, all the stuff.
So, yeah, do you think that makes any sense to your mind, or you think that's stuff you just don't really care about? You don't care either way what they say?
Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense? Like,
I
what
never care about stuff. Like, I don't care simply because it's too complex for me.
Complex?
Yeah.
So
Like,
how is
the
it?
stuff
I mean, what way? What way is it complex? I mean, if you can
like the
help me out
stuff
here.
they okay, like the stuff they taught, it was like the tangential and centrifugal acceleration. Like, how can a body in a sphere have two accelerations? I was like too confused about that. Like, it's going on a straight path, but also it's bending, so it has an inward acceleration. So it circles around any like heavy mass object.
Okay, so you're telling me that all the speeds and movements of the globe are very confusing and way too complicated for you to actually get to an understanding of you actually. So do you then? I'm just trying to get down to. So since it's too complicated for you, you think you just believe that it's true? Would you think that's the position you're taking?
To pass school, exactly, to pass school. I had to believe. I had to get good grades to get into med school.
Okay, so you had to get good grades, but believing something to be true and maybe questioning it could be two different things, right? You can question it and say, well, I'm not really sure of this information.
It sounds like, okay, well, let me ask you, are you a globe skeptic then, seeing is that the theoretical physics that they proposed seems contradictory to what you know about acceleration and the fact that we don't feel anything?
Like, I haven't like dug deep in this topic, but
not dug deep. It's just based on what you said. I didn't say anything other than what you said. We know that angular rotation just by itself, the rotating body, means that there's an acceleration, which would mean we could detect it. But then you also mentioned that the Earth is orbiting. It's going around other massive bodies, right? Namely the sun, and the sun is going around the galaxy. There are all of these accelerations, and how could that make sense, right? So that would make you a skeptic then, right?
Yep, I exactly am a skeptic now. Exactly.
Okay. That's kind of what I wanted to know as well. So Eli kind of was going down the path of logic that I wanted you to actually talk about, which is now now that he elucidated that fact, now we understand that you will become, skeptical of the information, which probably hence why you're here, right? In this call?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Like,
yeah, that's good.
In school system, like I am from a very competitive country. So in school system, we can't question, we have to believe because we have major tests and all. So.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that because I know in certain countries schooling is a bit different than like how it's done and whatnot. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But like you're now probably at an age and maybe a place in your life where you can be a bit more free in your skepticism, right? You can question certain things. You don't have to just accept everything. So, all right. So, well, I mean, if that's the case, then I think you should really take a look at the 3 fundamental questions that I usually ask people when they come in here, right? Now, and you being in the place that you're at, you can ask other people the same thing. And this is a non-confrontational way to actually really understand if the things that they're telling you are actually true or not, right? You're just gonna, you're not gonna, it's not a debate. You're not gonna force somebody into it. You just ask them questions. Hey, look, just tell me what you know about these topics. So the first one would be direct measurement of the Earth's curvature with drop over distance. Okay. So if we're talking about an oblate spheroid, well, they're telling you that you live on a geometric shape, right? Like an oblate spheroid, a sphere. So for all intents and purposes, this thing that you're standing on has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. You know that much, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's true, then any point that's 2 points on the sphere, between point A and point B on a sphere, you'd have a drop over distance, or point A and point B, there would be a distance between them that would form an arc between them, right? There'd be an arc. So in that arc, there'd be a drop, and it'd be measured as such. So you could take a small sample set on that sphere and be able to detect whether or not that curvature exists or not with a small sample set, because you're using drop over distance, right? So per the metrics, right? We have the metrics of the globe. You can, if you wanted to, you can search that out for yourself. Type in what is the radius of Earth, what is the diameter, and what is the circumference. Yeah, you'd be able to pull that up in Google.
64,000 kilometers. We read it in school.
Yeah, that's the information. So obviously, there's some metrics to the radius, diameter, circumference. So you already know these values exist. Therefore, the Earth that you're standing on is of a certain size. It's not big or small. It's just exactly the size that they told you that it is. And so these values are most important. So being that as it is like a standard for the Earth being that way, you can then directly measure the curvature if it's there over a small sample set. Like I said, drop over distance. It should be something easy. So when you ask somebody the question, I'm going to go back to the question, right? When you ask somebody the question, how has the Earth been measured any time in history with drop over distance? So you're asking them who has done this, right? I don't care who they say. What we're looking for here in the example is who has measured this drop over distance on this oblate spheroid that you're standing on. So that's the question you need to ask, right? When you ask that, see what kind of response you get from the people that are thinking that the Earth is a globe. And so you say, look, I don't want to argue. I just want to know what you know, and that's it. If you don't know, then you don't know. If you do know, then tell me who, and then we'll figure out if that person actually did the drop over distance measurement, which is indeed the thing that would give you the measured amount of the globe, right? At least from the small sample set. So just ask that question and see what you get. There's 3 questions, right? So that's the first one. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth directly with drop over distance? So,
like there aren't even mentions in the books like who calculated the radius and all. It's just the value. That's it.
Yeah, of course. And so this is kind of getting into the person's mind to like figure this out. So what we're attempting to do, the .pb, is we're trying to get the person to critically think about this information and challenge them. Like, because obviously everybody just takes it for granted, the information, and says, yeah, okay, the Earth is this size, without even knowing how the size was ascertained. Like, they don't know how they derived it. So that's important, right? You want to know how the person knows that the Earth is a globe by way of understanding how it was done, like the method. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the first. That's the first question. But so just keep that in mind, right? How was the Earth measured with drop over distance, curvature? So the second one is going to be, the axial rotation. So, the Earth spinning on its axis. So they tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Now, who has directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth? Anytime in history. Same kind of like same as the first question, right? So you're going to figure out how they know that the Earth is spinning on its axis, because that's a pretty important thing, right? Because that's what they tell us that the Earth is doing, that it's spinning on its axis. So who's done this? Like, who's measured that? And so that question is the second question. And then, of course, you're going to figure out how they figured that out. And the same as the first, you have to find out what their baseline knowledge is for that and how they got the information, and so on. So I'm just letting you know that much. So the last one is going to be maybe something that you can get into with somebody about Okay, so it's the vacuum of space, right, as been told to us, and then we have the pressure air that we breathe here on Earth. So on the surface, right, you and I are breathing about 14 psi, pounds per square inch, the pressure that of air in and out of our lungs. So, but they tell us that when you go above the exosphere, right, the layer cake of all the the atmosphere and the thermosphere and all that, you get to the very top, the exosphere. Right beyond that is a Kármán line, which then transitions over into low Earth orbit, right? So then at that layer is going to be like when you start into space and you get like negative pressures of like 10 to negative 6 torr and all these kind of things, and they tell you that it's super low differential from the surface of Earth. Well, if that is the case, right, that you have this low pressure system right above the high pressure system on the surface, Well, that usually has to deal with like entropy in the form of like the gas laws. And with entropy having the gas laws, if you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system like that, with the super vast differential, then what happens is that the gas on Earth would disperse off into lower pressure, and it would equalize, right? Until all the gas is dispersed and there would be no more gas, and everything would be equalized with the system, which means that all the air would disperse everywhere, all into the void, just disperse. Because every time that we have gas pressure here on Earth, it's inside of a container. Every time. So every time you think about gas pressure, it needs a container. That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure, is a container. You and I should know this, right? As far as like understanding gas pressure. You need a container if you want to have gas pressure. So
yeah,
the
like
question,
they explain, explain the stuff in our chemistry classes that to stop the, the basic laws of gas diffusion, you need a adiabatic system where there is a layer, no heat transfer and all. But the Earth and the space isn't a adiabatic like system.
Yeah, but we're gonna figure out that if the gas laws never change, right? If we understand them to be always the same, then if you have a high and a low pressure next to each other, there needs to be a container that divides them. If there isn't a container, then the issue is the gas disperses into the lower pressure system until it equalizes with the surrounding pressure. So we understand this, right? Like on that point. So the question then would be, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? And in the case of the globe, that's the question. How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Do you see that with the question that I'm asking?
Yep. That's a legit question, actually.
Well, it's important because we're talking about the Earth being an open system. So with the Earth being a globe, matter and energy can transfer out of the system. Yeah. So you got rockets can leave the Earth, and so matter can leave. Energy can transfer as well in between the Earth, and the sun can give its energy. So we have that understanding. Matter and energy can transfer. So what is gas? Gas should, in an open system, expand out into all available space until it has its equilibrium.
Like, they teach us that in open system equilibrium, entropy, like the gas doesn't need external stimuli to expand, and it expands indefinitely. So it's an open system.
Yes. But that is the provocative question, is that how is it possible to have an open system when we have gas pressure here on Earth? You understand? So that's interesting. So we can play an audio clip, which is like the one somebody put in the live stream right now, and I want you to listen.
Okay, I saw the bit. This one, right? The entropy one?
Yeah, but for the listening audience, I want to do it also. It's only like a minute, I think. So we can... just give me a second. I'm going to load it up in the bot.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy...
Yeah, it's Professor George Porter, actually, on that one.
So, like, was he like a renowned scientist and all, I guess?
Yeah, you could look him up. He's, that's pretty old, though, like, what, in his 60s, 70s, something like this?
It's 60s, that clip looks like, from the 70s. Yeah.
But this is well established. These gas laws are laws for a reason, right? So we understand this.
Yeah, these are like basic. They taught us as universal gas laws, so they should be applicable like in every system.
Right.
Also, like when they mainly did it for ideal gases. When they fixed it for non-ideal gases, which are like most gases, they added some terms, but they didn't change the basics. It was always the same. It's mostly they added the terms for, particle-particle collision, that kinetic energy loss. But other than that, it's basically the same.
Yeah. So understanding that law means that the vacuum of space isn't real then.
Yeah, it's truly.
Yeah. Because we understand that we're breathing gas pressure. The necessary thing that you need to have gas pressure is something to press upon. If you don't have something to press upon, you will not achieve gas pressure, and the gas will disperse infinitely until it reaches something that it can press on.
Yeah, like basic dissipation law.
Yeah. So every single story that they tell us about satellites, rockets to the moon, remote controlled cars on Mars, slingshots around stars with satellites for asteroid fields so they can come out the other end and take photographs of Jupiter and Saturn for you. Oh, and Jupiter and Saturn being giant balls of gas uncontained in a vacuum. That's all bullshit then, according to not me or Mayhem, just laws of nature.
The gas ball of Jupiter is like, see, the thing was, you need a mass, like according to them, you need a mass to concentrate, but we have read that Jupiter doesn't have land masses or, solid mass. So how it accumulate in such a huge ball? That's the point.
Yeah. So,
gases in the vacuum.
Standing that very simple means. So the vacuum of nature and all of that, the vacuum of space and all of that stories within it are therefore debunked. They can't happen. That place called the vacuum of space cannot be real. We can start calling it Narnia.
Like, it's very much skeptical because people don't question about stuff like these.
So you are from India, the .pb?
Yeah, like how the fuck do you know?
Yeah, it's like a no duh with your accent, but I don't know.
Your accent. Yeah, makes sense.
But I'm not like mind reading checking out your IP address or some shit, man. Like, I just hear your accent, so that's what I'm.
Yeah, I guess it away. True. Well,
anyway, it's difficult for you to have that kind of skepticism over there, from what I learned.
Like, of course, see, like, how do I say? There, like, I gave this med school exam. It had physics. It's like 2 million students, and they're like 100K seats. So you have to just learn stuff. That's it.
Well, I'd say this, man. Like, that's learning things and regurgitating the information just so you can pass the test doesn't qualify you of your what your intelligence is, because we've had PhDs come in here and they don't know shit. So that's not a mark of intelligence. That just means your memorization skills are really good.
Yeah, like that's entirely the basic point these days in like our education system. You just memorize stuff, you go to higher classes. That's it.
That's all you need to be in like those places and even learning things. But using your critical thinking skills, very little, if any. Very little.
I remember my friend once asked in class, like, why the shape of the atom is round and why not other shapes? Basic question. The teacher said, you are here to be a doctor, not a scientist. So shut up. That's it.
Yeah, that's a way to answer someone.
Basically, that was don't ask questions. Just repeat what I fucking tell you.
Yeah.
And then the exam regurgitate it. Brilliant. So you understand, our Indian friend, that it's very easy. It's very easy to brainwash people, because even within the school system, it's just regurgitation, and you can't ask questions.
Interesting. But we don't wonder why the world is the way that it is, Jedi. I mean,
well, yeah,
people are told not to think.
We do wonder. But it's good when people like our Indian friend, the .pb, do come in and start asking questions because they are indeed skeptical. And it's also fantastic when they listen to our responses and the information that we give and are quite nice about it. So thanks, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Like it's like being happy to have a civil discussion, you know, like in these topics.
Do you know much about science, my friend?
I've learned science for like my entire life. I'm getting into med school now, so yeah, I guess I know a bit.
Nice,
awesome stuff. You mentioned gravity earlier. Would there happen to be a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
Okay, see, like I'm not proving a point. I'm just saying what we were taught. See, basically,
this is
what
why this is why I'm
hello.
Go on, carry on.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine that you're not proving a point and you're just telling us what you were taught. But can you tell us of any experiment for gravity that you were taught about?
Yep, the new concept was, I guess Einstein gave it space is a mesh, and you know the sun and the earth are like masses. So you put a mass. I probably have seen that fit on YT, I guess. Like it's a huge rubber band trampoline type. They put a huge ball in like, between that. Then they throw marble.
Yeah,
It's not an experiment for gravity.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jedi.
The reason why I asked this question, my friend, is you sound like an intelligent young gentleman who's been through the education system and may understand what science is. So if I was to tell you that science is experiment-based, where you must demonstrate the cause of an effect in the physical and natural world, would you then understand that there has been no scientific experiment to prove gravity, if you understand what science is?
I mean, yeah, like basically what they say in science is everything is a theorem. Like nothing's a fact, because they're always trying to improvise or whatever they do.
See, this is the thing about science and how we demonstrate things to be true or not true. In a scientific experiment, when we find something happening, we want to prove the cause of that. Let's call that something happening boiling water. We understand that if I presume the cause to be heat, and in an experiment I heat up the cause for the bubbling water, correct? Awesome. So we do know things. So when you turn around to us and understand why, because scientists say that we don't know things, we do. That's what science is for. It elucidates cause of an effect. In a hypothesis, you've got two basic hypotheses. It either will cause the effect or it won't cause the effect. Demonstrating that somehow along the line you're going to prove something. It either does or doesn't. So in science, we most definitely do know things.
Like there are stuff, they just teach us that, these are facts. We know this stuff. That's why you don't have to ask, for the proofs and all.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I'm going to ask you this question, and hopefully you follow. And if you don't, then I'll explain why. Would you be able to give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, the Earth?
No, I'm not sure. Like I haven't read much stuff about that. I guess.
Okay. Well, go on.
Yeah, I guess I'm only talking about school. Okay, like I'm basically talking about what we're taught, not my thoughts, the school thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, when they taught us gravitation, of course they taught us about the Kepler laws and all. Mm-hmm. So I guess it was the second law. So basically, it's they basically explain how rockets work and stuff, and like what's perigee and apogee.
My friend, sorry. Sorry, maybe you didn't follow my question, so I'll ask you again. It's not a problem. I understand English isn't your first language. That's fine. So my question was, is there a scientific experiment that can prove the shape of an object, the Earth?
No, probably not. Like, I haven't read that stuff.
Probably. Right, so let me restate the question and tell you why it's a really bad question to ask, and I really hoped you would have picked up on it. Science isn't the tool we would use to figure out the shape of an object. Science, as I've already told you, demonstrates cause and effect relationships. Being as the Earth is said to be a shape, that's not something happening, that's a concrete noun. So basically, when I asked you, is there a scientific experiment that proves the Earth, you should have turned around to me and said, no, science isn't the tool that we would use to do that. If we want to figure out the shape of an object, we look at it and measure it, don't we?
Yeah.
Awesome. So when they turn around to us and say, science proves the shape of the Earth, you, now being a more intelligent man, can turn around to them and say, well, that's bullshit then. Because science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of things. Do you understand how easy the brainwashing is, mate?
Like, that's true, actually. Yeah.
I know. That's what I said. Usually people come in here and they don't argue with us because there's no debate. They argue against laws of nature and other things like that. There isn't a debate, my friend, but when we point out some things like what science is, and you being an intelligent man, you caught the point that I was putting down for you and you picked it up really well, so I'm very happy about that. Yeah, science doesn't prove the shape of objects.
Yeah, science basically was to, explain the cause and effect and what's happening, not to proving concrete stuff and all. Like, basically science deals with stuff these days, but like there wasn't any, you say how can I explain? There's no need in science from the basic startings that to prove stuff, because that wasn't even what science once was meant to, but it's used nowadays to overshadow concrete stuff.
Would you agree that anything that doesn't follow the scientific method can be declared as pseudoscience?
No, see, I believe in spirituality, so yeah, no, I won't say that.
Okay, so I'll ask the question again. Would you say that things declared to be science that do not follow the scientific method would be pseudoscience?
That's a tough question, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
If it doesn't follow a method, then it is not that method.
Basically, yeah, that's not science, because wasn't the point of science to the biggest argument science has against religion is, in religion people believe there is a cause, there is an ultimate factor, then they pave the way towards it. And the science people have the argument that we pave the way to a fact which we don't even know what the fact is. So if the paving doesn't explain the fact, then how is it science?
There you go. So here's another question for you. Would you agree that, I don't know, astronomy, for example, is pseudoscience because you can't have a physical experiment? You stand on the floor, you point up at a star, and you make a declaration about it. Would you agree that astronomy is not science?
See, where I come from, in our ancient culture, there were stuff about astronomy and all that stuff, but scientists these days consider that as pseudoscience. So, but yeah. I truly believe in my culture.
No, that's fine for you to believe in your culture. I'm just trying to demonstrate again that people who declare things to be science that don't have an experiment are doing pseudoscience. So every time that you get somebody, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, he's not a scientist. He couldn't be because man's never done an experiment based on astronomy.
True.
Awesome stuff. So even though Flat Earth does sound ridiculous, would you say that within the last 20 minutes to half an hour speaking with us that you found it less ridiculous?
See, like I never found flat Earth or the topic ridiculous. Cause, like, see, like our lives are basically nihilism. So we need to have a purpose, right? So why not be skeptic?
Have you got any other questions, my friend?
It's like 3 a.m. So yeah, I guess I'm done. I guess like it was a great time talking to you guys. I will surely come back.
Yeah, well, we definitely, we're open 24 hours a day, my friend, so we'd love to have you back anytime. I wish you a good evening and thank you for popping by. Well, he was fun. If there's anybody out there on YouTube who would like to be the next contender, then hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server. Go to voice check and #1, speak to our lovely volunteers, or you can come straight into the live stream, voice stream, and I'll unmute you. Heretic will unmute you. Mayhem, when he comes back, he'll probably unmute you as well. So if you want to come into the live stream, have a conversation with us lovely people about the shape of the Earth, like I said, please hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server, and we will have a chat. And there's a nice little conversation we just had there. Just have a quick scroll through the server. I do not see any more. I was going to say victims then, but I do not see any more unknown names. So, guys, if you want to talk about anything that you want to, anything that's happened over the last 24 hours, any interesting conversations. I wonder if Pinky stood around down in Chill Chat. Yes, he is. But yeah, that was fun.
If anyone wants to talk about the guesswork of the stars, please.
We've got a full panel of lovely people in here at the moment. We've got Jim, we've got Wav, we've got Tech, we've got Andy, we've got Angel, we've got Bong, we've got Effie Batman, Flatsy Klein is in the house, George just spoke, Glau25, Grim, Henry, Heretic, Ireland, myself, Jedi, good to see you all. Coco, Liquid, Michael, Morvis, President, Resolve, Sasha. If you're deaf and I ain't going to say it, Wolverine, Car, good to see you, Car, and Sunny is also in the house. We've got a live packed room this evening, guys. So if you're on YouTube, you want to join the server, like I said about no less than 2 minutes ago, hit the link provided by Nightbot. Just to remind everybody on YouTube of those 3 questions again, we are looking for 1, direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, drop over distance, who done it and how it was done. 2, direct measurement of the motion of the Earth, said to be rotating on its axis and going around the sun. Has anybody got a direct measurement of that motion? And 3, the vacuum of space. Does anybody have a demonstration of gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container? So if you've got any of those 3 things, direct measurement of drop over distance, measurement of curvature, or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, we love to speak to you.
Well, there's actually a big prize for whoever claims to be right in any of these affirmations. The prize is a large property in Mars. It's a farmland, very good for vines at this time of the year. No one interested in farmland in Mars? Come on, Jedi. You're not being fair on them. Those questions are very difficult. It's a horizontal sphere, guys. Come on.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Beautiful.
I used to think the scientists, or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence in it, and I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions, and that was like the last